In this video, we're going to create not just one, but 5 fully responsive websites from scratch. Welcome back to our YouTube channel Code and Create. My name is George and I run this channel together with my friend Lasha. Over the years we've taught web development to more than 100,000 students across various platforms. Helping others learn and grow in web development has always been our goal, and today's tutorial is no exception. Throughout this video we will build 5 different websites, each unique in its design and purpose. From a stylish portfolio to an engaging coffee shop website and even a sleek interior designer's portfolio or digital library, you will learn step by step how to craft responsive modern websites. Along the way, we will dive into the best practices of core web technologies, all while focusing on responsive web design techniques. By the end of this tutorial, you will have 5 fully functional, visually stunning websites to showcase your skills. Mastering these projects will not only improve your understanding of core web technologies, but also prepare you for more advanced tools like the JavaScript frameworks and libraries or server-side technologies such as reactjs, Next.js, and others we cover here on this channel, so you can check them out. If you are new here to the channel, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on the notifications so you never miss our latest tutorials. Now that you know what to expect, let's take a closer look at the 5 amazing projects we will be building in this tutorial. The first website we are exploring today is an elegant multi-page online library website. This project is all about presenting a visually captivating yet functional experience. It is simple and sophisticated and reflects the modern web design principles. Let's begin with the loader. As soon as you land on the site, you're greeted with a sleek, animated loader. It features a simple, minimalist logo animation, immediately setting the tone for what's to come. This addition keeps users engaged while the website content loads in the background. The home page is your introduction to this digital library. It is clean, modern, and visually dynamic. At the very top, we have a welcoming hero section paired with a background image. This sets the mood and highlights the purpose of the website. Scrolling down, the About Us section asks who are we, with a concise, dual-column layout. The left side creatively displays a large, semi-transparent numeric design, while on the right side dives into details about the library's mission and values. Also, we have here a button with a nice and cool hover effect. Once we click the button, we navigate to the About Us page. The About Us page dives deeper into the mission and vision. The page transitions smoothly into various sections. A grid layout presents key features. Another eye-catching section introduces the team. It features circular profile pictures of team members against an image background, adding a personal and professional touch. Next we have the Books section, labeled Our Best Sellers. It showcases featured books in a neat grid layout, with each book cover standing out against the dark background. Hover effects on the images make it interactive and visually appealing. Once we click the View All button, we navigate to the Books page. The Books page expands on the collection introduced on the home page. Here, users can browse a selection of bestsellers. Each book is neatly aligned in a grid layout with hover effects that animate smoothly. Next, we have the Testimonial section. This area includes a client's photo, name, and a short testimonial, making it a visually appealing and credible section. The simplicity here makes it perfect for building trust with visitors. If we click the button Learn More, we will navigate to the Testimonials page. This page is dedicated to customer feedback and continues the theme introduced on the homepage. A larger, more detailed slider is the highlight here, offering visitors insights into how users feel about the platform. Testimonial cards are enhanced with prominent quotation icons, and the overall layout ensures everything remains clean and modern. At the bottom of the home page lies the contact section, paired with the footer. The contact form is well structured, offering fields for name, email, phone, address, and a message box. Social media icons are placed elegantly below the address, linking users to various platforms. The footer, with its minimalist and professional layout, adds the final touch of sophistication. We have here a back to top link. Once we click it, we will navigate to the home section smoothly. Finally, the navigation bar brings everything together beautifully. It features a clean and simple collapsible menu located on the right-hand side of the screen, represented by a hamburger icon. When clicked, the menu smoothly expands into a vertical panel displaying links to all the main sections: Home, About, Books, Testimonials, and Content. Each link is easy to read and comes with a subtle hover effect, making the navigation feel smooth and interactive. The menu is designed to provide quick access to all parts of the website. Next up is a portfolio website. It starts with a hero section. This is where the website really introduces the developer. We've got a clean split layout with the introduction text on one side and a large circular profile image on the other. The text highlights developers' experience and completed projects. Overall, it is simple, informative, and visually balanced. Next, we have a skills section. This section highlights the developer's technical skills in a very straightforward way. You've got cards for each skill along with a progress indicator that shows proficiency in each. It is a great way to visually communicate expertise. The cards also include short descriptions, which add a little more detail about each skill. Next, we move on to the project section. This part of the website is designed to showcase your work. It features 6 project cards, each with a clean layout that includes a project image, a list of technologies used, and a quick description. It is organized, easy to browse, and works really well to show off what you've built. The contact section is where potential clients or collaborators can easily reach out. On one side, you've got details like location, email, phone number, and even freelance availability. On the other, there is a clean and simple contact form with fields for name, email, subject, and message. It is straightforward, user-friendly, and looks great. Finally, the footer. It ties everything together with a copyright notice, links to social media, and a little nod to the creators of the site. It is minimal but functional, staying consistent with the design throughout the site. Besides that, we've got a sleek hamburger menu in the top right corner that smoothly opens into a vertical list of links of the sections like Home, About, Projects, Gallery, and so on. The next project is Dream House, an architectural website designed to showcase building and design expertise with a clean and modern design. Let's take a closer look at its sections. The hero section is the first thing visitors see. A large, high-quality background image with a subtle overlay sets the tone for the website. The bold Dream House heading grabs attention, paired with a short, engaging tagline. The About section introduces the company's mission and experience. On one side there is a bold headline, followed by a concise description of the company's services. On the other side, a framed image highlights their creative work. A 20 years of experience badge adds credibility and emphasizes the company's expertise. Next, we have a project section. This section showcases the company's portfolio with interactive project cards. Each card includes a vibrant image and a brief description of the project. When hovered over, the cards reveal an animation that makes the design dynamic and engaging. It is a clean and effective way to present the company's capabilities, appealing directly to potential clients. The customer section focuses on testimonials, adding a personal and trustworthy touch to the website. It features individual cards with customer photos, names, titles, and quotes about their experiences. The section design is simple but impactful with soft colors and icons, making it easy for visitors to connect with the feedback. Next, we have a contact section. The contact section encourages users to stay in touch with a straightforward email subscription form. It is minimal yet functional, with a sleek send icon to enhance usability. The footer is equally clean, showcasing the company's logo alongside a copyright notice. It keeps the design consistent and professional. Finally, we have the navbar. It ties everything together seamlessly. It features the company's logo, a search bar, and a responsive hamburger menu. The menu smoothly transitions into links for home, about, projects, blog, customers, and content. The navbar's design ensures smooth navigation across the website on any device. The next project is an interior designer portfolio website designed for showcasing the work and services of a professional interior designer. This elegant website has a modern, minimalistic design and focuses on simplicity and functionality. The hero section creates a strong first impression. It features a sliding text animation that alternates between welcoming visitors and introducing the designer. The bold typography combined with smooth transitions gives it a professional and sleek feel. The About section slides up with a nice and cool fade effect. It introduces the designer with a blend of visuals and details. On the left, there is a clean, high-quality photo, while the right side provides a concise biography along with contact details. A social media section makes it easy for visitors to connect on various platforms. Next, we have the services section. This section highlights the designer's expertise with a clear and structured layout. The services are categorized into 3 groups, covering everything. Icons complement each category, making the section visually appealing while effectively communicating the designer's specialties. Like the About section, this section slides up with a fade effect once you scroll. The portfolio section is the centerpiece of the website, showcasing the designer's work with large, impactful images. Each project is paired with a brief description and a link to explore further details. The alternating left-right layout creates visual interest, while the use of high-quality images reflects professionalism and attention to detail. This section effectively communicates the designer's style and capabilities. The Achievement section is a simple yet powerful way to build credibility. It includes fun facts like the number of clients, completed projects, and even cups of coffee consumed during the creative process. These statistics are animated to count up dynamically, adding an interactive element that draws the visitor's attention. Next, we have a footer. It ties the website together with links to social media platforms, contact information, and a copyright notice. The minimalistic design ensures that the focus remains on functionality without overwhelming visitors with unnecessary elements. The navbar at the top of the page provides smooth navigation. It includes the designer's profile image and name for a personal touch alongside the menu icon. Once we click it, the navigation appears with links to all major sections like Home, About, Services, and so on. The final project is the Coffee House website, a visually stunning and functional design perfect for showcasing a premium coffee business. Starting with the navigation, the website features a sleek and intuitive navbar that includes a beautifully designed logo with a coffee cup icon. The navigation links are clear and concise, directing users to key sections like Home, Menu, Blog, and so on. A cart icon with a built-in counter enhances the functionality for online ordering. The sticky behavior of the navbar ensures that it remains accessible as users scroll through the site, offering a seamless browsing experience. The Hero section captures attention with a bold and inviting tagline. A sophisticated image carousel powered by Swiper.js transitions through high-quality visuals, immersing users in the warm and cozy vibe of the coffee house. The banner includes buttons inviting users to interact immediately. Below this, the landing section highlights essential content details, ensuring that users have all the necessary information at their fingertips. In the About section, the coffee house's unique selling points are presented in a clean and visually appealing way. 3 core aspects are highlighted. Next, we have the menu section. It takes users deeper into the offerings, beginning with a headline that invites them to discover the menu. On the left, a short description teases the variety and quality of the available options, while the right side displays a visually engaging image gallery. In the achievement section, animated counters bring the coffee house's milestones to life. Users can see the number of branches, awards, happy customers, and staff members, paired with elegant icons and smooth animations, adding a layer of dynamism to the browsing experience. The testimonial section showcases glowing feedback from satisfied customers. Each testimonial includes a brief review, a customer photo, and their name, enhancing authenticity and building trust. The contact section simplifies table bookings with a well-designed form. Users can easily input their first and last names, email address, phone number, and a message. A stylish appointment button completes the form, making it easy for visitors to connect with the coffee house. Finally, the footer concludes the website with a clean and professional design. It includes copyright information and credit to Code and Create, wrapping up the user journey on a polished note. All 5 websites in this tutorial are fully responsive, ensuring they look great and function perfectly on any device, from desktops to smartphones. Throughout the tutorial, you will gain valuable insights into responsive web design techniques, learning how to create layouts that adapt seamlessly to different screen sizes. Whether it is fluid grids, flexible images, or media queries, we will cover all the essential responsive web design concepts to help you build modern, user-friendly websites. These projects have been built using a desktop-first approach optimized for extra-large screens with a resolution of 1920 pixels by 1080 pixels. If you're working on a smaller screen during this video, the projects might not display as intended until we make them fully responsive. To view the design correctly, you can use the responsive mode in your browser's developer tools. Set the width to 1920 pixels and the height to 1080 pixels to see the project in its original form. This step ensures you get the intended experience while following along. Each project in this tutorial is broken down into mini lectures to make the learning process smoother. In the video description, you will find timestamps for the 5 websites, and in the comment section, I will pin extended timestamps for the mini lectures as well. This way, you can easily find and jump to any specific part of the tutorial. Alright, now let's kick things off with our first project and dive straight into building it. So I have created a new folder on the desktop called Responsive Website, in which I have a folder for the images. This folder includes all the images that we need for our project. So I'm going to open this folder in VS Code. And the first thing that we have to do is to create our working folders. We need 3 different, actually not folders, but files. We need 3 files. The first one is going to be index.html. Then we will have style.css. And finally, I'm going to create script.js. Now I'm going to open index.html file, and we have to create the basic HTML structure. So for that, I'm going to use emmet. We need to place here an exclamation mark and that hit tab or enter. So here we go. We have here the basic HTML document. The basic HTML elements. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to change the title. Let's insert here responsive website. And then we have to link the CSS and JavaScript files. So I'm going to open link tag, and we have to specify here the path of the file. In this case, we have to specify here the name of the file because we don't have here any other folders. So we need here style.css. And then I'm going to link the JavaScript file. We have to open script tag. And then in the source attribute, I'm going to specify the file, the name of the JavaScript file. So we need here script.js. Okay, so once the CSS and JavaScript files are connected, now I'm going to open the project in the browser. For that, I'm going to use one of the packages called live server. You can either click here, go live, or you can press the right button on mouse and then select open with live server. So now as you can see, the project is live in the browser. I'm going to place the browser and the editor side by side, like so, in order to make our working process more convenient. So if you don't have a live server, you can search for the packages here, and you can install this package here. Alright, so besides those links, we need to bring in a couple of different links as well, because throughout the project we're going to use some different fonts and icons. So I'm going to bring in a link for the Google fonts. We're going to use a couple of different Google fonts. So let's go ahead and search for Google fonts. I'm going to visit this link here. So the first font that we need is called something like Caution or Caution. I don't know how to pronounce this word. So the font is called Caution Script. Here it is. Let's click Get Fonts. Then go back and search for font called Muli. Let's click again Get Fonts. And the third font that we need is called Permanent Marker. We need here Permanent Marker. Here it is. Click Get Font. Then we need Get Embed Code. And I'm going to copy those links from here. Let's paste it in the head element. And besides that, I'm going to search for font awesome CSS. We need to grab this link from here. So let's click this icon, copy URL. Then we need to open link tag in the head element. And I'm going to paste here the copied CDN. Now we have to start to create the HTML markup for our first section of the project. If we take a look at the finished project, you will see here the website header. So in this lecture, I'm going to create the HTML markup for the website header. It consists of different elements. We have here logo and also the banner with some textual elements. So in this lecture, as I said, I'm going to create the HTML markup. Let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to insert here comments for the container. I'm going to open div tag with a class name container. And inside the container, I'm going to create the header. But before that, I'm going to insert comments for the header. Let's open HTML5 header tag. So the first element that I'm going to create inside the header is going to be logo. So I'm going to insert here comments for logo. Then open link tag. I'm going to insert here index.html because once we click the logo, we have to navigate to the home page. So that's why I inserted here index.html. Then I'm going to add here class name and it's going to be logo. So inside the link elements, I'm going to insert span with the text reader. Okay, so here we have the link element with the text reader. That's it about the logo. Next, I'm going to create the banner. So let's open comment for banner. We need to open div tag with the class name banner. And inside the banner, I'm going to create 3 different heading elements. The first one will be h3 heading with the text reading. Then I'm going to open h1 heading element in which we'll have span. I'm going to insert here letter O. And then I'm going to insert here n line. So we have here online, but the O is placed inside the span element because we need some different styles for the first letter of this word. And finally, I'm going to insert here h4 heading element with the text free, e, book, library. Okay, so I think that's it. So let's go back to the VS Code and open style.css file. I'm going to move this file and place it on the right side. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create some default styles. I'm going to insert here new comments for default styles. And then I'm going to select every element. And for that, we have to use an asterisk. Let's set default margin and padding, both of them to 0. We need margin to be 0 and also padding to be 0. Next, we have to set box sizing to border box. So this is a CSS property that affects how the size of an element is calculated. By default, when you set the width or height of an element in CSS, it applies to the content area of the element. However, with box sizing, border box, the width and height you set include the padding and also the border of the element rather than just the content. So that's why we use box sizing, border box as the default style. Next, I'm going to use text decoration with the value none. We don't need any text decoration for the link elements. Also, I'm going to set outline to none. And finally, let's set font family to every element to font called Muli cursive. Okay, let's check the browser. So, as you can see, all the default styles are applied to the elements. We don't have here any margins, and also the font is changed for every element. Next, I'm going to change the font size of the HTML element. Right now, the font of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. And throughout this project, I'm going to use rem as the measurement unit. By default, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels because, as I said, the font size of the HTML element is equal to 16 pixels. I want to convert 1 rem and make it equal to 10 pixels. And for that, we have to decrease the font size of the HTML element. Let's select HTML and set its font size to 62.5%. So right now, 1 rem is equal to 10 pixels. If we check the browser, you will find that all the elements became smaller. Okay, so I think that's it about the default styles for now. Next, I'm going to customize the container. So I'm going to insert here new comment for the container. Then I'm going to select container. And first of all, I'm going to define width and height. Let's set width to 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100 viewport height. It means that container will take up 100% of the viewport as the height. So next, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here color 212121. So as you can see, we have here container with dark background color. Next, I'm going to take care of the header. So let's insert here new comments for the header. Then select header element. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then I'm going to set height of the header 100 viewport height. And I'm going to change the height of the container. Let's make it 100%. So as you can see, nothing is changed here. Next, I'm going to select logo. Let's insert here comments for logo. And select link element with the class name logo. I'm going to define the position for the logo. As you remember, it is placed at the top left side of the header. So I'm going to define the position of the logo. First of all, we need here position absolute. Then in order to place the element according to the header, we need position relative for the header. And now we can define top and left properties. So the top position is going to be 3 rem. As for the left position, I'm going to set it to 25 rem. So as you can see, the logo is positioned correctly. Next, I'm going to customize this element. So I'm going to select span element. As you remember, we have span inside the link element. So let's go ahead and select logo followed by the span element. Let's change the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called permanent marker cursive. Then increase font size. It's going to be 7 rem. Also, I'm going to make the font italic. Let's use font style and make it italic. And also change the color. The color will be 32B0CE. It is kind of blue color. So here we have the logo. It looks pretty nice. The last thing that I'm going to do regarding this element is to add a little shadow effect. So I'm going to use text shadow with the values 0.5 rem, 1 rem, and then the color of the shadow is going to be black. We need here 0, 0, 0, And also I'm going to set opacity of the black color to 0.2. So now the logo has shadow effect, and I think it looks much better. Okay, so that's it about the logo. Next we have to take care of the banner. We have to style the elements to make look like so. So I'm going to insert here new comments for the banner. Then I'm going to select div element, which has class name banner. I mean this div element here. So first of all, let's define the position. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then I'm going to define a right position. It's going to be 20 rem. And also we need bottom position. I'm going to set it to 30 rem. So as you can see, the banner is positioned and it is placed on the right side. I'm going to place the text elements in the center using text align center. So as you can see, the text elements are placed in the center. Now I'm going to customize the H1 heading element. I mean this element here. So let's go ahead and select banner H1. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 15 rem. Then I'm going to create some space between the letters. So let's go ahead and use letter spacing with the value 1 rem. Let's check the browser. So here we have the H1 heading element. So as you remember from the finished version, we're going to add a background image to the heading. So let's go ahead and do that. For that, I'm going to use a couple of different background properties. The first one is going to be background image, and we're going to define the URL of the image. So as you know, we have folder called images, and then we have to select text bg1, the first image from here. Next we need another background property, and it's called background size. I'm going to set it to cover. So as you can see, we have here a background image, but that's not what we need here. We need to add the image as the background for the text and not the entire heading. So in order to do that, we need to use property called background clip with the value text. Besides that, we need the same property with WebKit. Otherwise, it won't be applied. And finally, we need to make color transparent. So now it should work. As you can see, we have here image as the background of the text. Okay, I'm going to add shadow effect to the text. So let's grab the text shadow from here. And now we have to take care of the first letter. As you remember, we have wrapped the first letter with span element. So I'm going to select banner H1 followed by the span element. And I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 25 rem. Okay, let's check the browser. So as you can see, the font size of the first letter is bigger, but that's not what we need. Let's check the finished version. So we have here different results. So I think we need here the capital letter and not the small one. So let's use here capital O and then check the result. Okay, so now it looks like as the finished version. Alright, so that's it about the H1 heading element. Let's move on and take care of the rest of the headings. I'm going to customize the H3 heading element. So let's select banner followed by the h3 heading element. I'm going to change the font family. In this case, let's use font called Caution Script Cursive. Then increase the font size. It's going to be 7 rem. We need to change the font weight. Let's set it to 300. So here we have the h3 heading elements. I'm going to change the color of the text, and also I'm going to move it down close to the h1 heading elements. So let's set color to white, and then in order to move the element down, I'm going to use transform with translate function. I'm going to set translate x to 3 rem. As for the translate y, we need to set it to 11 rem. So we're moving the element horizontally by 3 rem. As for the vertical direction, we move the element by 11 rem. So as you can see, it is placed correctly. And the last thing that we have to do in this lecture is to customize the last heading, I mean the h4 heading element. So let's go ahead and select banner followed by the h4 heading element. I'm going to set the font size to 1.8 rem. Then the font weight will be 300. Also, I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Then I'm going to increase the space between the letters. Let's set letter spacing to 0.7 rem. And finally, change the color of the heading. Let's use here blue color. I mean this color here. Okay, so that's it. The website header is customized, and I think it looks pretty nice. Okay, so let's go back to the VS Code, and in the HTML file, right after the container, I'm going to insert new comments for the navigation. And then inside the comments, I'm going to open div tag, which will be menu icon. So the menu icon will consist of 3 different lines. Therefore, I'm going to insert here 3 div tags. So we need class names, line, and line 1. The first class will be used for common styling. As for the second class, we will use it for individual styling. So as I said, we need 3 lines. Therefore, I'm going to duplicate this line of code and then change the class names. We need line 2 and line 3. Alright, after that, I'm going to create the navigation items. First of all, I'm going to add here comments for the menu icon. Then we need here end of menu icon. So then I'm going to insert here again new comments for navigation items. Let's open HTML5 nav tag with the class name navigation. Then I'm going to insert div tag with the class name nav left. So this element will include the image which is placed on the left side of the navigation. I mean this image here, which has nice and cool hover effect. So let's go ahead and insert here image tag, and I'm going to select image from the images folder. So in this case we need navbook.jpg. So that's it about the left side. Let's go ahead and create the right side. We need here nav right, inside the nav right div element, I'm going to insert another div, which is going to be nav items. And then we will have 5 different navigation items. We need to open link tag. And I'm going to insert here home. The first link element will be different from the rest of the link elements. Let's open a element. Then inside the link element, I'm going to insert span with number 01. And then we need about. Let's duplicate this line of code 4 times. Actually 3 times, because overall we need 4 items with span elements. So the second link element will be books. And then we'll have third item, and it's going to be testimonials. And finally, we need contact. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup. I think everything is created. Let's check the browser. So we have here the image and the navigation items. In this lecture, I'm going to customize the menu icon. We will style it, we will create those lines, and also we'll create this nice and cool hover effect. Okay, so let's go back to the VS Code and find the container. Right after the container, I'm going to insert new comments for the navigation. And of navigation. Then we need comments for menu icon. So before we start to style the menu icon, first of all, I'm going to hide for a while the image and the navigation items. So I'm going to insert here new comments for the navigation items. We need here end of navigation items. Let's select nav elements with the class name navigation and assign to it display none. Okay, so the image and the navigation items are hidden. Now we can start to style the menu icon. I'm going to select menu icon. Then let's define width and height. I'm going to set width to 4 rem. As for the height, it's going to be 2 rem. And in order to make the element visible, I'm going to add here just temporary background color. Let's make it, I don't know, let's say red. So here we have the menu icon. Next, we have to take care of its position. We have to place it on the right side, at the top right corner of the page. So I'm going to set position to fixed. Then the top position is going to be 7 rem. As for the right position, I'm going to set it to 15 rem. So as you can see, the menu icon is positioned nicely. Next, I'm going to get rid of this temporary background color from here. Then I'm going to select the line. We are selecting lines with common class name line. So let's define height. It's going to be 0.2 rem. And then change the background color. I'm going to use here this blue color. So here we have the lines. As you know from the finished version, the first and the third lines have width 100%. As for the second line, it is kind of smaller relative to the rest of the lines. So I'm going to select line 1 and line 3 and define their width as 100%. As for the line 2, I'm going to set its width to 70%. So as you can see, actually this is the finished version. So as you can see, the second line became smaller. Let's separate lines from each other. For that, I'm going to use flexbox. So I'm going to add here display flex. Then we have to change the direction because lines should be aligned vertically. So flex direction is going to be column. Then we need to separate flex items, and for that let's use justify content space between. Okay, so as you can see, the lines are separated, and actually with the styling of the menu icon we are almost done. I'm going to add cursor pointer. So as you can see, the cursor pointer is not applied to the menu icon. We need to fix that problem using the index property. Let's set the index to the maximum value, which is 1000. So now the problem is fixed. Okay, so with the styling we are done. Next we have to create the hover effect. On hover we have to make the first and third lines smaller. As for the second line, we have to move it to the right side. So I'm going to select menu icon with hover, then followed by line 1. We need the same thing for the line 3 as well. So on hover, we have to decrease the width of the lines. Let's make it 70%. As for the line 2, let's copy this code. Change the class name, we need line 2. So in case of the line 2, we need to use margin left, and the value is going to be 30%. We need to move the line to the right side. So if we check the results, as you see, everything works fine. The only thing that we need here is to use transition in order to make the effect smoother. So I'm going to add here transition with the value all, and the duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. Okay, so as you can see, we have here nice and cool hover effect. Okay, so let's go to the VS Code. Right now, the navigation is hidden, so I'm going to get rid of display none from here. Let's set width and height of the navigation. I'm going to set width to 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100. Viewport height, I mean 100% of the viewport, and also I'm going to change the background color. In this case, I'm going to use color 191919. It is a dark gray color. So here we have the navigation. Actually, I'm going to cover the header with navigation. For that, we have to use the index property with some higher value than 0. I'm going to set it to 100. So right now it is not covered because we have to define the position for the element. So in this case, I'm going to set position to fixed. And also I'm going to define top and left properties. Both of them should be 0. Okay, so now the header is covered and we see here just the navigation. Next thing that I'm going to do is to use flexbox in order to align flex items horizontally. So we need display flex. And after that, I'm going to take care of the left and right sides of the navigation. As you remember, we have two parts, the left part and the right part. So I'm going to start with the left part. Let's select nav left. And I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 50%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100%. So right now nothing is changed here. we need to take care of the image. It should take up width and height of the parent element, which is nav left. So we need to select nav left followed by the image, and we need here width 100% and also height 100%. Then we should fit the image. For that, I'm going to use object fit cover. Okay, so now, as you can see, the image takes up the half of the navigation. Next, I'm going to create the hover effect. I mean this hover effect here. By default, we should make the image black and white, and then once we hover over the image, it should get back its original color. So in order to make the image black and white, I'm going to use filter with grayscale function, and I'm going to set it to 100%. So now, as you can see, the image became black and white. Besides that, I'm going to decrease the opacity. Let's make it 0.5. Okay, so now we need to create the hover effect. I'm going to select nav left with hover, and then we should select image. So in order to get back the original color, we should use again filter, grayscale, and we should make it 0. Also, we need to increase the opacity. Let's make it 1 and use transition for a smoother effect. We need here all, and as a duration, I'm going to use 1 second. So now once I hover over the image, then we'll get this nice and cool hover effect. Actually, I'm going to make the pointer, the cursor pointer. So let's add here cursor pointer. Alright, so that's it about the image. Let's go ahead and take care of the right side of the navigation. I'm going to select nav right, and I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 50%, like the left side, and the height will be 100%. Next, I'm going to change the background color of the right side. I'm going to make it 171717. And then we have to take care of the navigation items. I'm going to place them in the center of the right side. So let's use flexbox. We need display flex. And in order to place the content in the center, we have to use justify content center and also align items. Oops. Center. Alright, so now let's go ahead and take care of the navigation items themselves. So I'm going to select nav items, which is the parent element, I mean the wrapper of the items. So we need to place the items vertically in a column. I'm going to use flexbox. We need display flex, and then we need to change the direction of the flexbox. It's going to be column. So now they are placed vertically in a column. And now I'm going to customize the link elements. So let's go ahead and select nav items followed by the link elements. So the font size is going to be 1.8 rem. Then we need margin to create some space between the flex items. So the margin will be 2 rem at the top and bottom, and then 0 on the left and right sides. Also, I'm going to transform text to uppercase. We need here text transform, uppercase. And then I'm going to change the color. Let's make it white. Alright. So now our link elements look much better. Next, I'm going to create the hover effect. On hover, I want to change the color of the link elements. So let's go ahead and select nav items A with hover. and change the color. Make it, we need color. Let's use here this blue color. And also I'm going to use transition for a smoother effect. Let's set transition to color, and then the duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. Okay, so once we hover over the link items, as you can see, they change their color. Alright, now let's take care of those numbers here. As you remember, we created span elements inside the links. So I'm going to customize those span elements. Let's go ahead and select nav items, followed by the A element, and then we need span. Actually, when we selected the Google fonts, I forgot to select one additional font. So let's go back to the Google Fonts website and search for a font called Cinzel. Let's select the first one. Then we need to click Get Font. Then Get Embed Code and copy this code from here. Let's paste it here. I mean, we need to replace those links. And now we can use the newly added fonts. So I'm going to change the font family. Let's use Cinzel sans serif. Then I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 3 rand. Also, I'm going to make the font bolder using font weight. Let's make it 900. Then I'm going to create some space at the, on the right side. So we need margin right. Let's set it to 1 rand. And finally, let's increase some space between the letters. Make it 0.2 rand. Okay, so now as you can see, the numbers on the left side of the link elements look pretty nice and cool. Next, I'm going to create the lines under the numbers. If we take a look at the finished project and hover over the link items, you will see that we have here nice and cool effect. Under the numbers, the line appearing. So I'm going to create those lines using before pseudo element. Let's go ahead and select nav items, a span, and then we need before pseudo element. So first of all, we need to define content, which is going to be empty. Then we need width and height. The width is going to be 100%. Then I'm going to set height to 0.5 rand. Also change the background color. The color will be the same. This blue color here. Then we need to take care of the position of the element. So let's set position to absolute. I'm going to position element according to the parent element, which is the span. So we need here position relative. Now if we take a look at the project, you will see that the lines are displaying, but we have to adjust the position. They should be placed down below. So let's set bottom position to 0, and also I'm going to set left position to 0 as well. Okay, so that's it about the lines. Now we should hide them and display them back once we hover over the link items. So I'm going to set width to 0. Then I'm going to select before pseudo elements with hover. We need to add here hover, and we should make width 100%. And also I'm going to use transition. Let's insert here width with the duration 0.3 seconds. So now once we hover over the link items, then those lines will be displayed nicely. The only thing that we have to do is to take care of the first link item. As you can see, we have here the line. So I'm going to create this line using, again, before pseudo element. Let's select the first link element. For that, we need nav items, A, followed by the first child selector. It is a pseudo element. Actually, it is a pseudo class, not the pseudo element. So first of all, I'm going to create some space using padding left. Let's set it to 6 RAM. Then I'm going to grab this selector and I'm going to add here before pseudo element. Actually, let's grab this code from here and make some changes. The content should be empty. Then the width is going to be 4.8 RAM. The height will be 0.2 RAM. Then I'm going to make the background color white. We need position absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element. Oops. We need here relative. Besides that, I'm going to set top position to 50%. We need to place it in the center vertically. Then left position will be 0, and also we need to use transform, translate y with minus 50% because we need to center the element perfectly. So right now it's not visible. Let's check the code. So actually we need here RAM. Let's go back to the browser, and as you can see, now the before pseudo element, I mean the line is visible. The only thing that we have to do is to change the color once we hover over the first link element. So I'm going to select this selector here. Then I'm going to add hover after first child. And we need to change the background color. Let's use here this color and then use transition all 0.3 seconds. Okay, so now everything looks nice. The navigation is customized, and now we have to make it work. Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is to hide the navigation by default. For that, we have to find navigation and add to it opacity 0 and visibility hidden. So as you can see, now the navigation is hidden. The next thing that I'm going to do is to open script.js file and write some JavaScript code. So we're going to select two elements. The first one will be menu icon. As for the second one, we should select the container, I mean the wrapper of the content, I mean this element here. So let's go ahead and create new variable. I'm going to call it menu icon. And I'm going to select this element using query selector method. We have to specify the class name of the menu icon. Let's duplicate this line of code, change the name of the variable, it's going to be container, and also we have to change the class name. Let's insert here container. Okay, so after that I'm going to add an event listener to the menu icon with a click event, because we should display the navigation once we click the menu icon. So I'm going to add an event listener to the menu icon. We have to specify here the click event. We have to specify here the click event, and also we have to pass the callback function. It's going to be an arrow function. So this line adds an event listener to the menu icon element. It listens for a click event, and when the click event occurs, it executes the arrow function. Now, I'm going to add a new class to the container with a toggle method, and then we will use this class name in the CSS file. So I'm going to insert here container, class list, then we need toggle method, and I'm going to insert here new class name. Let's call it navigate. So inside the arrow function, this line toggles the CSS class navigates on the container element. If the navigate class is not present, it adds it, and if the navigate class is already present, then it removes it. So that's the way how the toggle method works. Now we have to go to the CSS file and select navigation with this newly created class navigate. And we have to display the navigation back. So I'm going to grab those two lines and place them here. We need opacity to be equal to 1. As for the visibility, it should be visible. Okay, so now if I click the menu icon, then the navigation will display. And if I click back the menu icon, it will hide. Okay, so everything works fine for now. Now I'm going to add little smooth effect to the navigation. Let's add here transition with all and with the duration 0.2 seconds. So now the navigation is displaying and hiding with some smooth effect. Alright, now we have to take care of the left and right sides. We need to hide the left side. So I'm going to find nav left and add to it opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Then I'm going to select nav left with the class navigate. Then let's grab those two lines, change the values. We need opacity 1 and visibility visible. So I'm going to add transition here. We need all. Then the duration of the transition is going to be 1 second. But besides that, I'm going to add here little delay time. Let's set it to 0.7 seconds and check the results. So if we display the navigation, then the image on the left side will appear with a little delay. We need the same transition by default, so I'm going to grab this line of code. Let's add it here and get rid of delay time. Okay, so everything works fine. Next, we have to take care of the right side. Let's take a look at the finished project. So as you see, the right side, I mean this part, is coming from the left side. So let's go ahead and take care of that. I'm going to find nav right. Then I'm going to move it to the left side using transform, translate x, and as the value I'm going to pass here minus 200%. And besides that, I'm going to increase the width of the nav right elements. By default, it should be 100%. It will make our effect nicer. Now we need to use class navigate with nav right. So once we click the menu icon, then we should move the element to the right side. So we need here transform, translate x, and the value will become 0. Also, I'm going to make the width of the elements 50%. And then we need transition all 1 second. Okay, let's go ahead and check the results. So, as you can see, everything works perfectly. Now we have to take care of the navigation items. So, by default, I'm going to hide them. So let's add here opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Then we need to use again class navigate. Let's select nav items A and grab those 2 lines. We need to make the link elements visible, so we need opacity 1 and visibility visible. But in case of transition, we need different delay times for the link items, like we have it in the finished project. As you can see, they appear with some intervals. So therefore, we need different delay time for each navigation item. I'm going to select nav items with class navigate. So we need to select the first nav item. Therefore, I'm going to use nth child selector. We need first nav item, and we have to use transition with opacity 0.5 second. It's going to be the duration, and also we need the delay time 1 second. Besides that, we have to add here color, because as you know, by default nav items have transition with color. So I'm going to add color here, and I'm going to get rid of this line of code from here. So the duration for color will be 0.3 seconds. So now I'm going to duplicate this code 4 times. Then I'm going to change the nth child selectors. We need here the second item, and the delay time is going to be 1.2 seconds. Then we need third item with the delay time 1.4 seconds. Then we will have here fourth item 1.6 seconds, and finally fifth item 1.8 seconds. Okay, let's go ahead and check the results. Open navigation, and so as you can see, everything works perfectly. Alright, so the only thing that we have to do is to take care of the menu icon. We have to transform those lines into an arrow, like we have it in the finished project. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to find the lines. Then I'm going to select line 1 with class navigate. So in case of line 1, we have to decrease the width and make it 50%. And also we have to move and rotate the line 1. So we need transform, then translate function. The value of translate x is going to be 103%. And also we need to move the elements according to the y-axis with 0.5 rem. Besides that, we have to rotate the element according to the z-axis, and the value is going to be 25 degrees. Okay, let's check the results. So as you can see, the first line is rotating, and also it changed its position. Let's do the same for line 3. I'm going to duplicate this code. We need here line 3. We need to add here minus sign, and also we need to add the minus sign here as well. So as you can see, the first and third lines move perfectly. Now we have to increase the width of the second line. So I'm going to select second line with class navigate and set width to 100%. So if I click the menu icon, then we will get here an arrow. We have here one tiny problem. Once the icon is transformed into an arrow and then we hover over the icon, the lines will have still the hover effect, and we don't need that. So in order to fix that problem, I'm going to use class navigate. Then I'm going to use hover with menu icon followed by the line 1. And we need the same thing for line 3. So on hover, I'm going to set width to 50%. As for the line 2, let's duplicate this code. Get rid of this line of code and change the class name. We need line 2. In case of line 2, we need here margin left to be 0. So as you can see, we no longer have here the hover effect. And now we have to move on and start to create the next section of our landing page. So let's go ahead and right after header, insert new comments for the About Us section. I'm going to call it About. Then let's go ahead and open section tag with the class name About. Next, I'm going to insert here div element, which is going to be about content. So as I said, we will have two parts, left side and right side. So I'm going to open div tag with the class name about content left. Let's create the right side. So I'm going to change the class name. We need here right. So inside the left side, we will have the number of the section and also the button. So I'm going to open div tag with the class name section num, in which I'm going to insert span element with the number 0, 1. And then I'm going to open button tag with the class name main btn. Let's insert here link elements. Right now I'm going to place here hash sign. As for the text, I'm going to insert here explore. So that's it about the left side. Let's move on and take care of the right side. So inside the right side, I'm going to insert a couple of different elements. I'm going to insert here h4 heading with the class name section heading sm. It means small. Let's insert here about us. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code. We need h1 heading elements. And then the class name will be section heading LG, large. As for the text, I'm going to insert here who are we. Then we will have section border. I mean this element here. After that, I'm going to create paragraph with some dummy text. We need here lorem 30. And then I'm going to create another paragraph with the dummy text. In this case, I'm going to insert here lorem 40. Okay, so I think that's it. Everything is created. Let's check the browser. So here we have all the elements. And now, as I said, we have to move on and style those elements. So let's go back to the VS Code, and in the CSS file, right after the header, I'm going to insert new comments for about. Then I'm going to select the section element with the class name about. And the first thing that I'm going to do is to define the width. It's going to be 100%. Also, I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 202020. Then I'm going to set padding to 10 rem at the top side, then 0 on the right side, 15 rem at the bottom side, and 0 on the left side. So as you can see, the space is created inside the section using padding. Next, I'm going to place the content in the center using flexbox. So we need display flex. Then I'm going to set justify content to center, and also we need align items center. So the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to take care of the about contents. I mean this element here. So let's go ahead and select about contents. I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 100% as well. And also I'm going to place the left and right sides side by side horizontally. For that, I'm going to use flexbox. We need display flex. Okay, so as you can see, the left and right sides are placed horizontally side by side. Next, I'm going to take care of the left side. So let's go ahead and select about content left. So each side, I mean left and right sides, will take up 50% of width of the section. So I'm going to set width to 50%. Then I'm going to place the text on the right side. So let's go ahead and set text align to right. And also I'm going to create padding on the right side using padding right. And the value is going to be 6 rem. Okay, so that's it about the wrapper development. I mean about content left. Next, I'm going to take care of the number of the section. So let's go ahead and select section num followed by the span element. First of all, I'm going to change the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called Sans serif. Then I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 25 rem. Also, I'm going to make the font bolder using font weight. The value is going to be 900. And now I'm going to set image as the background of the text, like we have it in the finished version. So I'm going to use the same technique that we used in case of the heading in the website header. So we need here the following properties. The first one is going to be background image, and we have to define the URL of the image. We have a folder called images, and I'm going to select text bg2. Then we need to use background size. It's going to be cover. Also, we need background clip. The value will be text. Then we need the same property with WebKit. And finally, I'm going to set color to transparent. Okay, so as you can see, we have here image as the background of the section number. The last thing that we have to do regarding this element is to create a little shadow effect. I'm going to use text shadow with the values 0.5 rem, 1 rem, and the color is going to be RGBA, black color with the opacity 0.2. Okay, so that's it about the section number. I think it looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the button. So I'm going to select main btn. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 28 rem. Then the height is going to be 6 rem. Also, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here blue color. Then I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none. Also, I'm going to make the button rounded. For that, we need border radius with the value of 3 rem. And also, I'm going to set cursor to point. Okay, so that's it about the button element. Next, we have to take care of the link, which is placed inside the button. So let's go ahead and select main btn, followed by the A elements. I'm going to set width and height to 100%, so that the link element will take up the entire width and height of the button. Let's set width to 100%. Next, I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 1.4 rem. Also, I'm going to make the font bold. We need to transform text to uppercase. Also, let's create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.3 rem. And finally, I'm going to make the text white. Okay, so the button looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to create the click effect. For that, we need to use pseudo class called active. And we have to use transform, translate y. The value is going to be 0.2 rem. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool click effect. All right, so let's place this code up after main btn. Now I'm going to create the hover effect. I mean this nice and cool hover effect. For that, we will need the before pseudo element. So let's go ahead and select main btn followed by the before pseudo element. First of all, we need to define content. It's going to be empty. Then I'm going to set width and height, both of them, to 100%. Then we need to change the background. So I'm going to use linear gradient. I'm going to change the direction of color transition. It's going to be to right. Then the first color will be transparent. Then we will have white color. And then I'm going to insert here third color, which is going to be transparent. Right now the element is not visible because we have to define the position. It's going to be absolute. And also we need position relative for the main btn because it is a parent element and we're going to position before pseudo element according to the parent element. So I'm going to add here position, not absolute but relative. So now the element should be visible. So here we have the before pseudo element. Let's go ahead and change the position. I'm going to set the position to 0. As for the left position, it's going to be minus 100%. And besides that, I'm going to skew the elements. So we need to transform skew x function. We need to skew the element along the x-axis. So let's set the value to minus 30 degrees. Okay, so here we have the before pseudo element. Once we hover over the button, then we should move the element to the right side. So I'm going to select main btn followed by the hover pseudo class, and then we need before pseudo element. I'm going to move the element to the right side, so I'm going to set left position to 100%. Now if I hover over the button, then the before pseudo element will move to the right side. Actually, we need to make the effect smoother, so we need transition. I'm going to add transition to the before pseudo element. We need here left 0.3 seconds. So as you can see, now the effect became smoother, and the only thing that we have to do is to hide the before pseudo element. For that, I'm going to use overflow hidden. Okay, so that's it about the button we have here, nice and cool hover effect. Next, I'm going to take care of the right side. So let's go ahead and select about content right. I'm going to define width, it's going to be 50%. Then we need padding. I'm going to set padding to 8 rem at the top side, then 0 on the right side, 0 at the bottom side, and 6 rem on the right side. After that, I'm going to customize the headings. Let's go ahead and start with the small one. So I'm going to select section heading SM. Let's set font size to 1.2 rem. Then we need font weight. It's going to be 300. Also, I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Then we need letter spacing to create some space between the letters. It's going to be 0.5 rem. And finally, I'm going to change the color of the heading. Let's use blue color. Okay, so the first heading, the small one, looks nice. Next, we have to take care of the second heading. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change the class name. We need here LG. Then the font size will be 3 rem. Then we need font weight 300. Also, I'm going to leave here text transform uppercase. Then the letter spacing is going to be 0.3 rem. As for the color, I'm going to make it white. And I'm going to add here margin 3 rem at the top and bottom sides and 0 on the left and right sides. Okay, so the second heading looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the section border. This element here. So let's go ahead and select section border. I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 50 rem. Then the height will be 0.1 rem. Let's change the background color. I'm going to use gray color 333. And finally, we need margin at the bottom side. Let's set it to 3 rem. Okay, so here we have the border. If we take a look at the finished project, you will see these blue elements at the beginning of the section border. I'm going to create this element using after pseudo element. So let's go ahead and select section border. And actually we need here after pseudo element. I'm going to define the content. It's going to be empty. Then I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 7 rem. Then we need height. It's going to be 0.7 rem. Also change the background color. Let's use here blue color. Then we need to define the position of the elements. So let's set position to absolute. And as you already guessed, we need position relative for the parent element because we are going to position after pseudo element according to the section border, which is a parent element. So we need here top and left properties, both of them to be 0. Oops. Okay, so that's it. We have here section border with this nice addition. The only thing that we have to do is to customize the paragraphs. We have 2 paragraphs. So I'm going to select about P. Let's set width to 50 RAM. Then I'm going to define the font size. It's going to be 1.4 RAM. Also, let's change the color. Make it white. Then I'm going to change the line height. We need some space between the lines. So let's go ahead and select line height. The value is going to be 3.5 RAM. And also we need some space between the 2 paragraphs. So let's set margin bottom to 4 RAM. Okay, so that's it. The About Us section looks pretty nice. And now, as I said, we're going to create the next section of our landing page. Let's insert here new comments for books. Then I'm going to open section element with the class name books, in which I'm going to insert div element with the class name books content. This element will include the entire content of the book section. So inside the books content element, we will have 3 different parts. We'll have books top, which will include the header of the section. Then we'll have the list of the books. And after that, we'll create the button. So the first element that I'm going to create is going to be books top. It will include the books header. And I'm going to grab the header from the previous section. I mean, we need those 2 heading elements and also the section border. So let's grab those 3 elements and paste them here. I'm going to change the content. So we need here books. Then the H1 heading element will be our bestsellers. We need here bestsellers. Next, I'm going to grab the section number from the previous section. So let's grab this element and paste it right after the header. We need to change the span element. It's going to be 0.2. So as you can see, the header, I mean those headings and section border and also the section number are already styled because we created styles for the elements in the previous section. We just need to align them correctly in this section. Next, I'm going to insert here books list, in which I'm going to open div tag with the class name book. So each book will include the image, I mean the cover image, and 3 span elements for the name of the book. Also, we will have here this border, and down below you can see the author of the book. So as I said, we need 3 different elements. The first one is going to be image. I'm going to select image from the images folder, and the first image is going to be book 1. Then I'm going to insert here span element with the class name book name, and I'm going to insert here the name of the first book. It's going to be The Adventure of Tom Sawyer. Then we will have here another span element with the class name book line. And finally, we need third span element with the class name book author. And the author of this book is Mark Twain. So I'm going to insert here by Mark Twain. Okay, so in this section we'll have 3 different books. Therefore, I'm going to duplicate this code twice and change the details. We need here book 2. It's going to be, let's insert here idiot, and the author is Fyodor Dostoevsky. Then we have here book number 3. The name of the book is The Count of Monte Cristo, and the author of the book is Alexander Dumas. Okay, so that's it about the books. Next, we have to create the button. Actually, I'm going to grab the button from the previous section. Let's grab this code, paste it here. I'm going to change the text of the link elements. It's going to be view all. Okay, so I think that's it about the HTML markup of the book section. So we need to align those elements correctly, and also we have to style the remaining elements. Let's go to the VS Code and right after about section, insert new comments for book section. Then I'm going to select section element with the class name books. Let's define the width. It's going to be 100%. Then I'm going to place the content in the center using flexbox. We need display flex. Then justify content center and align items center. And also I'm going to create some space inside the section using padding. It's going to be 10 rem at the top side, then 0 on the right side, 15 rem at the bottom side, and 0 on the left side. Okay, so the space inside the section is created, and also the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to take care of the top side of this section. So let's go ahead and select books top. I'm going to place the elements, I mean the flex items, side by side horizontally. For that, we need display flex. Then I'm going to center the content using justify content center and align items center. And also I'm going to create space at the bottom using margin bottom 10 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the header and the number of the section are placed horizontally side by side. Next, I'm going to take care of the header. So let's go ahead and select books header. I'm going to align text on the right side. So we need text align right. And also I'm going to create some space on the right side using margin right. The value is going to be 10 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the headings are placed on the right side and we have space between the header and the number. Actually, we need to move this blue element on the right side. So for that, let's go ahead and select after pseudo element. But first of all, we need to select books header, and then we need section border, followed by the after pseudo element. So I'm going to set right position to 0. If we take a look at the default styles for the section border, I mean the after pseudo element, you will find here the left position. So if we right here just right position without left position, then the alignment won't be correct. I mean, if we save it and go to the browser, you can see that the after studio element is still on the left side. So we need here left to be auto. And as you can see, the after studio element now is placed on the right side. All right. After that, I'm going to take care of the number. Actually, we need different background image for the number. So I'm going to select span element, but first of all, we need books top, then section num, followed by the span element. Let's change background image. I'm going to select image from the images folder. It's going to be text bg3. Let's take a look at the project. So here we have the background image. It is different from the previous background image. I think that we can move slightly the background image in order to make the result a little bit nicer. So I'm going to change the position of the background image. We need background position. And as the values, I'm going to insert here 50% and 75%. So now the background image is positioned at 50% of the container's width from the left edge horizontally and 75% of the container's height from the top edge vertically. So if you imagine a rectangular container, the background image will be placed such that its center horizontally aligns with the center of the container and its bottom edge aligns with 75% of the container's height from the top. Okay, hopefully it was clear for you. Next, we have to take care of the books. Let's go ahead and select books list. We need here a list. I'm going to use flexbox. Let's set display to flex. Then I'm going to change the width of the book. So let's select book and set width to 35 rem. Actually, we need to change the width of the images because they are too bigger right now. So let's go ahead and select book followed by the image element. I'm going to set width to 30 rem. And for the height, let's set it to auto. Now, as you can see, the images became smaller. Actually, we used here display flex, and therefore the books should be placed horizontally in a row. Well, we have here maybe a mistake. Well, we need here books list and not book list. So now the problem should be fixed. As you see, the books are placed horizontally in a row. Next, I'm going to customize the book. So I'm going to add here display flex. We're going to align elements vertically in the column. So I'm going to use flexbox. Let's set display to flex. Then we need to change the direction. It's going to be column. Also, I'm going to place elements in the center. I mean horizontally in the center. Let's check the result. So as you can see, the span elements are placed in the center. I mean the text elements are placed in the center. Next, I'm going to set margin to 6 rem in order to create space around the book. Okay, so that's it about the books right now. Next, I'm going to take care of the cover images. We're going to make them black and white. So in order to do that, as you remember, we have to use filter with the grayscale function. And I'm going to insert here 100%. So now the images are black and white. After that, I'm going to make them a little bit rounded using border radius 1 rem. And also I'm going to create some shadow effect. Let's use box shadow with the value 0, 1 rem, then 3 rem, As the color, let's use black color with the opacity 0.4. And also I'm going to change the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so the books look nice. Next we have to create the hover effect. Once we hover over the cover images, then we should get back here the original color. So I'm going to select book image. Actually, let's leave here book with hover, then select image, and we need to use filter with the grayscale function. We have to set it to 0. So as you can see, now we're getting here the original color. Let's make the effect smoother, use transition, filter, and the duration is going to be 1 second. Okay, so everything looks perfectly. Next we have to take care of those span elements here. Let's go ahead and start with the book name. I'm going to change the font family. It's going to be Caution Script, cursive. Then I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 1.4 RAM. Also, I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Then we need color to be blue. Also, I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 2.1 RAM and create some space at the top and bottom sides. Let's make margin 3 RAM and 0. Okay, so the book names look pretty nice. Actually, once we hover over those span elements, then the image is changing the color. Actually, I think that it's not quite good. So I was right when I was going to add the hover effect to the image and not to the book. So let's add hover to the image. I think it would be more correct. Okay, so now I think we have better results. Once we hover over those span elements, then the images are keeping their black and white color. Okay, let's move on and take care of the book line. I'm going to set width to 10 RAM. Then the height is going to be 0.1 RAM. Let's change the background color. It's going to be RGBA color. I'm going to use white color. We need 255 3 times. And then I'm going to change the opacity. Let's make it 0.1. And finally, create some space at the bottom side using margin bottom with value 3 RAM. Okay, so here we have the lines. They look pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the authors of the books. So let's go ahead and select book author. Actually, I'm going to grab this code and insert here. Get rid of font family. Then change the font size. It's going to be 2 RAM. We need text transform uppercase. Also, the color is going to be white. Then I'm going to make letter spacing 0.5 RAM. As for the margin, I'm going to get rid of it. Okay, so as you can see, the authors look nice, but we have here a tiny issue. We need to align text in the center. For that, I'm going to add here text align center. It should fix the problem. Okay, so everything looks nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the main button. We should place it in the center of this section. And also we need some space between the books and the button. So I'm going to select books content, followed by the main btn. let's create space using margin top 10 rem. And in order to place the button in the center, I'm going to select books content and use just text align center. Okay, so that's it. We have styled the book section. Everything looks pretty nice. And now, as I said, we're going to move on and start to create the next section of our landing page. Okay, so let's go ahead and start to create the HTML markup. I'm going to insert here new comments for the testimonial section. Then I'm going to open section tag with the class name testimonials. So the testimonial section will consist of 3 different parts. We will have testimonials top, the top side, which will include the section number and the header. Then we will have feedback, and also we'll have the button. So I'm going to open div tag with the class name testimonials top, in which I'm going to insert section num. Let's change the number. We need here 3. And also I'm going to insert here header. Let's insert header after section number. I'm going to change books to testimonials. Also, we need here clients instead of books. And then I'm going to insert here testimonials. Okay, so that's it about testimonials top. Then I'm going to create div tag with the class name feedback. Inside the feedback, I'm going to open another div tag. It's going to be feedback top, in which I'm going to insert image of the client. Let's select image from the images folder. We need client main. Then I'm going to open div tag with the class name feedback heading, in which I'm going to insert h1 heading element. We need here clients. Then I'm going to insert here span element with the text feedback. Okay, after that, I'm going to open another div tag, and it's going to be feedback bottom. Inside the feedback bottom element, I'm going to insert div, which is going to be quote background quote bg. This element will be empty. Next, we need quote, in which I'm going to open div tag with the class name quote header. Then we need to insert here font awesome icon. So let's use I element with the classes fa solid, fa quote left. Then after I elements, I'm going to insert h1 heading element, and this heading will be for the name of the client. Let's insert here Robert Smith. And then after h1 heading element, we need second icon for quotes. Let's copy this one, paste it here, and instead of left, insert here right. All right. Next thing that I'm going to do is to create new development with the class name quote body, and inside that element I'm going to open p element with some dummy text. We need here lorem. Let's insert 30 words, and then after quote body I'm going to insert stars we need div element with the class name quote stars, and then I'm going to insert here I element with the classes fa solid, fa star. We'll have 5 stars, therefore I'm going to duplicate this code 4 times. And finally, I'm going to insert here button, I mean the main button. Let's add here class name main btn, insert here a elements, and as the text I'm going to insert here learn more. Alright, so I think that's it. In this section we have lots of different HTML elements, so I hope that everything is correct. We will see that later. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here all the elements. Now we have to take care of the alignment of those styled elements. As for the remaining elements which we created in the last lecture, we have to take care of them and style. Okay, so let's go to the VS Code, and in the CSS file, right after the book section, I'm going to insert new comments for the testimonials. Then I'm going to select the section element with the class name testimonials. First of all, I'm going to define the height of the section. It's going to be 160 viewport height. Also, let's add here width, make it 100%. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 202020. So here we have the section element with a different background color. Next, I'm going to align the elements using flexbox. I'm going to set display to flex. Then we need to align elements vertically in the column. Therefore, we have to use flex direction with the value column. And also, I'm going to align items in the center using align items center. Finally, let's create some space inside the section using padding. I'm going to set padding to 10 rem at the top side, then 0 on the right side, 15 rem at the bottom side, and 0 on the left side. Okay, so as you can see, the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to take care of the top of the section, I mean the header and the section number. So let's go ahead and select testimonials top. Let's use again flexbox because we're going to place the header and the section number side by side horizontally. So we need display flex. Then I'm going to place the content in the center using align items center, and also we need here justify content center. And finally, let's create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 5 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the section number and the header are placed side by side. Next, we have to change the background image for the section number, and also we need some space between those two elements. So let's go ahead and change the background image of the section number. Let's go ahead and select testimonials top, followed by the section number. And then we need span element. We need here background image. Let's define the URL. We need images folder, and I'm going to select image called text bg3, not 3 but 4. And then I'm going to create some space on the right side of the number. So I'm going to grab this selector from here and paste it here. Let's set margin right to 10 rem. Okay, so that's it about the top side of this section. Next, we have to take care of the feedback. I mean, this element here. So let's go ahead and select feedback. I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 50%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 60%. Then let's use again Flexbox. We need to align elements, the flex items vertically in the column. So we need flex direction to be column. And also we need to align items in the center. Okay, so the elements are aligned. Next, I'm going to take care of the feedback top. This element here. It includes the image of the client and also the heading. So let's go ahead and select feedback top. Use again Flexbox. We need to align items in the center. Then I'm going to create some space on the left side using padding left. Let's set it to 7 rem, and also we need some space at the bottom using margin bottom 5 rem. Alright, after that I'm going to take care of the image because right now it's too bigger. So let's go ahead and select feedback top followed by the image element. Let's set width and height to 30 rem. Then we need to fit the image. So I'm going to use object fit with the value cover. So as you can see, the image became smaller. Next, I'm going to make it rounded using border radius. Let's set it to 2 rem. Also, we need border. I'm going to make it 0.8 rem solid, and the color is going to be the same color that we used for the background color of the section. 202020. Also, we need some space on the right side using margin right 3 rem. Let's take a look at the results. Okay, so the image looks good. Next, we have to make it black and white. And also I'm going to create the same hover effect that we used a couple of times in this project. So let's use again filter with the grayscale function, make it 100%. And then also we need cursor to be pointer. Okay, so as you can see, the image became black and white. Let's add to it a hover effect. I'm going to select feedback top image with the hover pseudo class. We need filter with the grayscale function, and it's going to be 0. Also, I'm going to add here transition for smoother effect. We need filter with the duration 1 second. Okay, so that's it about the image. It looks pretty nice, and we have here nice and cool hover effect. Next, I'm going to take care of the heading. So let's go ahead and select feedback heading. I'm going to use again Flexbox. Let's set display to flex. Then I'm going to set width to 50%. And then we need to place the text in the center. We need text align center. Okay, right now nothing is changed here. We need to increase the size of the headings. So therefore I'm going to go ahead and select the first heading. Actually, we have here just one heading, but inside the heading I have inserted this span element for the second part of the heading. That's why I'm saying the headings. So I'm going to select feedback heading followed by the H1 heading element. Let's increase the font size, make it 7 rem. And then we need color. It's going to be white. So here we have the heading. It looks good, but we need to add some styles to the second part of the heading. This pan element. We need to make it look like so. So let's go ahead and grab this selector from here and add to its span element. First of all, I'm going to change the font family. The font is going to be Caution Script, cursive. Then I'm going to increase the font size. Let's make it 8 rem. Next, I'm going to create some space between the letters using letter spacing. The value is going to be 0.2 rem, and also change the color. Use the blue color. Alright, so that's it about the heading. Both parts of the heading look pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the quotes. First of all, I'm going to take care of the quote background. I mean this blue part here. So let's go ahead and select quotes BG. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 35 rem. Then we need height. I'm going to make it 40 rem. Also change the background color. Let's use this blue color here. Then we need to change the position of the element. So I'm going to set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the feedback because it is a parent element. And I'm going to align the quote BG element according to the feedback. So we need here position relative. Next, I'm going to define top and left properties. The top position is going to be 26 rem. As for the left position, I'm going to make it 4.5 rem. Let's take a look at the result. So we have here the background for the quote. I'm going to make it rounded. So let's use border radius 3 rem. And as you noticed, we have here a tiny issue. This element covers the image partially, so I'm going to place the image on top of this element here. So in order to do that, I'm going to use the index property, and let's make it 1. So now the problem is fixed and everything looks good. The next thing that I'm going to do is to create this triangle here. And I'm going to do that using after pseudo element. So let's go ahead and select quote BG followed by the after pseudo element. First of all, we need to define the content, which is going to be empty. Then I'm going to set width and height, both of them to 0. Next, we need to change the position. So let's set position to absolute. And now I'm going to create the triangle using borders. That's why I set the width and height, both of them to 0. So we need to use a couple of different border properties. The first one is going to be border left. And the values will be 4 rem, solid. And the color is going to be transparent. Next, I'm going to use border right. Actually, let's duplicate this line. Change the property. We need here border right. And then we need another property called border bottom. But in this case, I'm going to change the color. We no longer need here transparent. Let's use the blue color. So now the element is not visible. Let's change the color, make it red. So here we have the triangle, and now we have to change the position of this element. Let's get back here the color blue. So we need the bottom position to be -3 rem. Also, I'm going to set left position. Let's make it 1 rem. And the last thing that we have to do is to rotate this element. So I'm going to use transform with rotate function. And the value is going to be -45 degrees. So now everything looks good. And with the quote background, we are done. Next, we have to take care of the quote itself. I mean, this element here. So let's go to the VS Code and select quotes. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 80 rem. Then the height will be 28 RAM. I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here color 282828. So here we have the quote. I'm going to make it rounded using border radius. Let's make it 3 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the position of the element. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need top position is going to be 33 RAM. As for the left position, I'm going to make it 8 RAM. Let's check the results. So here we have the quote. Now I'm going to align the elements inside the quote using flexbox. So let's go ahead and use display flex. Then we need to align elements vertically in the column. So we need to change the direction. It's going to be flex direction column. And also we need to align items in the center. So as you can see, the elements are aligned. Last thing regarding the code is going to be to create the space inside the elements. So I'm going to use padding. We need here padding. It's going to be 3 RAM at the top and bottom sides and 0 on the left and right sides. Okay, so that's it about the quote. Next, I'm going to create the triangle for the quote as well. So we need after pseudo elements. Actually, let's grab this code and then change the class name. We need here quote. I'm going to change the color. It's going to be 282828. And then I'm going to set, actually let's check the results. I'm going to move this triangle a little bit to the left side, like we have it in the finished version. So I'm going to set left property to 0. Okay, so that's it about the triangle. Next, I'm going to take care of the header of the quote. So let's go ahead and select quote header. Use again flexbox. We need here display flex. Then I'm going to align items in the center and create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 2 RAM. Okay, after that, I'm going to customize those quotes, I mean the font awesome icons. So let's go ahead and select quotes header followed by the I element. Let's increase the font size, make it 8 RAM, and also change the color. It's going to be blue color. Okay, after that, I'm going to customize the heading, I mean the name of the client. So let's go ahead and select quote header followed by the H1 heading element. The font size is going to be 2 RAM. Then we need text transform uppercase. Let's change the color of the text. It's going to be white. Also, I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's make it 0.2 RAM. And finally, we need space inside the elements on the left and right sides. Let's do that using padding. The values will be 0 at the top and bottom sides and 10 RAM on the left and right sides. Okay, so the header of the quote looks good. Next, we need to take care of the paragraph. So let's go ahead and select quote header followed by the PL, actually not quote header, but quote body with a P element. It is the part of the quote body. So let's set width to 50 RAM. Then the font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's make it gray. I mean, see, it is a light gray color. Then I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 2.5 RAM. Let's take a look at the paragraph. So we need to place the text in the center, and also I'm going to increase the line height slightly like we have it here. So let's go ahead and use text align center, and then I'm going to set line height to 2.5 RAM. Okay, so that's it about the paragraph. Next we have to take care of the stars. So I'm going to select those I elements here. Let's go ahead and select quote stars followed by the I element. Let's increase the font size. I'm going to make it to 1.8 RAM. Then the color is going to be blue. We need here this color. And then create space on the left and right sides using margin. Let's set it to 0 and 0.5 RAM. Alright, so that's it about the quote. The last element that I have to customize in this lecture is the button. I'm going to define its position. So let's go ahead and select testimonials main btn. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the section elements in order to position the button according to the section elements. So we need position relative. Let's go back to the main btn and add here left position 50%. Then we need bottom to be 15 RAM. And in order to center perfectly the element, we need to use transform translate x function with the value minus 50%. Okay, so that's it. The testimonial section is customized. It looks pretty nice. Next, we have to move on and take care of the footer. All right, so let's go back to the VS Code and the HTML file. Right after the testimonial section, I'm going to insert new comments for the footer. Then open HTML5 footer element. So the footer will consist of a couple of different parts. The first part is going to be footer header, in which I'm going to insert the headings and also the section border. We used those elements a couple of times in our project, so I'm going to copy these 3 lines from here and paste them down below. Let's change the content of the headings. We need here get in touch. As for the second heading element, I'm going to insert here contact us. So let's take a look at the project. As you can see, we have here 2 headings and the section border. All right, the next thing that I'm going to do is to insert here new div element, which is going to be footer content. This element will include the rest of the content. So I'm going to open div element, and it's going to be footer social. It will include the social media icons and also the address. So let's go ahead and insert here div element, which is going to be address. I'm going to insert here div elements, which will include the font awesome icon and also the span element. I mean this font awesome icon here and also this span element address. So let's open I elements with the class names fa regular, fa envelope, and then after I element I'm going to insert span with the text address. All right, after that I'm going to open paragraph, and I'm going to add here class name address paragraph, PAR. So the paragraph will include 5 different span elements. Let's open span and insert here ebook library. Then I'm going to duplicate span element 4 times. And let's go ahead and change the content. So the second span element is going to be main street 123. This is a dummy address. Then we will have 7th floor. The next one is going to be New York. And finally, we need the state, New York, USA. All right, so next I'm going to create the social media icons. Let's open div tag with the class name social media. And I'm going to insert here 4 different social media icons. The first one is going to be FA brands, FA Facebook F. Let's duplicate it 3 times and change the class names. The second social media icon is going to be for Instagram. Then we will have here LinkedIn in. And finally, I'm going to insert here FAX Twitter. Let's go ahead and check the icons if all of them are displayed. So as you can see, we have here 4 font awesome icons, so everything works fine. Next, I'm going to insert here the second part of the footer content, which is going to be footer form. Let's insert here form elements, get rid of action attribute, we don't need it. Inside the form element, I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be input group. I'm going to insert here 4 different input elements. So let's open input tag with the type text, and also we need placeholder attribute. Let's insert here name. Let's duplicate this line of code 3 times. So the second input element is going to be for email. Let's change the placeholder attributes, insert here email. Then we will have input with text, and the placeholder is going to be phone. As for the last input element, it's going to be address. All right, after that, I'm going to insert here text area. Let's add here placeholder attribute. It's going to be message. After text area, we need button with the type button, and as the value of the button, I'm going to insert here done. Okay, so that's it about the form elements. Next, I'm going to create div element, which is going to be footer bottom. I mean the bottom part of the footer. It will include paragraph. Let's insert here the copyright sign. It's going to be HTML5 entity. We need ampersand, copy, and semicolon, followed by some text. Free ebook library. Then all rights reserved. And after paragraph, I'm going to insert button with the type button. And inside the button, I'm going to insert link element. With the text back to top. And I'm going to insert here I elements with the class names, FA solid, FA chevron, up. All right, so I think that's it. Let's go ahead and check the browser. So as you can see, we have here all the elements. And now we're going to style those elements. Let's go back to the VS Code and right after testimonials in the CSS file, insert new comments for the footer. Then I'm going to select footer element. Let's define width, it's going to be 100%. Then I'm going to use flexbox to align the content inside the footer. So we need display flex. Then I'm going to change the direction. We're going to align elements vertically in the column. So we need flex direction to be column. And then I'm going to align items in the center. Finally, let's create space inside the footer. We need padding. It's going to be 15 rem at the top side, 0 on the right side, 3 rem at the bottom side, and 0 on the left side. Alright, so that's it about the footer element. As you can see, the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to take care of the header. So let's go ahead and select footer header. Let's align text in the center. And also I'm going to create space at the bottom using margin bottom with the value 15 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the headings are placed in the center and we have to take care of the border. I'm going to place this blue element in the center of the border. So let's go ahead and select footer header followed by the section border, and we need after pseudo element. So in order to center the element, I'm going to set left position to 50%, and then for the perfect centering, we need transform translate x function with the value minus 50%. Okay, so the after pseudo element is placed in the center of the border. Next, we have to take care of the content. I mean the footer content, this element here. So let's go ahead and select footer content. And I'm going to define the width. It's going to be 60%. Then I'm going to place the content, I mean the flex items, side by side horizontally. Therefore, we have to use display flex. And also I'm going to create some space at the bottom. Let's use margin bottom 10 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the address and those input fields are placed side by side horizontally. Next, I'm going to take care of the social part, I mean footer social element. So let's go ahead and select footer social and define width. It's going to be 30%. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the development inside the address. I mean this development here. So let's go ahead and select address followed by the development. I'm going to use again flexbox. We need display flex. Then we have to align items in the center and also create some space at the bottom. Let's make it 2 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the elements are aligned and we have some space between the address and those elements here. Next, I'm going to take care of the font awesome icon. I mean this font awesome icon here. So let's go ahead and select dress followed by the I element. I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 3.5 rem. Then I'm going to change the color. Let's make it white. And also create some space on the right side using margin right. The value is going to be 2.3 rem. Okay, so the icon looks good. Next, we have to take care of this span element. I mean this word here, address. So let's go ahead and select address followed by the development, and then we need span. Let's set font size to 1.8 rem. Then I'm going to change the font weight. Let's make the font bolder. Let's set it to bold. Next, I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Also, we need letter spacing to be 0.2 rem. And finally, let's make the text white using color white. Okay, so that's it about the span element. Next, I'm going to take care of the paragraph. As you remember, we have here paragraph, which includes 5 different span elements. So let's go ahead and select address par. Actually, we have here little typo. We need double D's. So now let's select paragraph. I'm going to use flexbox. Let's use display flex. Then we need to align elements vertically in the column. So use flex direction column. Then I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 4 rem, and besides that I'm going to create some space inside the paragraph on the left side using padding left 6 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the span elements are placed vertically in the column. Next, we have to customize those span elements. So let's go ahead and select address par followed by the span element. Let's set width to 10 rem. Then the font size is going to be 1.4 rem. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's make it white. And finally, I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 0.5 rem. Alright, so the span elements look good. Next, we have to take care of the font awesome icons. I mean the social media icons. We have 4 different social media icons. So let's go ahead and customize those elements. We need to select social media followed by the I element. Let's increase the font size. It's going to be 3 rem. Then we need color to be white. Also, we need some space on the right side. Let's set margin right to 3 rem. And also, I'm going to change the cursor. Let's make it pointer. Okay, so the font awesome icons look good. Next, we have to take care of the form. So let's go ahead and select wrapper, which is footer form. Let's select footer form. And I'm going to define width. It's going to be 70%. As you remember, the left side took up 30% of the width of the section. As for the right side, I mean the form, it should take up 70% of the entire width. So next I'm going to select the form element and let's use flexbox. We need display flex, and then I'm going to place the flex items vertically in the column using flex direction column. Alright, after that I'm going to select input group. I mean this element here, it includes 4 different input fields. So let's go ahead and select input group. Let's use again flexbox. We need display flex. Then I'm going to create space between the flex items using justify content space between. Alright, after that I'm going to customize the input itself. So let's go ahead and select input group followed by the input element. Let's set width to 73 rem. Then I'm going to set height to 6 rem. And also let's create space at the bottom using margin bottom 3 rem. Alright, so if we take a look at the finished version, you will see that input elements are placed on 2 lines. So in order to do that, I'm going to add here one of the flexbox properties called flex wrap with the value of wrap. Now, as you can see, they are placed. I mean the input elements are placed on 2 different lines. Next, I'm going to select inputs and also the text area simultaneously because we need some similar styles. So I'm going to grab this selector from here and let's add here text area. So I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 1A, 1A, 1A. Then I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none. Also, I'm going to create some space inside the input fields using padding 1 rem. Then let's set the font size to 1.4 rem and also change the color. It's going to be light gray color CCC. Okay, so as you can see, the input fields look pretty nice. Let's make them slightly rounded using border radius. Let's set it to 0.5 rem. Alright, so that's it about the input fields. Next, we have to take care of the text area. We need to add some individual styles to the text area. So let's go ahead and select text area. I'm going to set height to 15 rem. Also, let's create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 3 rem. And besides that, I'm going to disable the resizing function. Right now we can resize the text area, and as you can see, it can break the layout. So I'm going to disable this function. So we need the resize to be none. Okay, so now we no longer can resize the text area. Next, I'm going to take care of the button. So let's go ahead and select footer form followed by the button element. We need width, it's going to be 20 rem. Then I'm going to set height to 5 rem. Also change the background color. Let's use here blue color. Next, I'm going to place the button on the right side, and we can do that simply using margin left property with the value auto. So now it is placed on the right side. Okay, next let's get rid of the default border. I'm going to set it to none. Also, we need border radius. Let's set it to 0.5 rem. Also, I'm going to change the font weight. Let's set it to bold and change the color of the text. I'm going to make it white. Okay, so the button looks nice. I'm going to add to it a couple of different properties. The next one is letter spacing. We need some space between the letters. Let's make it 0.1 rem. Also, I'm going to set cursor to pointer. And the last thing that I'm going to do is to create some shadow effect. Let's set box shadow to 0.5 rem, 1 rem, and the color is going to be RGBA. The opacity will be 0.1. Alright, so I think that the button looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to add to it a click effect. So for that, we need to select button, followed by the active pseudo class, and then we have to use transform, translate y with the value 0.2 rem. Now if I click, then we will get here this nice click effect. Alright, now we have to take care of this part here. I mean footer bottom. We need to customize the elements and align them like so. So let's go ahead and select footer bottom. And I'm going to define a width. It's going to be 60%. Then we need flexbox to align the elements. Use display flex. I'm going to create space between the flex items using justify content space between. And also we have to align them vertically in the center using align items center. Okay, so they are aligned nicely. Next, we have to customize each of the elements. I mean the paragraph and also the button. Let's go ahead and start with the paragraph. Select footer bottom P. Then I'm going to set the font size to 1.4 rem and also change the color, make it light gray using CCC. Okay, that's it about the left side. Now we have to take care of the button. So I'm going to select footer bottom followed by the button element. I'm going to set width and height. The width is going to be 15 rem. Then we need height. I'm going to set it to 5 rem. Also, I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none. And also get rid of default background. Let's set it to none as well. All right, next I'm going to select link elements. As you remember, we created a link element inside the button. It includes the arrow, the I element. So let's go ahead and select footer bottom. Then we need button followed by the A element. Let's set width and height to 100%. I'm going to use flexbox. Let's set display to flex. Then I'm going to create some space between the text and the I elements. So we need to justify content space evenly. Then we need to place the items in the center vertically using align items center. So as you can see, we have some space between those two parts. Next, I'm going to change the font size. Let's set it to 1.4 rem. Also change the color. Use again CCC. Then we need to make the text uppercase using text transform uppercase. And finally, create some space between the letters using letter spacing 0.1 rem. Okay, so everything looks good. And actually with the footer, we are done. Next, we have to take care of the scroll bar. We have to customize the scroll bar. So in this lecture, I'm going to customize the scroll bar. And besides that, I'm going to create this smooth scroll effect. Once we click here, this button back to top, then we have to scroll up smoothly. Let's go ahead and go to the VS Code and first of all take care of the scroll bar. I'm going to insert here new comments, custom scroll bar. Then I'm going to select scroll bar and the following way. We need body element, then followed by WebKit scroll bar. That's the way how you can select scroll bar. It is a pseudo element. So first of all, I'm going to define the width of the scroll bar. So let's set width to 1.2 rem. So right now we defined the width of the scroll bar. If I make it, let's say 10 rem, 100 pixels, then you will see that the width will be 100 pixels of the scroll bar. So let's get back here 1.2 rem. Once the width of the scroll bar is defined, next we have to take care of the scroll bar thumb. This part here. So let's go ahead and duplicate this code. So as I said, we need WebKit scroll bar thumb. I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be the blue color that we are using throughout this project. Let's select this color. And besides that, I'm going to add border radius to the thumb. I want to make the corners of the scroll bar rounded like so. So let's add here border radius and make it 5 rem. Okay, so here we have blue scroll bar with nice and cool border radius. The next thing that I'm going to do is to change the color, the background color of the track. So as you can see, we have here track with dark gray background color. So let's go ahead and duplicate this code. We need to add here track instead of thumb. Let's get rid of border radius, and then as the background color, I'm going to use 212121. Okay, so that's it. We have here nice and cool scroll bar, which is different from the default scroll bar. To be honest, I don't like the default scroll bar at all. So I think that this one is much better. Okay, so that's it about the scroll bar. Next, we have to take care of the smooth scroll. In order to scroll up smoothly, once we click this button here, we just need to use one property and we have to add it to the HTML element. So I'm going to use scroll behavior and I'm going to make it smooth. So now once we click the link elements down below, then we will be able to scroll up smoothly. So in this lecture, we're going to start to create the About Us page. We're going to create the HTML markup. First of all, we need to create new files for the About page. Let's create. The first one is going to be about.html. And also we need file for CSS. I'm going to call this file about.css. All right, let's move the HTML file to the left side. Then I'm going to go to the index.html file and copy the entire page. Then I'm going to paste it in the about.html file. Let's go ahead and delete all the sections. I'm going to delete those sections except the footer, because we need footer. Then I'm going to delete banner from the header. As for the navigation, I'm going to insert here the names of the HTML files we have already created about.html. Actually, we need to correct the name of the file because it should be about. So I'm going to insert here the names of the files. Let's go to the index.html file and insert here the names of the files instead of the pound signs. So the first link will be index.html. Then we will have here about.html. The next page, which right now is not yet created, is going to be books.html. Then we will have testimonials.html. As for the contact section, I'm going to insert here just contact because we won't have the separate page for the contact section. So I'm going to insert here pound sign followed by the contact. All right, let's go ahead and copy those 5 links and paste them here instead of those links. All right, now we need to link the CSS file, which we have just created. I mean the about.css file. Let's duplicate this line and change the name of the CSS file. It's going to be about.css. All right, let's go ahead and check the browser. So if we open the navigation and click the About link, then we will navigate to the About Us page. Right now we have here just the logo, also the menu icon and the footer. Now we have to create the content of the About Us page. Before that, I'm going to do one thing. Let's go to the index.html file and find the button, explore. I'm going to define the href attribute. It's going to be about.html because once we click this button, we have to navigate to the About Us page. Let's go to the browser, click the button. So as you can see, it doesn't work. If we click the link, then we will navigate to the About Us page. There is something wrong with the button and the link. Let's go to the style.css file and find the button. I'm going to change the background color of the link element in order to see what's the actual problem. Let's make the color red. So as you can see, the link element doesn't cover the entire button. That's why we could not navigate to the About Us page. In order to fix that, I'm going to set display to flex. So now, as you can see, the link element covers the entire button, but we have to center the text. Therefore, we have to use here justify content center and align items center. So now the problem is fixed. The button, the link element works fine. Let's get rid of this background color from here and check once again. So now everything looks and works fine. All right, let's go back to the about.html file. So inside the header element, I'm going to insert two headings. H4 heading element with the class name, section, heading, SM, and the text is going to be about us. Let's duplicate this code. We need H1 heading element. And also I'm going to change the class name. It's going to be section heading LG. As for the text, I'm going to insert here, explore our values. Let's check the browser. I'm going to navigate to the About page. So here we have two headings. They are already styled because we used here the classes section heading SM and section heading LG. Those classes were used in the index.html file, and those elements have already some styles. Next, I'm going to insert the comments right after the header. We need here about, then end of about, and I'm going to open section element with the class name about section. So inside the section element, we'll have a couple of different parts. The first one will be the header of the about section. So I'm going to open div element with the class name about section header. And inside the header, I'm going to open H1 heading element. It's going to be our features. And I'm going to add here class name section heading LG, because we need the similar styles. Actually, we need here class. Let's grab the value and paste it inside the class. And besides that, I'm going to use section border that we used in the main page. So we need here section border. Let's check the browser. So here we have the heading and the section border. Next, I'm going to create the features. This part here. Those features. So let's go ahead and right after section header, I'm going to open new development, and it's going to be about page features, in which I'm going to open the feature itself. So in this section, I'm going to use Google material symbols. Therefore, let's go ahead and visit the website. Material symbols. The first icon that I'm going to search for is going to be import contacts. I need this icon here. Let's copy the code and paste it in the head element. Then I'm going to grab the span element and insert it here. Besides the span element, we will have h3 heading element, and it's going to be white selection of ebooks. So overall we will have 8 features. So I'm going to duplicate this code 7 times, and then we should change the icons and also the headings. But first of all, let's check the browser if the icon is displayed. So as you can see, the icon is displayed. Let's go to the Google Fonts website and search for icon called grid view. So let's grab this span element and replace this one. As for the heading, it's going to be user friendly interface. Next, we need to search for library books. Let's grab this pan element and replace this element here. The heading will be accessible formats. Then I'm going to search for icon called forum. Let's copy this pan element and paste it here. The heading is going to be community engagement. Let's check the browser. So all the icons are displayed. Next, I'm going to search for school. Let's grab this pan element and paste it here. Then I'm going to remove this content from here and insert educational resources. Next, I'm going to search for language. We need here language. Let's grab this span element and replace actually this one here. As for the heading, I'm going to insert here multilingual support. The next icon is going to be Wi-Fi off. Let's copy this pan element and paste it here. As for the heading element, let's insert here offline reading. And now I'm going to search for the last symbol. It's going to be signature. Oops, we need here signature. We need here A. So let's grab the span element and also change the heading. It's going to be author promotions. Okay, so that's it. All the icons are displayed. And next we have to take care of the second part of the About Us section. I mean the theme part. We have here the background image followed by the heading and also 3 different images of the stuff of the website. So let's go ahead and open div elements with the class name theme. I'm going to insert here h1 heading element. It's going to be theme. Then after h1 heading elements, we need to open div tag, and it's going to be members. It will wrap the members section. So after that, I'm going to open div tag, and it's going to be the member itself. So each member will consist of image and 2 span elements for the name and for the position. So let's open image tag. I'm going to delete the alt attribute. As for the source attribute, let's select images folder, and then we have to select member 1. Then I'm going to open span tag with the class name, member name. It's going to be John Roberts. Let's duplicate member twice, because overall we have 3 team members. I'm going to change the name of the image. It's going to be image member 2. Actually, we forgot here to add the position. Let's add here member position. It's going to be digital archivist. I'm going to grab this span element and add it for both span elements. I mean both members. So the second member is going to be Anne Brown. As for the position, I'm going to insert here curator. And finally, we need here member 3. It's going to be Alice Winters. As for the position, let's insert here community manager. All right, so I think that's it. All the elements are created. Right now the About Us page looks pretty ugly, but we will take care of that. The only thing that I'm going to do is to add a new class name for the footer. It's going to be footer about. We need this class name in order to add some individual styles to the footer in the About Us page. All right, so that's it. So right now, as you can see, the page looks pretty ugly. So let's go ahead and start to customize it. The first thing that I'm going to do is to add a couple of different classes to the header element. I'm going to add 2 classes. The first one is going to be about header. I'm going to use this class for individual styling. And also I'm going to add here second class name, page header. And I'm going to use this class in other pages as well. I mean for the header element that we're going to create in the coming lectures. So again, this class name will be for individual styling. As for the page header, it's going to be for some common styling. Alright, next I'm going to insert here a couple of different comments. I mean, I'm going to add comment here for about header. Then we need end of about header, and I'm going to actually, we need here end of about header. Let's move this line down. Next we need comments for features. I'm going to grab this line and paste it down here. And also I'm going to add here comments for team. Let's cut this line of code and paste it down below. Actually, yes, that's correct. All right, that's it. I'm going to go to the CSS file, I mean about.css file, and I'm going to hide a couple of elements. Let's go ahead and start with about section. Let's add here display none. Then I'm going to hide team. And also I'm going to hide footer. I'm doing this in order to make our styling process more convenient and simple. Let's set display to none. I'm hiding those elements for a while. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here just the header element. So Next thing that I'm going to do is to go to the style.css file, and in the header element, I'm going to customize the page header. I mean, this element here. So let's select page header. First of all, I'm going to insert here comments for page header. I'm writing this code in the style.css file because we will use this code for other pages as well. So we need here n of page header. Let's select page header. First of all, define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 40 rem. Then I'm going to use flexbox in order to align the content. Let's use display flex. Then we need flex direction to be column because I'm going to align elements vertically in a column. After that, let's place the content in the center using justify content center and align items center. Let's go to the browser. So here we have the header. I'm going to move the heading a little bit down. So let's go ahead and select page header, followed by the section heading SM. And I'm going to set margin top to 15 rem. Alright, so that's it about the alignment. Next, I'm going to change the background. I'm going to set background image. So let's go to the about.css file, and I'm going to insert here new comments for about, then end of about. Actually, I'm going to place the ending comment here. So I'm going to select about header, and I'm going to define background. Let's use linear gradient function. So the first color is going to be RGBA 33 three times, and the opacity 0.9. As for the second color, I'm going to use the same color, but the opacity is going to be 0.7. But then I'm going to define the URL. Let's select image called about bg. Then we need the position to be center, and also we need no repeat. Besides that, I'm going to add here background size with value cover. Okay, so here we have the image as the background of the header. Next, I'm going to take care of the about section. So right now it is hidden. I'm going to get rid of this line of code, and I'm going to use flexbox in order to align the elements. Use display flex. Then we need to change the direction. It's going to be column, and also I'm going to align items in the center. So here we have the features. Next, I'm going to create some space using padding. I'm going to set padding to 15 rem at the top and bottom sides and 0 on the left and right sides. So now we have some space inside the section. Next, I'm going to take care of the header of the section. So I'm going to add here new comments for the about header. Let's go ahead and select about section header, and I'm going to align text in the center. Next, I'm going to create some space at the bottom using padding bottom. It's going to be 10 rem. And besides that, I'm going to move the header to the right side as we have it in the finished project. I mean this header here. So in order to do that, I'm going to use transform, translate with the values 7% and then 50%. So we move the elements along the x-axis and also along the y-axis. Okay, so as you can see, the header is placed on the right side. Actually, we need it here, text align right and not the center, because we need the text to be placed on the right side. Okay, so next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of these afters to the element. I'm going to place it here. So let's go ahead and select about section header followed by the section border with afters to the element. I'm going to set left position to auto. Then we need right position to be 0, and also I'm going to use transform translate x with value 0 in order to place on the right side the element. So now everything looks good. Alright, that's it about the header. Next I'm going to take care of the features. Let's go ahead and insert your new comments for the features. Then I'm going to select about page features. First of all, I'm going to set display to flex because we're going to align elements using flexbox. Then I need justify content center, and also we need here center, and then I'm going to define the width. Let's set it to 60%. Let's take a look at the browser. All right, after that I'm going to define the width and height for the feature. So let's go ahead and select feature itself. I'm going to set width to 20 rem. Then the height will be 20 rem as well. And also I'm going to change the background color. Let's set it to 18, 3 times. Next, I'm going to create some space between those features using margin. Let's set it to 3 rem. Right, so now I'm going to place the features on 2 different lines like we have it in the finished project. So for that, I'm going to add here, I'm going to add to the parent element the property called flex wrap with value wrap. So now, as you can see, the features are placed on 2 different lines. After that, I'm going to customize the features. I'm going to add here a couple of different properties. The next one is going to be border radius because we are going to make the elements rounded. The value is going to be 3 rem. Then I'm going to create some shadow effect using box shadow. The values will be 0, 0.5 rem, 1 rem, and the color will be RGBA. We need here black color with the opacity 0.2. All right. Then I'm going to align the elements inside the features. For that, I'm going to use again flexbox. I'm going to change the direction because the elements should be placed vertically. So the direction is going to be column. Then I'm going to align items in the center, and then we need some space between the items using justify content space evenly. Let's check the results. Okay, so as you can see, the elements are aligned nicely. I'm going to make the cursor pointer. All right, before we style those 2 elements, the icons and the headings, I'm going to change the positions for some of the features. I'm going to align the features this way here. So let's go ahead and select feature with nth child selector. We need the feature number 2 and then feature number 6. We need the same positions for those 2 features. In the same position that we have to move those 2 features with the same distance. So let's go ahead and use transform, translate y, and the value is going to be 6 RAM. So as you can see, the second and the sixth items are placed down. Let's do the same for the rest of the items. I'm going to duplicate this code. We need here nth child number 3 and then number 7. We need to move them by 12 RAM. And finally, we have to take care of those two items as well. Let's duplicate this code. Change the numbers. We need here 4 and 8. As for the value of the translated y function, it's going to be 18 RAM. Okay, so as you can see, the features are aligned perfectly. Now we have to create this part here, I mean this circle. And I'm going to do that using before pseudo element. So let's select feature followed by the before pseudo element. Let's set content to empty. Then I'm going to define width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 15 RAM. Next, I'm going to change the background color. The color will be 1F, 1F, 1F. Also, we need to make the element rounded using border radius with the value 50%. Then I'm going to set the position in order to make the element visible. Then we need position relative for the parent elements. The parent is feature, so we need position relative. Let's check the result. So we have here a circle. Next, as I guess, we have to move the circle up. So I'm going to set top position to minus 40%. As for the left position, it's going to be 50%. And then we have to center the element perfectly. So we need transform, translate x with the value minus 50%. Okay, so here we have the circle. We have to decrease the opacity like we have it here. So I'm going to set opacity to 0.7. And then I'm going to hide the outer part of the circle. For that, we have to add here overflow here. Alright, so that's it about the before pseudo element. Next, we have to take care of the icons and the headings. So I'm going to select feature followed by the span element. So right now, as you can see, the circle covers the span element, and we have to fix that problem. Let's set the index to 1. Now, as you can see, the icons are placed on top of the circles, so the problem is fixed. Next, let's increase the font size of the icon. It's going to be 6 RAM, and also I'm going to change the color. Let's use here color 32B0CE. Okay, so the icons look pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the headings. I'm going to select feature followed by the H3 heading element. Let's set font size to 1.8 RAM. Then we need font weight to be 300. Also, I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's set it to white. Then I'm going to define the width. Let's set it to 70%. And finally, I'm going to use text align center. Okay, so as you can see, the headings look pretty nice, and actually with the features we are done. Next, I'm going to take care of the theme section. I mean this section here. Right now it is hidden. So first of all, I'm going to add here comments for theme. Then I'm going to get rid of display none. And I'm going to make those images smaller because they are too big. So let's go ahead and select member img and set width and height of the image to 27 RAM. And also I'm going to fit them using object fit color. Okay, so now we have much better results. Next, I'm going to take care of the theme. I mean the wrapper element. So let's go ahead and grab this code, add it here. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 200%. Then I'm going to set height to 200 rem. Also, we need to set the image as the background of the section. So let's use background. I'm going to use linear gradient function. First of all, we need to define the direction of the color transition. It's going to be to bottom. Then I'm going to use 3 different colors. The first one is going to be 33, 3 times, and the opacity 0.7. Then we will have RGBA with the values 19, 27, 29, and the opacity is going to be 0.9. As for the third color, I'm going to use again RGBA 33, 3 times, and the opacity 0.9. Alright, next we need to define URL, and I'm going to select image called theme bg, and then we need center, no repeat. Okay, so after that I'm going to use background size property with the value cover, and then let's check the result. So here we have the background image. Actually, if we take a look at the finished project, you will see that the background has different shape, and I'm going to add this shape to the element using clip path property. I'm going to visit one of the websites. Let's search for clip path property and then visit this website here. It is called Bennett Philly. So here you can select any of the shapes you want. In our case, we need triangle. So I'm going to move those dots in order to get the triangle. We need perfect triangle. So we need here 100% and 50% and 100%. So now we have the perfect triangle. Let's grab this code from here and paste it here. So if we check the results, you will see that we have here the triangle. Okay, next I'm going to hide the outer parts, and for that we need to add overflow hidden to the section element. Let's add here overflow hidden. So now we no longer have here the scroll bar. After that, I'm going to add a couple of different properties to the theme. We need to align the content. So I'm going to use display flex. Then we need to change the direction because we have to align items vertically. We need flex direction column. Then I'm going to place the content in the center using justify content center and align items center. Let's check the result. So we have here the images and also the heading. Next, I'm going to add a little shadow effect to the triangle using box shadow. The values will be 0, 1 rem, 3 rem, and as the color, let's use black color with the opacity 0.9. Okay, next we have to take care of the members. So I'm going to select wrapper development, which is members. Let's place the items horizontally in a row using display flex. Now, as you can see, the images are placed horizontally side by side. Next, I'm going to take care of the heading. Let's go ahead and select theme, then followed by the H1 heading element. So I'm going to change the font family. Let's use here font called Caution Script cursive. Then I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 10 rem. Then change the color. Let's use the blue color. Also, I'm going to create some shadow effect using text shadow. The values will be 0, 1 ramp, 2 ramp, and the RGBA color, it's going to be black color with the opacity 0.5. And finally, we need some space between the images and the heading. So let's use margin with the values -15 ramp at the top side, then 0, then 50 ramp at the bottom side, and again 0 on the left side. Alright, so that's it about the heading. Let's move on and take care of the members. I'm going to select member, and then I'm going to align elements using again Flexbox. We need display flags. Then we have to align elements vertically, so we need to change the direction. It's going to be column. Next, we need to align items center, and finally I'm going to create some space using margin. The values will be 0 at the top and bottom sides and 6 rem on the left and right sides. Let's go ahead and check the result. So we have here images, and down below you can see the name of the member and also the position. Alright, next we have to take care of the images. I'm going to add here a couple of different styles. Let's make them rounded using border radius 50%. Then I'm going to make them black and white using filter grayscale 100%, and also change the cursor, make it pointer. So I'm going to add to the images the hover effect that we used a couple of times throughout this project. So I'm going to select member image followed by the hover, and then we need filter grayscale with the value 0, and also I'm going to add here transition for smoother effect. We need filter 1 second. Okay, so now we have here this nice and cool hover effect. Okay, let's move on and customize the names and the positions of the members. I'm going to select member name. Let's increase the font size. It's going to be 1.8 rem. Then we need to transform text to uppercase. Actually, we need here uppercase, not uppercase, but transform, and then uppercase. Let's change the color, make it white. Also, I'm going to add some space between the letters using letter spacing 0.1 rem, and finally create some space at the top using margin top 2 rem. Okay, so the names look pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the positions. So let's go ahead and duplicate this code. I'm going to change the class name. It's going to be position. Then the font size will be 1 rem. We need text transform uppercase. The color is going to be blue color, this one. Then we need letter spacing 0.1 rem, and let's get rid of margin top. Let's check the results. So the positions look pretty nice. Okay, so with the theme part, we are done. Everything looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the footer, which right now is hidden. So I'm going to add here comments for footer. Let's move this line down. I'm going to get rid of this line of code, and then I'm going to move the elements using margin top -50 rem. It will move the elements up. Next, I'm going to place the header to the right side, like we have it here. So let's go ahead and select footer about, followed by the footer header. I'm going to use text align with the value right, and then we need transform, translate X with the value 8%. So as you can see, the header is placed on the right side, and now the only thing that we have to do is to move the after to the element to the right side as well. So for that, we have to grab this selector. Let's add it here, and also I'm going to add here section border with after pseudo element. So we need to define right position. It's going to be 0. Right now, the after pseudo element has let position by default, and I'm going to set it to auto work in order to let the right position work. And also we need here transform translate x with the value 0. All right, so that's it with the about page. We are done. Everything looks pretty nice. Next, we have to move on and take care of the next page of our project, which is going to be books page. Let's go back to the VS Code, and first of all, I'm going to create 2 new files. The first one is going to be books.html, and then we need books.css. All right, let's open about.html file and grab the entire content from here. I'm going to copy the entire code, and let's insert the code inside the books.html file. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to change the name of the CSS file. It's going to be books.css. Then I'm going to change the headings. We need here books, and then the second heading is going to be our best sellers. Next, I'm going to delete the content from the about page, and I'm going to leave here just footer. Let's change the class name. We need here footer books. All right, so I think that's it. Actually, I'm going to do one more thing. Let's go to the index.html file and find books section. So as you remember, we have here main button, view all, and I'm going to change the value of the href attribute. Once we click this main button, we should navigate to books page. So I'm going to insert here books.html. Okay, let's check the browser. Let's go to the main page, then click this button here. So as you can see, we are navigated to the books page. Right now, we have here a logo, the menu icon, also the headings and the footer. All right, let's go to the index.html file and grab the books list. I'm going to grab these elements. Then I'm going to go back to the books.html file, and right after the navigation, I'm going to, actually not the navigation, but the header. I'm going to insert new comments for books. Then I'm going to open section elements with the class name book section. And I'm going to insert here the copied code from the index.html file. I mean books list. Let's take a look at the project. So we have here 3 different books. And as you remember, in this section, we need 6 other books as well. So I'm going to duplicate book 6 times. And then I'm going to change the names of the books and also the authors. Let's do that quickly. So the next book is going to be War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Then we will have Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte. Then the next book is going to be, actually, I forgot to change the names of the images. We need here book 4. Then it's going to be book 5. Then we need book 6. The name is going to be 1984. And the author is George Orwell. Then we have book 7. The name is going to be Don Quixote. As for the author, it's going to be Miguel de Cervantes. Then we have book number 8. It's going to be The Lord of the Rings. As for the author, I'm going to insert here J.R.R. Tolkien. As for the last book in the list, it's going to be book number 9. The name is The Great Gatsby. As for the author, it's going to be F. Scott Fitzgerald. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. Hopefully everything is correct. Let's go to the browser and check the books. So I think that everything is correct. So let's go to the VS Code. And the first thing that I'm going to do is to change the class name of the header. We need here books header and not the about header. And then I'm going to open books.css file. First of all, let's insert here new comments for header. Then I'm going to select books header. And I'm going to change the background image for the books header. So let's select background. Then I'm going to use linear gradient. Use here RGBA value 33 three times and the opacity 0.9. And then we need to use again RGBA, the same color but with the opacity 0.7. Next, I'm going to select image from the images folder. It's going to be books PG. And then we have to define the position of the background image. It's going to be center, and also we need here no repeat. All right, let's take a look at the project. So as you can see, the header has the background, the background image. Next, I'm going to take care of the alignment of the elements. So I'm going to add here new comments for book section. Then I'm going to select section element. In order to align the elements, I'm going to use CSS flexbox. So we need display flex. Then we have to center the elements, the content. For that we need justify content center and align items center. Actually, we need here align items center. And also I'm going to create padding, the space inside the section. Let's set padding to 15 rem at the top and bottom sides and 0 on the left and right sides. Okay, after that, I'm going to align the books. So for that, let's go ahead and select book section, followed by the books list. I'm going to set width to 80%. And then I'm going to use again flexbox. We need display flex. Then I'm going to place the content in the center using justify content center. And in order to place the books on different lines, we need to use one of the Flexbox properties called flex wrap with the value wrap. All right, so as you can see, all 9 books are placed nicely. And actually, with the books page, we are done. Now we have to move on and start to create the next page of our project. And this page is going to be the testimonials page. So let's go to the VS Code and create new files for testimonials page. We need testimonials.html, and then I'm going to create testimonials.css. I'm going to move the HTML file to the left side. Let's open it. Okay, so I'm going to grab the stuff from the books.html file. I'm going to copy the entire content and paste it here. I'm going to make here some changes. Let's close this panel. So I'm going to change the name of the CSS file in the link element. It's going to be testimonials.css. Then I'm going to change the class name of the header element. It's going to be testimonials header. And then we need to change the content of the heading elements. So we need here clients. And then the second heading is going to be what customers say. Then I'm going to get rid of this section from here and leave the footer. Let's change the class name of the footer element. It's going to be footer testimonials. Besides that, I'm going to go to the index.html file and find here the testimonial section. As you remember, we have main button in the testimonial section, and we should insert here testimonials.html, because once we click the button on the main page, in the testimonial section, then we should navigate to the testimonials page. Okay, so here we have the header and the footer. Now we have to create new section. In the testimonials.html file, right after header, I'm going to insert new comments for testimonials. Then I'm going to open section elements with the class name testimonials section. So inside that element, I'm going to create div element with the class name testimonials top. It will include 2 headings and also the stars. So I'm going to open h3 heading element with the text our customers. And then I'm going to create h1 heading elements, and the text is going to be testimonial. And then we need stars. So I'm going to open div tag with the class name stars, and then I'm going to insert here 5 font awesome icons. We need I element with the classes FA solid, FA star. We will have 5 stars, so I'm going to duplicate this line of code 4 times. Then let's go ahead and check the browser. So as you can see, we have here the headings followed by the stars. Next, I'm going to create div element, and it's going to be testimonials wrapper. Inside the wrapper, I'm going to create the slider, in which I'm going to create the slide itself. So overall, we will have 5 slides, but for now, I'm going to create 1 slide because we have to style the slide and then we have to make the slider work. So we will add the remaining slides a bit later. So I'm going to insert here slide background, slide BG. It's going to be an empty element. Then after slide background, I'm going to create new development with the class name slide content, in which I'm going to insert two I elements, the font awesome icons. So we need I element with the classes FA solid, FA quote left. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code and change the class name. We need here quote right. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here two quotes. Next, I'm going to take care of the slide image. So I'm going to insert here development with the class name slide image. And inside the development, let's open image tag. I'm going to select the image from the images folder, and it's going to be client 1. After that, I'm going to create another development with the class name slide text, in which we need h3 heading element. It's going to be best e library. Then after h3 heading element, I'm going to open paragraph, in which I'm going to insert some dummy text. So let's use lorem 20. So here we have some dummy text. After the paragraph, we need to create another paragraph, and it should have the class name client. So I'm going to insert here name of the client, let's say Bob Smith, and then the age 20. Okay, after paragraph, I'm going to take care of the controls. The arrows on the left and right sides of the slider. Those arrows. So let's go ahead and open development with the class name controls. And inside the development, I'm going to open I element with the classes FA solid, FA arrow left, and then we need arrow right. Let's check the results. So here we have the arrows left and right. After that, I'm going to create development. It's going to be wrapper for the dots. So let's add to it class name dots. And inside the dots, I'm going to create span element, which is going to be an empty element. Let's duplicate it 4 times, because overall we will have 5 dots. All right, let's go to the VS Code, and in the testimonials or CSS file, I'm going to insert new comments for header. Then I'm going to select testimonials header and change background. I'm going to use linear gradient function with RGBA value. We need 33 3 times, and the opacity 0.9. Next, we need another RGBA value with the same numbers, but the opacity is going to be 0.7. Okay, after that, I'm going to select image from the images folder. It's going to be testimonials BG. Then I'm going to define the position of the background. Let's set position to 50% for x-axis and 40% for y-axis. And then we need no repeat. Okay, so here we have the background image for the header. Next, we have to take care of the testimonial section, the slider. So let's go ahead and insert here comments for testimonials. Then I'm going to select testimonials section and define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 140 viewport height. 140% of the viewport. And then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 191919. All right. So the width and height are applied to the element, and also the background color is changed. Next, I'm going to take care of the testimonials top. I mean this element here. It includes the headings and also the stars. So let's go ahead and select testimonials top. First of all, I'm going to define the position. It's going to be absolute. Then I'm going to add here position relative, because we are going to position the element according to the parent element. So we need here position relative. Then I'm going to define top and left properties. The top position is going to be 10%. As for the left position, I'm going to set to 50%. And then we need transform, translate x function with value minus 50%, because we're going to center the element. Let's take a look at the project. So here we have the header, I mean the headings and the stars. Next, we have to place those elements vertically in the column. For that, I'm going to use flexbox. Let's use display flex. Then I'm going to use flex direction column, and then let's align items in the center. Let's take a look at the project. So as you can see, the headings and the stars are placed vertically in the column. Next, I'm going to take care of the first heading, which is H3 heading element. Let's go ahead and select testimonials top H3. Let's set the font size to 2 rem. Then the font weight is going to be 300. And also I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to CCC. So the first heading is tiled. Next, I'm going to take care of the second heading. Let's go ahead and duplicate this code. I'm going to change the selector. We need here H1 heading element. So the font size is going to be 5 rem. Then I'm going to set font weight to 300. Next, we need color. It's going to be white. Then I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Also create some space between the letters using letter spacing, 0.4 rem. And then I'm going to create some space using margin. I'm going to set margin to 2 rem at the top and bottom sides and 0 on the left and right sides. Okay, so the second heading is customized. Next, I'm going to take care of the stars. I'm in the font awesome icons. So let's go ahead and select testimonials top, followed by the I element. I'm going to set font size to 1.6 rem. Then the color is going to be blue color. I mean 32B0CE. Then we need margin in order to create some space on the left and right sides of the stars. So I'm going to set margin to 0 and 0.5 rem. Okay, so that's it. The headings and also the font awesome icons, the stars, are customized. Next, I'm going to take care of the image because it's too big right now. So let's go ahead and select slide IMG. I'm going to set width and height. The width is going to be 15 rem. Then I'm going to change the height. Let's set it to 16 rem. And then we need to apply the width and height to the image element itself. So we need slide image followed by the image element. Let's set width and height, both of them, to 100%. And then we need to fit the image using object fit cover. Okay, so the image became smaller. Next, I'm going to take care of the controls. I'm in left and right arrows. I'm in those arrows. So let's go ahead and select controls I. I'm going to define width and height. Let's set both of them to 5 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 7B0 85, 84. Let's make the elements rounded using border radius 50%. Let's take a look at the project. So here we have the circles. I'm going to decrease the opacity. It's going to be 0.6. And then I'm going to place the arrows in the center of those circles. For that we need display flex with justify content center and align items center. So now, as you can see, the arrows are placed in the center of the circles. Next, let's go ahead and change the font size. I'm going to make it 3 rem. Then we need color with the value 444. So as you can see, the arrows are bigger. Next, I'm going to change the position of the controls. Let's set position to absolute. Then I'm going to place them in the center vertically. So for that we need top position to be 50%, and then I'm going to use transform, translate Y with the value minus 50%. So as you can see, they are placed in the center of the section, in the center vertically. Now we have to define the positions separately for each arrow. Let's go ahead and select Controls I with nth child selector. Oops, we need here nth child selector with the value 1. Let's set left position to 15%. Then I'm going to duplicate this code. We need here nth child 2, and instead of left position I'm going to use right position. Okay, so as you can see, the arrows are placed and positioned. Next, I'm going to take care of the dots. Those elements here. As you remember, we created empty span elements. So let's go ahead and select dots, the parent element, the wrapper. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need bottom position to be 15%. And then we need to center the dots. For that, I'm going to use left position 50%, and then we need transform, translate X minus 50%. So right now, the elements are not visible, but we will take care of that in a minute. Let's select dots, span. Let's set width and height to 1 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be C. Let's take a look at the project. So as you can see, the span elements are not visible. So I'm going to fix that problem using Flexbox. Let's set display to flex. Once you define display property, then the elements will be visible. Let's align them in the center. So now we should see the span elements. We have here 5 span elements. Let's make them rounded using border radius 50%, and also create some space between them using margin 0.5 rem. So now, as you can see, we have here 5 dots. Next, I'm going to change the cursor. Let's make it pointer. And finally, I'm going to make one of them active. If you take a look at the finished project, as you can see, the one dot is active. So I'm going to add class active to the first span element. And then I'm going to select dots, span elements, followed by the active class. Let's set width and height to 1.5 rem. And change the color, make it white. Okay, so the first span element, first dot, is active. Next, I'm going to take care of the slider, the testimonials wrapper. So let's go ahead and select testimonials wrapper right after testimonials top. Actually, let's check the HTML elements. So that's correct. We need to select it after the top. I mean the testimonials top. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 55%. Then I'm going to set height to 50 rem. Also change the position. Let's set it to absolute. Then we need to place the testimonials wrapper in the center of the section. So we need to define top and left properties. Both of them is going to be 50%. And then we need transform with translate function. And the values will be minus 50% and again minus 50%. All right, let's take a look at the project. So the testimonials wrapper is centered, but the positions for those arrows are changed. So it means that we have a mistake in the HTML file. So let's check the controls. As you can see, the controls is placed inside the testimonials wrapper and it should be placed outside of the testimonials wrapper. So let's grab controls from here and insert them outside. Okay, so I think now the problem should be fixed. So as you can see, the controls are placed in their places. Next, I'm going to create the remaining slides. Right now we have just one slide. Let's duplicate it 4 times because we're going to have 5 slides overall. And I'm going to change the details quickly. So the second slide is going to be actually the image for the second slide is going to be client 2. Then we have here Mary Brown. Let's leave the same age. Then we have here client 3. It's going to be Nick Jones. Let's change the age, make it 27. Then we have client 4. It's going to be Anne Brown. Let's change the age, make it 22. And finally, we have here client 5 with the name John Smith, 25. Okay, so here we have all 5 slides. Next, I'm going to select slider and define width and height. So I'm going to set width to 500%. As for the height, it's going to be 100%. And then I'm going to place the slides side by side horizontally. For that, I'm going to use display flex. So as you can see, the slides are placed side by side. I'm going to add border to the testimonials wrapper in order to see clearly what is going on here. So we need here 0.1 rem, solid, and color is going to be white. So here we have the testimonials wrapper, and each slide should be placed inside the wrapper. So in order to do that, I'm going to define the width of the slide as 20%. So as you see, we defined width for the slider and made it 500%. And once the width of the slide is 20%, then it will take up 1/5 of the slider. So now as you can see, inside the box we have just one slide. Okay, next I'm going to select slide background and customize it. We need width, it's going to be 70%. Then I'm going to define height. Let's make it 65%. Next, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use RGBA color. The first value is going to be 50, then we will have 176. Then the next one is going to be 206, and we need here opacity 0.5. Okay, so here we have the background of the slide. Let's define its position. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the slide. I mean the parent element. So I'm going to place the background in the center of the slide. Therefore, we need here top position 50%, then left position 50%, and also transform with translate function minus 50%, and again minus 50%. So as you can see, the background is placed in the center of the slide. Actually, as you see, the background is slightly rotated. Therefore, I'm going to add here rotate z function, and the value is going to be minus 6 degrees. So now the background of the slide is rotated. I'm going to make the corners rounded. So we need here border radius with the value 2 rem, and also I'm going to decrease the opacity. Let's set it to 0.7. Okay, so that's it about the slide background. Next, I'm going to take care of the slide content. I mean this white element here. So let's go ahead and select slide content. Actually, I'm going to grab the styles from here. We need some similar styles for the slide content. The width and height will be similar. Next, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use EEE. Then we need position absolute, and we need to center the element but without the rotation. So let's get rid of rotate z function. Let's check the browser. So we have here the slide content. We don't need opacity for slide content. And also I'm going to align elements using flexbox. So I'm going to add here display flex. Then we need to create some space between the flex items using justify content space between. And then I'm going to align items in the center. So as you can see, the flex items are aligned. Next, I'm going to create some space inside the slide content using padding. It's going to be 0 at the top and bottom sides and 5 rem on the left and right sides. Okay, so that's it about the slide content. Next, I'm going to take care of those quotes. So I'm going to select slide followed by the I elements. I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 12 rem. Then change the color. Use here blue color. And also we need to define the position for the quotes. Let's set position to absolute. I'm going to define positions for each quote separately. I'm going to select slide I with nth child selector. We need the first icon. So let's set the position to minus 20%. Then we need a left position. It's going to be 10%. And I'm going to duplicate this code. We need the same thing for the second icon as well. Let's set bottom position to minus 20%. And instead of left position, I'm going to use right position. The value will be the same, 10%. Okay, so the quotes are placed nicely. And then I'm going to take care of the image. The image already has some styles. I mean the wrapper development. Let's change the width. I'm going to set width to 35%. Then I'm going to create some space on the right side of the slide. IMG. Let's set margin right to 3 rem. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the image itself. Let's add here a couple of different styles. So I'm going to make image rounded. Let's use border radius. We need to make image rounded, but not on all four sides. I'm going to set border radius to 3 rem at the top left corner. Then we need 0 at the top right corner. Then we need 3 rem at the bottom right corner and 0 at the left bottom corner. Okay, so the image looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to make it black and white using the same technique. We need filter, grayscale function with the value 100%. Also, let's set cursor to pointer. And now let's create the hover effect. I'm going to select slide image followed by the image element with hover. Let's set filter to grayscale with the value 0, and also we need here transition with filter and with a duration 1 second. Alright, so that's it about the image. Next we have to create the borders around the image. So for that I'm going to use after and before pseudo elements. Let's select slide img followed by the after pseudo element, and then we need before pseudo element as well, because those elements will have some common styles. So first of all, I'm going to define the content. It's going to be empty. And then we need width and height, both of them equal to 100%. Then I'm going to set position to absolute, and we need position relative for the parent element. Next, I'm going to set border to 0.2 rem, solid, and the color is going to be RGBA. We need black color with the opacity 0.4. So here we have the borders. Next, I'm going to make the element rounded. We need the same border radius which we used for images. And now we have to define the positions for those elements separately. Let's go ahead and grab after pseudo element from here. So the top position is going to be -1 rem. Then we need left position -0.5 rem. Let's duplicate this code, change the selector. We need here before pseudo element. So we need here bottom position with the same value, and then we need the right position again with the same value. Okay, so that's it. Images look pretty nice. So as you can see, the borders are placed on top of the image. We need to place them behind the image. So let's fix that problem using z-index property with value -1. Okay, so now the problem is fixed. And with the images we are done. Next we have to take care of the right side of the slide. Let's go ahead and select slide text and define width as 65%. Next I'm going to select H3 heading elements. So let's go ahead and select slide text followed by the H3 element. We need font size to be 2.5 rem. Then I'm going to define font weight. Let's make it 300. Change the color. I'm going to make the color 111, and also create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 1 rem. Okay, so the heading looks good. Next I'm going to take care of the paragraph. Let's go ahead and select slide text followed by the P element. I'm going to set the font size to 1.4 rem. Then we need font weight. It's going to be 300. Let's change the color of the text. I'm going to use 020D14. Then we need to change the line height of the text. We need here line height. Let's make it 1.6 rem. Also create some space at the bottom using margin bottom, 3 rem. And then I'm going to change the width of the paragraph. Let's set it to 35 rem. Okay, so the paragraph looks good. Next, I'm going to customize the name of the client. So let's go ahead and select slide text followed by the client. I'm going to set font size to 1.8 rem, and then I'm going to change the color. It's going to be 07 2C35. Okay, so that's it. The slides are customized. They look pretty nice. Next, we have to make the slider work using JavaScript. Before we move on to the next lecture, I'm going to get rid of this border from here. So let's delete this line of code. Okay, so that's it. And now we have to make the slider work. Let's go to the VS Code and open script.js file. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to add the comments for this code here. I'm going to add here navigation. We use JavaScript for the navigation. Let's move this line down below. And then I'm going to add new comments for the testimonials. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to select a couple of different variables, the elements. Let's create variable and call it slider. I'm going to select this element using document.querySelector method, and we have to specify the class name, slider. I'm going to duplicate this line of code 3 times. So the second variable is going to be slides. I'm going to select all the slides using querySelector all method, and we have to specify here the class name, slide. Next, we have to select the arrows, left and right arrows. So let's call the variable left arrow. And then I'm going to specify here the class name controls. Then we need to select I elements, and we need here nth child selector. The left arrow is the first I element. So let's specify here the number 1. If we take a look at the index.html file, then actually we need here testimonials.html file. So we have here controls, and the left arrow is the first I element inside the controls. Let's get rid of this line of code and duplicate this one. We need right arrow, and I'm going to change the number of the nth child selector. In this case, we need number 2. Okay, so the variables are created. Next, I'm going to select one of the arrows, let's say right arrow, and I'm going to add an event listener to the arrow with click event. And also I'm going to pass here the callback function, which will be executed once we click the right arrow. So once we click the right arrow, I'm going to move the slider. So we need here slider followed by the style property. Then I'm going to use transform. And then we need translate x function. I'm going to move the slider by -20%. So let's go to the browser. Now, once I click the right arrow, then the slider will move to the left side. Actually, in order to see this movement better, I'm going to add transition to the slider. Let's add here all, then 0.8 seconds. And also I'm going to use cubic bezier function with the values 1, 0, 0, and 1. This will make the movement effect much nicer. So let's click the right arrow. As you can see, the slider moves nicely. Okay, after that, I'm going to create new variable, and it's going to be slide index. Let's set it to 0. Actually, this variable will be used to keep track of the current slide being displayed. It starts at 0 and it indicates the first slide. Okay, now I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change the variable. We need here left arrow. Then I'm going to add here slide index equal to slide index minus 1. So in this case, we decrement the slide index variable by 1 in order to move the previous slide. Next, we have to update the style of the slider element, translating it horizontally to show the previous slide. The amount of translation should be determined by multiplying the slide index by minus 20%, because each slide takes up 20% of the container's width. So we need here template strings, then translate x function, in which I'm going to insert slide index multiplied by minus 20%. Actually, we need percent outside of the curly brace. Let's copy those two lines, paste them here. In the case of right arrow, we need here plus sign. So let's go to the browser and click the arrows. As you can see, the slides move. I mean, all the slides, if we click both arrows. So once we reach to the last slide and click again the arrow, the slider will move. Actually, we don't need that. We have to stop the slider once we reach to the last item, I mean the last slide in the slider. So let's go back to the VS Code. Now we need to use conditional statement. I'm going to define here the condition. If slide index is greater than 0, then we need ternary operator. And now we have to insert here slide index minus 1 and then 0. So again, this is a ternary operator in JavaScript. It evaluates the condition slide index is greater than 0. If the condition is true, it evaluates slide index minus 1. Otherwise, it evaluates to 0. The same thing we need for the right arrow as well. So if slide index is less than slides.length minus 1, then we need slide index plus 1. And in the second case, we need here slides.length minus 1. So here slides.length represents the total number of slides. So slides.length minus 1 gives the index of the last slide, since indexing starts from 0. This line ensures that slide index is less than the index of the last slide before incrementing it. If slide index is less than the index of the last slide, it increments slide index by 1 with this expression here. Otherwise, it sets slide index to the index of the last slide. Okay, let's go to the browser and check the result. Let's click right arrow. So, as you can see, we reached to the last slide and I'm clicking the arrow, but the slider is not playing. The same will happen for the left arrow. Now I'm clicking the left arrow, but slides are not moving. Okay, I'm going to hide the slides outside the wrapper. Let's do that using overflow hidden. So now they are hidden and everything works fine. Okay, next we have to take care of the dots. Once we click the dots, we should move the slider. And also once we click the arrows, we need to make the corresponding dot active. So let's go to the VS Code and I'm going to add here 2 more variables. The first one is going to be dots wrapper. Let's select this element using document.query selector. And I'm going to specify here the class name dots. Let's duplicate this code. The second variable is going to be dots. In this case, we need query selector all method. And I'm going to specify here the span element. All right. So now we have to iterate over each dot element in the dots collection using for each method. So I'm going to add here dots for each, and we have to insert here callback function with 2 parameters. The first one is going to be dot, and then we need also index. Now we have to add click event to the dot. So I'm going to attach an event listener to the dot with click event. And also we have to insert here callback function, which will be executed once we click the dot. So now I'm going to define slide index, and it should be equal to index, which we used here as the parameter. So when a dot is clicked, this line updates the slide index variable to the index of the clicked dots. This effectively changes the current slide to the one corresponding to the clicked dot. Then we have to remove the active class from the dot that was previously active. So we need to select the dot with the active class. I'm going to use document.query selector, and we have to specify here dots followed by the active. Actually, we need here dots and then class active. And we have to remove the active class from its class list. So we need here class list followed by the remove method, and we have to specify here the class name active. Okay, after that, I'm going to move the slider. So we need to add here this line. All right, let's go to the browser, click the dots. Actually, we need to add here one more line. So once we remove class active from the active dots, then we should add class active to the clicked dot. So we need here add method. And I'm going to specify here the class name active. Okay, so now the dots should work. As you can see, once we click the dots, the slider will move, and also the corresponding dot will be active. All right, so everything works fine. Next, we have to take care of the dots once we click the arrows. So once we click the arrows and move the slider, then the corresponding dot should be active. Let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to add here for both arrows the following. We need dots wrapper, then children property, and we have to specify here the index as slide index, and we have to add to the class list. Actually, we need here dots. Then add method, and we have to specify here the class name active. So in this case, children is the property of dots wrapper, and it represents a collection of all child elements within the dots wrapper. Then we have here slide index, and it is used to access a specific child element within dot wrapper. Each navigation dot should correspond to a slide in the slider, and slide index represents the index of the currently active slide. And then we're adding class active to the active, corresponding dot. Okay, now I'm going to add this line for both arrows. Let's go to the browser and check the result. Actually, we need to click the arrows. So as you can see, once we click the arrows and move the slider, then the corresponding dots become active. So everything works perfectly. Okay, before we finish this lecture, I'm going to reorganize the code. I'm going to create function. Let's call it setIndex. And then I'm going to grab those two lines because we are using those two lines everywhere. So I'm going to add those two lines here. And instead of them, I'm going to call the function setIndex. Then let's remove and add here setIndex, and do the same for the right arrow as well. Remove those two lines and call the function setIndex. Okay, now our code is more clean with just adding one function, and we have here the same. Oops, something's wrong. Actually, we should grab only two lines. Those two lines here, and we grabbed this line as well. So now everything should work. Okay, so as you can see, the slider works perfectly. So in this lecture, as I said, I'm going to start to make our project responsive to different screen sizes and devices. So in my web projects, I've made it a priority to make the website look awesome on various devices. We're talking big desktop screens like 1920 pixels of width and 1080 pixels of height, and 1600 pixels of width and 900 pixels of height, as well as slightly smaller ones like 1440 pixels of width and 900 pixels of height, 1366 pixels of width, 768 pixels of height, and 1280 pixels and 780 pixels. For tablets, I've got 820 pixels and 1180 pixels, and also 768 pixels and 1024 pixels. And of course, for those who love browsing on their phones, I've optimized those 3 breakpoints here. Alright, so I have added those breakpoints to my responsive mode. As you can see, we have here screens, which is for desktop screens. These 6 breakpoints. Then we have 2 breakpoints for tablets and 3 breakpoints for mobile phones. By doing this, I'm ensuring that no matter how someone accesses the site, whether it is on a computer, tablet, or mobile phone, the experience is smooth and looks great. This approach is essential today because people use all sorts of devices, and I want everyone to have a positive and user-friendly time on my website. Responsive web design isn't just a fancy term, it is about making things easy and enjoyable for everyone, no matter what gadget they are using. Alright, so I'm going to inspect the page and select the first breakpoint, which is screen 2, 1600 pixels of width and 900 pixels of height. Then I'm going to check the project. So almost everything looks good except the footer on the main landing page. So now I'm going to open style.css file, and then I'm going to scroll down and insert new comments for responsive web design. Next, I'm going to create CSS media query where I'm going to define max width, and it's going to be 1600 pixels. So I'm going to change the width of the input in the input group in footer. Let's go ahead and select input group followed by the input element, and I'm going to set width to 31 rem. Let's go back to the browser. So as you can see, the footer looks good, and actually with the main landing page we are done here because everything looks good. Let's go ahead and check other pages. So we have here about page. Actually the features in the about us page don't look quite good, so I'm going to customize them. As for the rest of the elements, they look good. So I'm going to open about.css file. Let's close this file for now. Then I'm going to insert here new comments for responsive mode. Then I'm going to create media query with max width of 1600 pixels. And then I'm going to select about page features. Let's set width to 70%. So now they look good, and actually with about us page we are done. Everything looks good. Next, let's go ahead and check books page. So it looks good, but I want to change here one little thing. Let's go ahead and open books.css file and create new comments for responsive mode. Then create again media query with max width of 1600 pixels. Let's go ahead and select book and change margin. Right now we have margin equal to 6 rem on all 4 sides, and I'm going to make margin 6 rem at the top and bottom sides and 3 rem on the left and right sides. Okay, so now I think we have slightly better result. So the books page looks good. Let's go ahead and check the testimonials page. I think in the testimonials page everything looks great. So with this breakpoint we are done. Next we have to make our project responsive on the next breakpoint, which in this case is 1440 pixels of width and 900 pixels of height. Next we have to make our project responsive on that breakpoint. I mean 1440 pixels of width and 900 pixels of height. So let's go ahead and change the breakpoint. I'm going to select this one. So let's go ahead and check the page. So as you can see, we have to make some slight changes. Let's go ahead and open style.css file and then create new CSS media query. I'm going to specify max width as 1440 pixels. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to decrease the font size of the HTML element. It will allow us to decrease the size of all the elements on the page. So let's go ahead and select HTML and then decrease the font size. I'm going to make it 58%. Okay, let's go ahead and check the results. So everything looks good. Actually, I'm going to take care of the book section because I don't want this fact here. I mean, I don't want the book to be covered by the menu icon. Actually, let's check the previous breakpoint. So we have here the same problem. Therefore, I'm going to add here, I mean in the previous breakpoint, the following. We need book, and I'm going to change the margin. Let's set margin to 6 rem at the top and bottom and 3 rem at the left and right sides. So let's check the results. Now it looks good. Let's check the next breakpoint. So we no longer have here this problem. Okay, so I think we can customize the feedback of the client. I mean, I'm going to change the default style. Let's go ahead and find feedback. As you remember, we defined width and height by default, and actually I think that we could omit these two properties. I mean, we can comment them out and check the results. So now, as you can see, we have here slight change, and I think it looks much more better. So it was a little mistake from my side, so I'm going to get rid of those two lines from here. We no longer need them. Alright, so I think that the main page looks good. Let's go ahead and check other pages. I'm going to go to the About page. So as you can see, we have here the same problem. The menu icon covers the header, and we have the same problem here for the footer, I mean the heading of the footer. Let's go to the about.css file and create new CSS media query. I'm going to set max width to 1440 pixels. Then I'm going to select about section header and move the header using transform translate. I'm going to set translate to 60%. This is going to be for x-axis and 50% for y-axis. I mean the horizontal and vertical directions. Okay, so the problem is fixed. Actually, I'm going to check the About page on previous breakpoint. So as you can see, we have here the same problem. I'm going to add here the following. Let's select footer about, followed by the footer header, and then I'm going to move the header to the left side using transform translate x, and I'm going to set it to 60%. So now the problem is fixed on that breakpoint. If we check the project on the next breakpoint, so as you can see, it looks pretty nice. Okay, so I think that with the About page we are done. Let's move on and check the next page, which is Books page. So everything looks good. Let's check the Testimonials page. And as you can see, it looks good as well. Alright, so I think that with this breakpoint we are done. I'm going to check this breakpoint. The next one is 1366 pixels of width and 768 pixels of height. So I'm going to select screen 4 with those dimensions. Let's go ahead and check the page. So we have to make here some changes. Let's go ahead and open style.css file and create new CSS media query. I'm going to define max width. It's going to be 1368 pixels. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to decrease again the HTML, the font size of the HTML elements. So I'm going to select HTML and let's set font size to 55% and then check the results. So now we have much better results. The only thing that I'm going to do is to move the banner a little bit down. So let's go ahead and select banner and set bottom position to 25 rem. Okay, and then I'm going to increase the height of the testimonials page a little bit. So let's go ahead and select testimonials. I mean the testimonials section and not the page, it is section. So let's set height to 170 viewport height. Okay. So I think that's it. Everything looks good. Let's go ahead and check other pages. I'm going to check about. Everything looks good. Next we have books page. It looks good as well. And let's check the not contact but testimonials page. So I think we don't need here any changes. So we can say that with this breakpoint we are done. Let's go ahead and check it. Next we have this breakpoint, 1280 pixels and 780 pixels. So I'm going to select screen 5. Let's go ahead and check. Okay, we need some changes. I'm going to create new CSS media query with max width of 1280 pixels. So I'm going to customize the about section. I'm going to change the width of both parts, I mean the left part and the right part. So let's go ahead and select about content left. The width is going to be 45%, and then I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change the class name. We need here about content right, and the value of the width property is going to be 55%. Okay, so that's it. Next, I'm going to take care of the books list because we have here the same problem. The menu icon covers the books. So let's go ahead and select books list, change the width. I'm going to set it to 80%. So once we change the width, then the books are no longer placed in the center of the section. Let's go ahead and fix that using margin auto. And then we need also to use flexbox to align the content in the center. So we need display flex, then justify content center and align item center. So now as you can see the problem is fixed. Actually, I think that we can wrap the flex items. I mean we can place the books on 2 lines. So for that I'm going to add here flex wrap with the value wrap. So now I think that we have better result. And with the book section we are done. Let's move on to the next section. So the testimonial section looks good. And now we have to take care of the footer. Let's go ahead and select footer content. I'm going to set width to 70%. So now the footer content looks good, and we have to change the width of the bottom side as well. So I'm going to select footer bottom and let's set width to 70%. Alright, so that's it about the main page. Let's go ahead and check the about page. So as you can see, the features are messed up. We have to take care of that. Let's go ahead and open about.css file and create new CSS media query. We need here max width equal to 1280 pixels. I'm going to select about section header, and I'm going to move it slightly to the left side using transform, translate, and we need here 50% and again 50%. Next, we have to take care of the features. Let's go ahead and select about page features and set width to 80%. Okay, so I think everything looks good. Actually, we need to move the footer header to the left side. Let's grab this code and add it here. I'm going to change the value of translate X function. Let's set it to 55%. Okay, so now the problem is fixed. Let's go ahead and check the next section. I mean the next page. It is books page. It looks good. Then we have testimonials page. Well, you can see that we have to make here some changes. Let's go ahead and we need to open here testimonials.css file. So we didn't write here any code for responsive mode. Let's insert comments, responsive, and of responsive, and then create CSS media query with max width equal to 1280 pixels. So I'm going to select slide background and set its width to 80%, and we need the same thing for slide content as well. Let's duplicate this code and add here content instead of PG. Okay, so as you can see, the slide looks good, and actually everything is responsive and looks fine. So that's it about this breakpoint. We can check this breakpoint here, and then we have to move on and make the project responsive on that breakpoint. I mean 1024 pixels of width and 768 pixels of height. So let's go ahead and select screen 6. Well, you can see that we need to make the changes on the breakpoint. I'm going to go to the style.css file and create new CSS media query. It's going to be 1024 pixels. So first of all, I'm going to decrease again the font size of the HTML element. Let's go ahead and select HTML and set its font size to 52%. Next, I'm going to move the menu icon to the right side. So let's go ahead and select menu icon and set its right position to 5 rem. Okay. So I think the most part of the page looks good. I'm going to move the banner a little bit down. Let's go ahead and select banner and set its bottom position to 20 rem. Then I'm going to take care of the footer because everything else looks good. Let's go ahead and actually I'm going to grab this code from here, and I'm going to change the width of the footer content and footer bottom. Let's make it 80%. So now the footer looks good, and actually with the main page we are done. Let's move on and check the about page. Well, we need here some changes. Let's open about.css file and create new CSS media. Let's specify max width as 1024 pixels. I'm going to select about section header. We need to move the header to the left side, so I'm going to set translate function to 30% and then 50%. And also let's go ahead and select about page features and set its width to 90%. Well, I think it's too much. Let's make it 40%. Well, I think that if we get rid of this code and check, well, we don't need to change anything regarding the header. Let's get rid of this code at all. It looks pretty nice. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of the images in the theme section. So let's go ahead and select member with image element. I'm going to decrease width and height. Let's set both of them to 23 rem. Okay, so they look good. And actually everything looks good. We can move the header a little bit to the left side. The menu icon does not cover it, but it's too close to the header, so I'm going to grab this code. Let's add it here and decrease the value of the translate X function to 50%. Okay, so now it looks much better. Let's go ahead and check the books page. Well, everything looks good. Then we have here testimonials. So we have to take care of these slides. Let's go ahead and open testimonials.css file and create new CSS media. The max width is going to be 1024 pixels. Let's select slide BG and set its width to 90%. We need here width 90%. Then duplicate this code and change the class name. We need here content. It's going to be 90%. I mean the width of the content. And then I'm going to change the positions for the controls. I mean the left and right arrows. Let's select controls, and then we need I elements with nth child selector. Let's select the first one. We need to set left position to 10%. And then let's duplicate this code and change the number of the nth child selector. We need 2, and we need here right position. Okay, so now everything looks good in the testimonials slider. Actually, I think that we can move the logo to the left side because we have here quite a big space. So I'm going to open style.css file. Let's select logo and change left position. I'm going to make it 15 rem. Okay, actually let's set it to 10 rem. Well, I think now it's better. Let's check out the pages. Okay, so that's it with the desktop screens. We are done. Next, we have to make our project responsive to those breakpoints. I mean, those 2 breakpoints. Those are the breakpoints for tablets. And now we have to move on and start to make the project responsive for tablets. I mean, we need to make the project responsive for those 2 breakpoints. Let's start with the first one. It's going to be 820 pixels and 1180 pixels. Okay, let's change here the screen size. We need to table it. So as you can see, we have to make the changes because a lot of things are messed up. Let's go back to the VS Code, and in the style.css file, I'm going to create new CSS media with max width of 820 pixels. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to decrease again the font size of the HTML element. So let's select HTML and then define font size as 48%. It will decrease the size of all the elements in the page. Next, I'm going to place the banner in the center of the page. So I'm going to select banner, and then I'm going to define the right property. It's going to be 50%. Also, we need bottom. It's going to be 50% as well. And in order to center the element perfectly, in this case, we're using right and bottom properties. We need to use transform, translate with the values 50% and again 50%. When you use left and top properties instead of right and bottom, then you should use transform, translate with minus 50% and minus 50%. Okay, so as you can see, the banner is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to take care of the About Us section. Let's go ahead and select the left part. It's going to be about content left. I'm going to define the width. It's going to be 40%. And then I'm going to duplicate this code because we have to define the width of the right side as well. So we need here right instead of left, and the width is going to be 60%. All right. After that, I'm going to change the font size of the small heading. I'm going to select section heading SM and set the font size to 1.4 rem. Then I'm going to take care of the paragraph. Let's go ahead and select About P. First of all, I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 1.6 rem, and then I'm going to decrease the width. It's going to be 45 rem. Let's go ahead and check the browser. Okay, so the menu icon doesn't cover the text of the paragraph. Next, I'm going to take care of the book section. So as you can see, the menu icon covers the section number. So I'm going to take care of the header. Let's go ahead and select books, followed by the books header. And I'm going to define the width. It's going to be 35 rem. So as you can see, the width of the header is changed, but we need to adjust the size of the section border. So let's go ahead and select books header, followed by the section border. I'm going to set the width to 35 rem. Okay, so now the problem is fixed and the menu icon doesn't cover the section number. So the book section looks good. Next, we have to take care of the testimonials. I'm going to adjust the height of the section because right now it's too long. I mean the section length. So let's go ahead and select testimonials and set height to 100 viewport height. All right, that's it about the testimonial section. Next, we have to take care of the footer. I mean the input fields. Let's go ahead and select input group, followed by the input element, and set its width to 28 rem. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the footer looks good. And actually with the main page, we are done. All the sections and all the elements look pretty nice. Let's go ahead and check other pages. I'm going to start with the About page. So as you can see, everything is messed up here. Let's go ahead and open about.css file and create new CSS media. The max width is going to be 820 pixels. So I'm going to start with the section header. I want to place it in the center of the page. Let's go ahead and select About section header. Let's set text align to center, and then I'm going to use transform translate function, and I'm going to set the values to 0 and 0. Okay, so the header is placed in the center. Next we have to take care of this blue element here. We need to place it in the center as well. So let's go ahead and select About section header, followed by the section border, and then we need after pseudo element. Let's set right position to 50%, and then in order to place the element in the center, we need to use transform translate x with the value 50%. Okay, so that's it about the header. Next we have to take care of the features. We're going to change the alignment of the features. Let's go ahead and select About page features. First of all, I'm going to change the padding at the bottom. Let's set it to 25 rem. Then I'm going to change the alignment of the features. Actually, let's go ahead and find the default styles. I'm going to grab this code from here. Let's paste it here and make the changes. Actually, we need to insert here 0 everywhere. Let's check the browser. So now as you can see, the features are placed in a different way, and I think they look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the theme section. I'm going to change the shape of the background and make it rectangle instead of triangle. So let's go ahead and select theme. As you remember, we used property called clip path, and I'm going to set it to none. And then I'm going to adjust the size of the element. Let's set width to 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 70 viewport height. Okay, so the shape of the element is changed. Actually, I'm going to get rid of this box shadow. Let's set box shadow to none. Alright, so I think that the theme section looks pretty nice. Next, we have to change the size of the images. I'm going to select member, followed by the image element. Let's set width and height, both of them to 20 rem. Then I'm going to change the font size of the member position. Let's set it to 1.2 rem. So as you can see, the header of the footer ended up on the background of the theme section. We're going to fix that problem in a minute. Let's go ahead and select footer about and set margin top to 0. So now the problem is fixed. Next, I'm going to take care of the header of the footer. We're going to place it in the center of the page. So I'm going to select footer about, followed by the footer header. Let's set text align to center. And then we need transform, translate x with value 0. Okay, now we need the same thing with this after pseudo element. I mean this blue element, we have to place it in the center. So I'm going to select footer about, followed by the footer header. And then I'm going to select section border with after pseudo element. We need right position to be 50%, and then transform, translate x 50%. Okay, so that's it. The header is placed in the center and everything looks pretty nice. So with the about page we're done. Let's move on and check other pages. The next one is books page, and I think that it should look good, so we don't have to make here any changes. Next we have testimonial section. So as you can see, we have to make some changes. Let's go ahead and open testimonials.css file and create new CSS media query with max width of 820 pixels. So I'm going to select the section element, I mean testimonials section, and I'm going to define the height. It's going to be 100 viewport height. Let's check the results. So the height is decreased. Next, I'm going to take care of the slide. Let's start with the slide background. I'm going to set width to 95%. Let's duplicate this code because we need the same thing with the slide content. Let's check the browser. Okay, so the width is increased. Next, I'm going to take care of the paragraph. Let's go ahead and select slide text followed by the p element, and I'm going to set width to 30 rem. So now we have much better results. Next, I'm going to change slightly the positions of the arrows. Let's go ahead and select controls followed by the I element. Then we need nth child selector. We need the first one. Let's set left position to 5%. Then I'm going to duplicate this code and change the number of the nth child selector. We need here 2. As for the position, it's going to be right. Okay, so everything looks good. And actually, with this breakpoint, we are done. Let's go to the home page. The next breakpoint for tablet is this breakpoint here. I'm going to check this one, and then let's go ahead and select tablet 2. So I'm going to take care of the books. I'm going to make them slightly smaller, and also I'm going to take care of the testimonial section. Okay, let's go ahead and create new CSS media in the style.css file. The max width is going to be 768 pixels. Let's go ahead and select book and set its width to 32 rem. Then we need book with image element, and I'm going to set width to 27 rem. Alright, so the books became smaller and I think they look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the testimonial section. So let's go ahead and select testimonials, and I'm going to change the height of the section. Let's set it to 115 viewport height. Alright. After that, I'm going to take care of the inputs in the footer. So let's go ahead and select input group followed by the input element. Let's set width to 26 rem. All right, so I think that's it about the main page. Let's check other pages. The about page looks good. We have to make here one slight change. I'm going to decrease the width of the images because, as you can see, the menu icon covers the image of the member. So let's go ahead and open about.css file and create new CSS media. The max width is going to be 768 pixels. And then I'm going to select member with image element. Let's set width of the image to 18 rem. And also we need to change the height. Let's set it to 18 rem as well. Okay, so that's it about the about page. Next, I'm going to check the books page. Everything looks great. Then we have testimonials page. So everything looks fine. All right, so that's it about this breakpoint. Let's check the second breakpoint for tablet. Next, we have to make our project responsive for mobile phones. Next, we have to make the project responsive for mobile phones. I mean, we have here 3 different breakpoints. Let's go ahead and select mobile 1. So, as you can see, everything is messed up here. So we have to do a lot of things on the breakpoint. Let's go to the VS Code and open style.css file. I'm going to create new CSS media. The max width is going to be 430 pixels. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to change the font size of the HTML element. Let's select HTML and define the font size. I'm going to set it to 42%. It will decrease the sizes of all the elements. Next, I'm going to take care of the logo. Let's select logo and move it a little bit to the left side. So we need here left position with the value 5 rem. Next, I'm going to take care of the banner. I'm going to decrease the sizes of the heading elements. Let's go ahead and select banner H3 and change the font size. It's going to be 5 rem. Then I'm going to duplicate this code and select H1 heading element. The font size is going to be 12 rem. Okay, so I think that the website header looks good. Next, we have about section. I'm going to select about section. Let's define height. It's going to be 80 viewport height. Then I'm going to create space at the bottom of the section using padding bottom. The value is going to be 25 rem. Next, I'm going to change the alignment of the elements. First of all, let's decrease the size of the section number. I'm going to select section num followed by the span element. Let's decrease the font size. It's going to be 16 rem. Then I'm going to decrease the space on the right side of the number. So I'm going to select about content left. Let's set padding on the right side to 0. Then I'm going to change the padding for the right side. Let's go ahead and select about content right and define padding with the following values. We need 4 rem at the top side, 0 on the right side, 0 at the bottom side, and 6 rem on the left side. Alright, after that, I'm going to take care of the main button. I'm going to place it here. down. So let's go ahead and select about, followed by the main btn. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the section element. Let's define bottom position is going to be 15 rem. And then I'm going to place the button in the center. Horizontally, we need left position with a value of 50%. And then translate x with minus 50%. Okay, so the button is positioned. Next, I'm going to take care of the heading in the right side. Let's go ahead and select section heading LG and decrease the font size. Let's make it 2.5 rem. All right, after that, I'm going to take care of the section border. I'm going to decrease the width. So let's go ahead and select about, content right, followed by the section border, and set width to 25 rem. All right, so I think that's it about the header. Next, we have to take care of the paragraph. I'm going to place it in the center. So let's go ahead and select about, content right, followed by the p element. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then we need to position to be 30%. The left position is going to be 50%, and then we need to center the element using transform, translate x minus 50%, and also let's align text in the center. So now, as you can see, both paragraphs ended up together on top of each other. Let's go ahead and change the position for the second paragraph. I'm going to select, actually let's grab the selector from here and add to the paragraph the last child to the class. I'm going to set the position to 50%. All right, so that's it. The about section looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the book section. So let's go ahead and select books header. I'm going to set margin on the right side to 3 rem. Then I'm going to take care of the section number. Let's go ahead and select books, followed by the section num. And I'm going to change padding on the right side. Let's set it to 5 rem. Then I'm going to change the width of the border of the section. Let's go ahead and select books, followed by the section border. And I'm going to set width to 30 rem. Actually, we don't need this dot here. Okay, so the width of the border is changed, but as you can see, it changed its position. We have to move it to the right side. For that, I'm going to use margin left with the value auto. Okay, so that's it about the header of the book section. The books themselves look good, and actually with this section we are done. Next, we have to take care of the testimonial section. As you can see, we have to make here a lot of changes. Let's go ahead and select section elements with the class name testimonials. I'm going to change the height. Let's make it to 125 viewport height. Then I'm going to select section number. So we need here testimonials top, followed by the section num. And I'm going to change margin on the right side. Let's set it to 5 rem. Next, I'm going to change the size of the border. So let's go ahead and select testimonials, followed by the section border. Actually, we can use here testimonials without testimonials top. So I'm going to set width to 29 rem. Let's check the browser. Alright, so the header with the section number looks good. Next we have to take care of the feedback. Let's go ahead and select feedback top. I'm going to change the flex direction, but in this case I'm going to use column reverse because I want the first elements in the section to be heading instead of the quote. So now as you can see, the heading is placed at the top of the quote and the image. Next I'm going to get rid of padding on the left side. Let's set it to 0. Now the heading will be placed in the center of the section. After that, I'm going to create some space at the bottom of the heading. So let's go ahead and select feedback heading and set margin at the bottom to 5 rem. After that, I'm going to take care of the quote background. So let's go ahead and select quote BG. I'm going to change top and left properties. I'm in the position. So let's set top position to 50 rem. As for the left position, I'm going to set it to 9 rem. And also let's increase the height of the element. Let's set it to 50 rem. Alright. After that, I'm going to take care of the quote itself. So let's go ahead and select quote. Let's change the position of the quote. The top position is going to be 58 rem. Then I'm going to set left position to 12 rem. And also change the size of the elements. We need width to be 40 rem. And also change the height. Let's make it 37 rem. Okay, so the quote looks pretty nice. Next we have to take care of the content inside the quote. Let's start with the font awesome icons. I'm in the quotes. Let's go ahead and select quote I. Actually not quote, but quote header I. So we need font size to be 5 rem. Then I'm going to change the space between the heading, I mean the name of the client, and the quotes. So let's go ahead and select quote header followed by the H1 heading element. Let's set padding to 0 and then 5 rem. So now the heading, the header looks good. Next I'm going to take care of the paragraph. Let's go ahead and select quote body followed by the P elements. So the width of the paragraph is going to be 30 rem. Then we need font size. Let's set it to 1.4 rem. And also, actually we need here 1.4 rem. And then I'm going to create space at the bottom using margin bottom with the value 3.5 rem. Okay, so the content of the quote looks nice, and actually with this section we are done. Let's move on and take care of the footer. So I'm going to change the alignment of the content inside the footer. Let's go ahead and select footer content. Let's change the flex direction. It's going to be column reverse because I want to place the input fields at the top of the content, like so. Next, I'm going to change the width of the form and also the social part. So let's go ahead and select footer social with footer form and set width to 100%. Next, I'm going to select footer social individually. Actually, before we take care of the footer social, I'm going to take care of the form, because we have here form at the first place. Let's go ahead and select input group and set its width to 100%. Then I'm going to select input group followed by the input element and set its width to inherit. So in this case, input element will inherit width from the parent element. So as you can see, the inputs look nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the button. Let's go ahead and select footer form followed by the button. Let's set width to 100%, and then we need margin at the bottom, 10 rem. So as you can see, the button looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of this part here. I'm in footer social. Let's place the code here. Select footer social. I'm going to use flexbox. Let's set display to flex because we're going to place the elements side by side horizontally. And then let's create space using justify content space between. So as you can see, the address and the font awesome icons are placed side by side. I'm going to move the font awesome icons in the center vertically. So for that we can use, actually let's select social media and then use property called align self with the value center. So the font awesome icons are placed in the center vertically. Alright, so actually with the main landing page we are done. Everything looks good. Let's go ahead and check the navigation. So I'm going to get rid of this image at all and just leave here the navigation items. Let's go ahead and select nav left and make it hidden using display none. So the image is hidden. Next we have to extend the right side to the entire page. For that we need to use class name navigate and then we need nav right. Let's set width to 100%. Okay, so that's it. Navigation looks pretty nice. Alright, so with the main page we are done. Let's go ahead and check other pages. Let's check about page. So we have to take care of the theme section. All other elements look good. Let's go ahead and open about.css file and create new CSS media query. We need max width 430 pixels. Let's go ahead and select theme section and define height. I'm going to make it 100 viewport height. Then I'm going to place the images vertically in a column. So let's go ahead and select members and change flex direction. It's going to be column. And then I'm going to create some space between the members. So I'm going to select member and set margin to 4 rem at the top and bottom sides and 6 rem on the left and right sides. Alright, so the members look good. We have to take care of the heading. Let's select theme followed by the h1 heading element and change margin. It's going to be 0 at the top side, 0 on the right side, 10 rem at the bottom side and 0 on the left side. Okay, so the theme section looks good, and actually with the about page we are done. Let's go ahead and check books page. Everything looks good. Then we have testimonials page. So as you can see, we have to make here some changes. The slides don't look quite good. Let's go ahead and open testimonials.css file and create new CSS media query with max width of 430 pixels. So first of all, I'm going to change the size of the testimonials wrapper. Let's go ahead and select testimonials wrapper. I'm going to set width to 60%. As for the height, it's going to be 60 rem. Next, I'm going to change the size of the slide itself. We need slide background. Let's set width to 80%. Then the height is going to be 90%. Also, we need slide content. Let's set width to 80%, and then we need height 90%. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the quotes. Let's go ahead and select slide followed by the I element. I'm going to change the font size. Let's set it to 7 rem. So right now the quotes are not visible because we have to change the positions of the font awesome icons. Let's go ahead and select slide I followed by the nth child selector. I'm going to select the first icon. Let's set top position to -5%. As for the left positions, right now it is set to 10%, so I'm not going to change it. Let's go ahead and duplicate this code, change the selector. We need here 2, and now I'm going to set bottom position to -5%. All right, so here we have the quotes. They are positioned and look nice. Next, I'm going to change the alignment of the slide. I'm going to add here flex direction column, and then we need space between the flex items using justify content space evenly. So now, as you can see, the flex items are placed vertically in a column. I'm going to take care of the image. Let's go ahead and select slide image and change the size. We need width to be 75%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 16 rem. And then let's get rid of margin on the right side. Let's set it to 0. All right, so the image looks good. Next, I'm going to take care of the text. Let's select slide text and set its width to 100%. And now I'm going to change the width of the paragraph. Let's go ahead and select slide text followed by the P element. I'm going to set width to 25 rem. Alright, so that's it about the testimonials page. Everything looks good. And actually, with this breakpoint, we are done. All these sections and all the pages look pretty nice. Let's go ahead and check this breakpoint here. And now we need to customize the project on that breakpoint. Let's go ahead and select mobile 2. So I'm going to decrease again the font size of the HTML element. Let's go ahead and create new CSS media query with max width equal to 393 pixels. Let's go ahead and change the font size of the HTML element. I'm going to set it to 38%. Let's check the projects. So, as you can see, everything looks good. I'm going to check the pages. So the about page looks good. Next we have books page. It looks good. And let's check the testimonials page. So everything looks pretty nice. Alright, so that's it about this breakpoint. Next, I'm going to take care of the next breakpoint, which is the last one. So let's go ahead and select mobile 3. So in this case, we have to make here some changes. Let's go ahead and create new CSS media query. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this code. So we need here max width equal to 375 pixels. I'm going to decrease the font size. Let's make it 36% and check the project. So the header, website header looks good. Next we have About Us section, it looks good. The book section looks good. We need to customize the testimonial section. So let's go ahead and select testimonials. I'm going to change the height. Let's make it 150 viewport height. So now the problem is fixed and the footer looks good as well. Okay, let's check other pages. We have here About page, which looks good. Next we have Books page. It looks good as well. And finally, we have here Testimonials. I'm going to increase the height of the testimonial section. So let's open testimonials.css file, create new CSS media query with max width of 375 pixels. Then select testimonials section and change height. I'm going to make it 130 viewport height. Okay, so now this section looks good and actually everything looks pretty nice. Let's take a look at the finished project. If we reload the page, then this nice and cool animation will appear, and once the animation ends, then the web page will be loaded. So in this lecture, we're going to create this nice and cool website loader. Before that, I'm going to do one more thing. If we open the navigation and click the contact link, then we will navigate to the contact section. If we open another page and click again the contact link, then we will navigate to the contact section of that page. So in our project, we don't have this feature. Let's go to the VS Code and I'm going to find footer and I'm going to add to the footer ID attribute with the value contact. Then I'm going to grab this attribute, let's copy it and open all the HTML files. We need about.html, then books.html, and the testimonials.html is opened. So everywhere we have to pass these attribute for the footer. Let's open books.html file and add here ID. And finally, we have here footer for testimonials. Let's insert ID. All right. So now if we go to the browser and click contact link, then we will navigate to the contact section. But as you can see, the navigation is not closed. So we are on the contact section, but we need to manage closing navigation once we click the contact link. So let's go to the JavaScript and I'm going to select the contact link. Let's create new variable, contact link, and then select it using document.querySelector method. We have to specify here navigation followed by the A element, and we need here last child because contact link is the last link in the navigation items. Okay, after that, I'm going to select contact link and add to it an event listener with click event. I'm going to insert here callback function, which will be executed once the contact link is clicked. So once we click the contact link, we have to remove class navigate from the container. Actually, we don't need here dot. So let's grab this line of code. And instead of toggle, use remove. Then go to the browser. I'm going to go to any of the pages. Let's click contact link. So as you can see, we are navigated to the contact section. Let's go to the home page. Click contact. So we are navigated to the contact section. All right, so everything works fine. Let's go to the home page, and then I'm going to start to create the loader. So we need to insert the HTML markup here inside the body element right before the container. Let's insert new comments for loader. Then I'm going to open div tag with the class name loader wrapper. And inside that div element, I'm going to open another div with the class name loader. So that's it about the HTML markup. I'm going to open style.css file and find the container. So I'm going to hide container using opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Then I'm going to insert here new comments for the loader. And I'm going to select wrapper. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. Then we need height. It's going to be 100 viewport height. Change the background color. Let's set color to 151515. Then we need to change the position. It's going to be fixed. And also I'm going to define top and left properties, both of them as 0. Okay, so here we have the wrapper. Next we have to take care of the loader. Let's go ahead and select loader. I'm going to define width. Let's make it 40%. Then we need height. I'm going to set it to 0.1 rem. And then change the background color. It's going to be white. Let's check the browser. So here we have the loader. I'm going to place it in the center of the page. For that, let's use flexbox. We need here display flex. Then justify content center and align items center. Okay, so here we have the loader. Now I'm going to create the animation, CSS keyframes. So let's add here keyframes with the name loader. We're going to have a couple of different steps. So at 0%, I'm going to decrease the scale of the element. Let's use scale x function and make it 0. And also we have to change the origin of the transformation. Let's make it left. So at the start of the animation, the element won't have any width and it will be transformed from its left side. Next, we have 20%. Let's grab those two lines. So at 20%, I'm going to increase the scale. Let's make it 1. And the origin of the transformation will be again left. So after 20% progress, the element is fully visible and still transformed from its left side. Let's duplicate this code. The next step is 25%. We need here scale x 1. As for the origin of the transformation, it's going to be right. So again, at 25% progress, the element remains fully visible, but now it's transformed from its right side. Let's duplicate again the code. The next step is 45%. At this step, we need scale x 0, and the origin of the transformation will be again right. So at 45% progress, the element disappears while being transformed from its right side. Next we have 50%. We need scale x 0 and transform origin right. So at 50% progress, the element remains invisible while being transformed from its right side. The next step is 70%. At 70%, we need scale x 1 and transform origin right. So at 70% progress, the element reappears while being transformed from its right side. Next we have 75%. We need here scale x 1 and transform origin left. So at 75% progress, the element remains visible, but now it's transformed from its left side. And finally, we need here 100%. Actually, let's duplicate the code. We need 100%, scale x 0, and transform origin left. So at the end of the animation, the element disappears while being transformed from its left side. Alright, so in order to apply those rules, I'm going to add animation to the loader. We need the name loader, and then the duration is going to be 5 seconds. And also I want a little delay time, 0.5 seconds. Okay, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the animation works. Actually, I'm going to hide by default the loader. So I'm going to add here transform scale x 0. So once the animation ends, then the loader will disappear. All right. So everything looks good. Next, I'm going to add JavaScript to the project. So I'm going to open script.js file. Let's insert here new comments for the loader. Then I'm going to select loader wrapper. Let's create new variable, call it loader, and select loader wrapper. We need here loader wrapper. After that, I'm going to attach to the window object event listener with the load event. So we need here window.add event listener, and the event is going to be load. Then I'm going to insert here callback function, which will be executed once the window is loaded. So now I'm going to use one of the built-in functions in JavaScript called setTimeout. Let's use setTimeout. I'm going to insert here callback function. So after some amount of time, I'm going to hide the loader, and also after some amount of time, I'm going to display back the container. So now I'm going to add a new class to the loader, which then will be used in CSS to hide the loader. And in the same way, I'm going to add new class to the container, which will be used in CSS to display back the container. So I'm going to add here loader.classList.add, and I'm going to call the class name hide. Next, we have to add here the amount of delay. It's going to be 6 seconds. Then I'm going to duplicate this code. We need different amount of time for the container. So I'm going to add here container. Let's call the class name show. As for the amount of delay time, it's going to be 5,500 milliseconds. Okay, let's go to the CSS file, and I'm going to add here hide with loader wrapper, and I'm going to set here opacity to 0 and visibility hidden. Then I'm going to show the container. So we need here show followed by the container, and we need here those two properties. Opacity is going to be 1. As for the visibility, we need here visible. Okay, let's check the browser, reload the page. So here we have the loader with animation. Once the animation ends, then the container appears. If we open any of the pages, you will see that the container is not visible, but it will show up after some amount of time. Actually, we don't need that, so I'm going to fix those problems. Let's go to the VS Code and open index.html file. So I'm going to add class to the container. It's going to be main container. So we have to use the container which is in the index.html file. That's why I'm adding here a new class. Besides that, I'm going to use body of the index.html file. So I'm going to add here class body. Then I'm going to hide the scroll bar. For that, we need body and then overflow hidden. Next, I'm going to select main container, and I'm going to add those properties to the main container, and then I'm going to add here main. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do is to add position to the container. It's going to be relative, and also we need transitions for main container, all 0.5 seconds, and also we need transition for the loader wrapper. Let's add here transition all 0.5 seconds. Okay, so let's go to the browser and reload the page. Now we have here the animation. Once it ends, then the container will display. Let's open about. So as you can see, we no longer have here the problems. Actually, we have one tiny issue. So once the animation ends, we no longer have here the scroll bar and we are not able to scroll down. So let's go ahead and fix that problem. Go to the JavaScript file. I'm going to select here body element. So let's call the variable body, then select it using query selector method. Specify here the class name body. And then I'm going to add here body.style.overflow. It should be equal to auto. So once the container is displayed, we no longer need overflow hidden. So it will allow us to display back the scroll bar. Let's go to the browser. So the animation runs. Once it ends, then the container will be displayed with scroll bar and we are able to scroll down. Alright, so it's time to start to build our project. I have a folder here, portfolio website. Let's go ahead and open it in VS Code. And then create our working files for HTML, for CSS, and also for JavaScript. Then let's go ahead and open index.html file and create a basic HTML document. I'm going to change the title. It's going to be portfolio website. Then I'm going to link CSS file. And also let's link the JavaScript file using script tag. Alright, let's open the project in the browser. And also I'm going to place the editor and the browser side by side, like so. Besides that, I'm going to use a couple of different links. The first one is going to be Google Fonts. Throughout this project, we will use font called Roadies. Let's select a couple of different styles. Then we will search for another Google font, which is called Cabit. Let's select different styles. Then copy the link and paste it in the head element. Alright, next we need Font Awesome CDN, because we're going to use a couple of different Font Awesome icons. Let's grab the link, then open link tag in the head element and paste the CDN. Alright, so everything is ready. Let's go ahead and start to create HTML markup. Let's insert here comments for container. Then I'm going to insert here div tag with the class container. Then we need another comment for navigation. Let's create HTML markup for the navigation. We need here div tag with the class menu icon, which will include two different lines. Div element will have two classes, line and line 1. Next we need navigation, nav element with the class navigation. It will include section border. And then we will have here nav items. Let's insert here link element with home. Let's duplicate it a couple of times and change the navigation items. The second one is going to be about. Then we'll have projects. Next one will be gallery. Then we'll have blog, clients. The next one will be pricing, and then contact. Alright, so that's it about the navigation. Let's insert here new comments for landing. Let's open section tag with the class landing. I'm going to insert here div tag with the class section pg heading with the text web developer. Actually, it's going to be h1 heading tag and not the div. Next we need logo with span element with the text web, and then again span element with the text dev. Alright, after that I'm going to create banner. Let's insert here section border, and also we'll have here developer info. It will include h3 heading tag with the class greeting. Let's insert here some text, hello. Then we'll have span element. My name is. Let's insert here h1 heading element with the class name, and then insert here span tag with the text John Smith. Alright, after that I'm going to insert here h3 heading tag with the class profession, Let's insert here some text, I am. Then insert span tag with the content web developer. Alright, next let's insert paragraph with the class about, and I'm going to insert here some dummy text. Alright, after that I'm going to insert here a couple of social media icons. First let's open div tag with the class social media, and then I'm going to place here font awesome icons. The first one is going to be FA brands, FA Facebook, F. Then the second one is going to be FA brands, FA Instagram. As for the third one, it's going to be FA brands, FA Twitter. Alright, so here we have our HTML markup. Let's move on and start to work on the CV. I'm going to insert here button with the type button and with a class btn CV btn, and also insert here text download CV. Next we need here span tag with the text my skills. Next I'm going to insert here a div tag with the class name developer image. Then let's insert here image wrapper. I'm in the div element with the class dev image wrapper. Let's insert image tag and then select the path of the image. We need here developer.png. Alright, the image will be followed by a div element with the class name div experience, and also it has another class div work. Let's insert here span tag with number 15, and also we need another span, years of experience. Let's duplicate this code, change here class name, we need dev projects. Let's change the number, it's going to be 400 plus, and also change the text. I'm going to insert here completed projects. Alright, so as you can see we have here our HTML markup for the navigation and for the header. Let's start to write some CSS, insert comments for default styles. Then I'm going to select every element using an asterisk, set margin and padding, both of them to 0. Also I'm going to define box sizing as border box. Then we have to get rid of text decoration. Also let's set outline to none. And set font family to Rogues sans serif. Alright, after that I'm going to set font size of the HTML element to 62.5% because I'm going to use rem as a measurement unit. 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels. Next, I'm going to insert here comments for the container. Let's select container, define width as 100%, and also define height as 100 viewport height. Then change the background. I'm going to use here linear gradient with a couple of different colors. The first one is going to be 232932. As for the second one, it's going to be 2C3138. And also we will have here the third one. It's going to be 232932. So here we have the background color with a linear gradient. Next, I'm going to insert here comments for the landing. Let's select developer image wrapper and set its width to 60 rem, because right now the image is too bigger. We need here height 60 rem. Also, let's go ahead and select the image itself and define width and height as 100%. So now the image became smaller. Next, I'm going to select the section element. Let's define width, make it 100%. Also change the height and set it to 100 viewport height. I'm going to change here the height of the container. Let's set it to 100%. Okay. Now I'm going to select the section background heading. Let's set its position to absolute. And also we need to change the position for the parent element. Let's set it to relative. Then set bottom to 0. And also we need left 50%. And then for perfect centering we need transform, translate X with minus 50%. After that, I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 30 rem. So we have here background heading. Let's change the width. It's going to be 100%. Also, I'm going to align text in the center and then change the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called Caveat Cursive. So now the heading looks much better. Next, we need to change its color. It's going to be 31363D. It's like a gray color. Also, we need opacity to be 0.5. Now it looks really nice. Let's go ahead and select banner. I'm going to set its position to absolute. Then we need top position to be 50%, left position 50%, and then we need to center it using transform, translate, minus 50% and again minus 50%, because we need to center the element vertically and horizontally. Alright, after that I'm going to select logo. Let's set its position to absolute. Then we need top position to be 4 rem and then left position 5 rem. Then let's change the font size. It's going to be 3 rem. So we have here logo. It's placed at the top left corner of the page. Next I'm going to select span element. I mean the first span element. Let's change the color, make it white. So here we have the first span element. Let's duplicate this code and change the class name. We need here 2. We need to change the font size. It's going to be 5 rem. And also I'm going to change the font family. I'm going to use Caveat Cursive. The font weight is going to be bold. And also I'm going to change the color. I'm going to use green color 29A587. Alright, so we have here our logo, which I think looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to set display flags for the banner. And then I'm going to select section border. Let's set its width to 0.3 rem. The height is going to be 55 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here B. Also create some space on the right side using margin right 10 rem. So here we have section border and the border for the navigation. So right now I'm going to hide the navigation for a while. So let's insert here comments. Then select navigation and assign to it display none. We will get back to the navigation in a while. Let's go ahead and continue to customize the header of the website. So I'm going to select section border with a pseudo class before. Let's set content to empty. Then I'm going to set width to 3 rem. The height is going to be 3 rem. Actually, we are creating the circle here. So let's set border to 0.2 rem solid and the color BBB. Also, we need background color to be 1D 222A. Then set position to absolute. And also we need position relative for the parent element. So we have here before pseudo element. Let's make it rounded using border radius 50%. Then the position, the left position is going to be minus 1.65 rem. As for the top position, it's going to be minus 3 rem. So here we have the circle. Let's duplicate this code. We need another circle, in this case using after pseudo element. We have to change here a couple of things. We need bottom position minus 3 rem. Actually, we don't need to change anything else. So then we need greeting. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 1.6 rem. Then I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Change the color, make it white. Also, we need some space between the letters. So here we have greeting text. Next, I'm going to select span element of the greeting. Let's change the color, make it green. Next, I'm going to select name. Let's change the font size, make it 10 rem. We need width to be 60 rem. And also create some space around the element using margin 4 rem, 0, 2 rem, 0. Then the color is going to be white. So here we have the name. Let's add to it some shadow with RGBA black color with a lower opacity. So we have here a little shadow effect. Next, I'm going to select span element, which is placed inside the name. The color is going to be green. So the first name is green now and it looks nice. Next, I'm going to select prof. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 1.8 rem. Also, I'm going to change the font weight. Let's set it to 300. Transform text into uppercase. And also change the color. Use here white color. And then create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. Also create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 6 rem. Alright. Now I'm going to select span element of the prof. change the font family. It's going to be caveat, cursive. And also, I'm going to set font size to 3 rem. Next, I'm going to change the font weight. It's going to be bold. Then, transform text into capitalize. And also, create some space using margin left 1.2 rem. So here we have the second part of the prof. Next we need about. Let's set width to 60 rem. Change the font family. It's going to be caveat, cursive. Also we need font size to be 2.5 rem. Then I'm going to change the line height. Let's set it to 1 and change the color. Make it A9ABAE. So here we have about paragraph. Let's set margin bottom to 5 rem in order to create some space at the bottom. Okay. Now we have to take care of the social media icons. Let's set margin bottom to 5 rem. Then I'm going to customize the icons. So let's select social media I element. Increase the font size. It's going to be 2.5 rem. Then change the color, make it white. Also, I'm going to create some space on the right side using margin right 2 rem. And then use some shadow effect with values 0.5 rem, 1 rem, and the RGBA black color with the opacity 0.3. Okay, so the icons look much better. Let's change the cursor type, make it pointer. Alright, so that's it about the social media icons. Now I have to take care of the button. Let's set its width to 20 rem. Then the height is going to be 6 rem. Also, I'm going to set border to 0.2 rem solid with a BBB color. Border radius is going to be 3 rem. I want to make the button rounded. Then change the background color, make it transparent. So here we have the button. Let's take care of the text. Font size is going to be 1.4 rem. Change the transform, make it uppercase. Also we need to set color to white and also change the cursor, make it pointer. Alright. Next thing I'm going to do is to create some space on the right side. It's going to be 7 rem. And now we have to create a hover effect. We need to select btn before. Let's set content to empty. Width is going to be 100%. Height is going to be 100% as well. Then change the background color. Use here green color. Also, I'm going to set border radius to 3 rem. It should be rounded, like the button. Then set position to absolute. And we need here position relative, because the button is the parent element. So, here we have the before pseudo element. Let's set top position to 0 and left position to 0 as well. So, now the before pseudo element covers the button. Let's fix that problem using the index property with value -10. Alright, so now it looks pretty nice, and we have to hide this element using transform scale 0. Once we hover over the button, then the before pseudo element should appear. So let's select btn with hover followed by the before pseudo element. Let's set scale to 1. And also we need here transition to make smooth effect. Let's use transition here as well. Alright, now we have to create a line next to button, so let's select CVBTN with the after pseudo element. Let's set content to empty, then define width, it's going to be 5 rem. We need height to be 0.2 rem, then change the background color, it's going to be BBB. Also set the position to absolute, then top position is going to be 50%. As for the right position, it's going to be minus 5 rem. So here we have the line. Let's add here transform, translate y minus 50% in order to center the line perfectly. Alright, now we need CV span. Let's change the font size, it's going to be 1.4 rem. As for the font weight, I'm going to set it to 300. Also, transform text into uppercase and then change the color, make it white. Alright, so that's it about the left side. Let's move on and take care of the right side. I'm going to add here background color. Let's use green color. Then we need border radius to be 50%. Let's add here padding with some different values on different sides. Also we need here shadow effect with values 0, 1 rem, 1 rem, and RGBA, the black color and with the opacity 0.2. So here we have the shadow effect. Let's hide the part of the image using overflow hidden. Alright, now we need some space between left and right sides. Let's select developer info and set margin right to 15 rem. So now we have here much better result. Let's select tab work, set width to 25 rem, then height is going to be 9 rem. Also we need here background color to be 1D222A, then change the font size, it's going to be 1.4 rem. Also we need text to be uppercase, change the color, make it white. So here we have tab work. Let's set border to 0.2 rem, solid, and BBB. Also we need border radius 6 rem. So now we have here much better result. Let's set display to flex. We need to center the text using justify content center and align items center. Also, let's use padding 0, 2 rem, and then use box shadow with the values 0, 0.5 rem, 1 rem, and the RGBA black color with the opacity 0.4. Alright, next let's set position to absolute And also we need here position relative for the parent element, which is developer image. Then we have to select separately dev work. In this case, use dev experience, set bottom position to 10 rem. Also, right position is going to be 40 rem. So one element is placed correctly. Let's select dev projects, set bottom position to 1 rem, and then right position is going to be -2 rem. Alright, so everything looks good. Now I'm going to select dev work span nth child 1. I mean the first span element. Let's set font size to 3 rem. Width is going to be 50%. Also, let's align text in the center. So here we have. Let's duplicate this code, change nth child to 2. Get rid of text align center. Also font size, and then set color to green. Alright, so once we are done with the header, now it's time to move on and work on the navigation, which right now is hidden because we assigned to it display none. Let's go ahead and customize the menu icon. I'm going to set width to 3 rem, then height is going to be 3 rem, and I'm going to assign to it some temporary background color CCC. Then we need to define the position. It's going to be fixed. Top position is going to be 5 rem. As for the right position, it's going to be 5 rem as well. So as you can see, we have here menu icon. Let's get rid of this temporary background color and then select line. Let's set width to 3 rem. As for the height, it's going to be 0.2 rem. And then let's set background color to BBB. So here we have lines. I'm going to set display to flex for the menu icon. And then we need to change the direction. Let's make it column. And also use justify content space evenly. Besides that, we need align items center. And also change the cursor, make it pointer. So as you can see, we have here nice menu icon with 2 lines. Next, I'm going to get rid of display none from the navigation and define position, make it fixed. Then we have to define top position, it's going to be 0, and also we need here a right position to be 0 as well. Then let's set width to 50 rem. As for the height, it's going to be 100 viewport height. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be gray color. So here we have the navigation. Let's set the index property to 100 in order to display the navigation. Alright, so now we need the index for the menu icon as well. So now the icon is displayed. Next, I'm going to set display to flex, and we need to align the navigation items using align item center. Also, I'm going to use padding left 8 rem. Then let's go ahead and select nav items. We need display flex, and we have to change the direction. Let's make it column. So the items are placed vertically. Next, I'm going to select nav item itself, I mean the link element. Let's set font size to 3 rem. Also change font weight, it's going to be 300. Then let's transform text into uppercase. Create some space between the letters. and change color, make color EEE. Also we need some space using margin, 1 rem and 0. So as you can see, the navigation items look nice. Next I'm going to select link elements with hover. Let's change color, make it green, and also use transition for smooth effect. So now as you can see, we have here nice smooth hover effect. Alright, so now it's time to make the navigation work. Let's hide it. Set top position to -8 rem. As for the right position, we need -63 rem. Also, I'm going to use transform, rotate Z. The value is going to be -15 degrees. If I set position to absolute, then we will see the position of the navigation. Let's get back here, fixed position. So once we click the icon, the navigation should appear. We need JavaScript. Let's create some variables. Menu icon, let's select it using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name, menu icon. Let's duplicate this code. We need here container. Also change the name of the variable. It's going to be container. Next, I'm going to add event listener to the menu icon with a click event. And also we have to pass here a callback function. It's going to be an arrow function. Once we click the menu icon, we have to add a class to the container. So we need here class list property, then toggle method. And we have to place here class name, which is going to be change. Okay, so now we have to select navigation with a class change, and we have to apply to it some styles, top position 0 and right position 0. Also we need here transform, rotate Z, and we have here to pass default position 0. So once we click the menu icon, then the navigation will appear. In order to make this effect smoother, we need transition all 0.6 seconds. So now everything works fine, and we have here nice effect. Next, I'm going to set opacity for the nav items to 0 and also visibility hidden. We need to hide the navigation items. Let's select navigation, then section border. We need to hide border as well, so we need again opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Alright, so now we have to display them once the navigation is displayed. We need again change class and then nav items. Let's set opacity to 1 and visibility to visible. Then use transition. With some delay time, because once we need to display the navigation and then the items. Let's do the same for the section border. Use class change and set opacity to 1 and visibility to hidden. Sorry, visible. And also use transition with again some delay time. Okay, now everything works fine. We have here cool effect once we display the menu icon. Alright. Finally, I'm going to take care of the lines, we have to set transform property to rotate Z 45 degrees. It's going to be for the line 1. Also, we need translate in order to move the line with value 0.7 rem and minus 0.1 rem. Let's do the same for the line 2. We need here minus 45 degrees. And also we need transition. Now once we click to the menu icon, it will be transformed to X closing button. So everything works perfectly. Alright, so now it's time to create our next section, which is going to be a skill section. Let's go ahead and insert here new comments for skill section. Then open section tag with the class name skills. First of all, I'm going to insert here a couple of headings. The first one is going to be H1 section background heading. It's going to be heading like the first section, my skills. Then I'm going to insert here another H1 heading element with the class name section heading. Let's insert here professional skills. After that, I'm going to insert H3 heading element, which is going to be a subheading, and it will include span tag with skills. After that, we need section border. I mean the border which we have in the first section. And after that, I'm going to create cards. Overall, we will have 6 different cards. Let's open div tag with the class skills card. So we will have here skill with span elements, HTML, and the percentage of the skill, 95%. Then I'm going to insert here a paragraph with some dummy text. And also we need the progress, which will indicate the percentage of the skill. Alright, so that's it. I'm going to duplicate card 5 times because overall we will have 6 cards. And then I'm going to change the technologies and also the percentage values. The second one is going to be CSS, 90%. Then we will have JavaScript, 85%. The next one is going to be reactjs, 75%. Then the next one is going to be Node.js, 85%. And the last technology is going to be Vue.js with a percentage value 75. Alright, so the HTML markup for the skill section is ready, and now it's time to write some CSS. First of all, let's insert here comments, skills, end of skills, then select section element and define width and height. Width is going to be 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100 viewport height. And also define position, make it relative. Alright, after that I'm going to select section border with the skills class name, set position to absolute, and then define left position is going to be 20 rem. Then we will need top position 50%, and in order to center the element vertically, let's use transform, translate y minus 50%. So as you can see, the border is placed nicely. Next, I'm going to use flexbox for the section element. Change the direction, make it column, align items in the center. So as you can see, the elements are placed in the center horizontally. Next, I'm going to select section heading. Let's customize it. Change the font size, make it 6 rem. Then we need font weight. It's going to be 300. Also, transform text into uppercase. Then create space between the letters. Set it to 0.2 rem. Change the color, make it white, and also create some space at the bottom, 3 rem. Okay, so the heading looks good. Now it's time to customize the subheading. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Then we need color. Let's make it green, 29A587. Also transform text into uppercase. So here we have the subheading. Now we need to select span tag, which is placed into the subheading. Let's change the font family. It's going to be caveat cursive. Also, I'm going to change the font size. Let's set it to 3.5 rem. Then transform text into capitalize instead of uppercase. And also change the color. It's going to be white. Alright, so this subheading looks really nice. And now we have to move on and take care of the cards. Let's select the wrapper. Set width to 140 rem. Then set margin to 8 rem at the top, 0 on the right side, 0 at the bottom, and 10 rem on the left side. Then we need flex and also flex wrap with the value wrap. After that, I'm going to select card itself. First of all, let's define width. It's going to be 40 rem. Then define height with the value 18 rem. Set margin to 3 rem on all 4 sides. Also, we need some padding with the values 0 and 3 rem. And also change the background color. Make it CCC for a while. So here we have all 6 cards placed nicely. Next, I'm going to select skill. Let's set it to flex. Also, we need justify content space between in order to create some space. Also, I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 2 rem. Next, I'm going to select span tags. Set font size to 2 rem. Change the color, make it EEE. And then get rid of this temporary background color. So as you can see, the technology and the percentage looks nice. Next, I'm going to select span element, which is the second one. Let's change the color, make it green. So now we have better results. After that, I'm going to take care of the paragraph. Let's change font family. It's going to be caveat cursive. Next, I'm going to change the font size. Let's set it to 2 rem. Change color, make it BPP. Also change margin at the bottom, set it to 4 rem. So the paragraph looks really nice. And now we have to take care of the progress bar. Let's set width to 2.5 rem. The height is going to be 2.5 rem. Then we need background color to be 1D222A. Then we need border 0.2 rem solid, and the color is going to be BBB. And also I'm going to make element rounded using border radius 50%, and also set position to absolute. Actually, we need a relative position for the parent, which is going to be skills card. Next, we need bottom position to be minus 1.25 rem. So here we have the circles, and now we need to create the lines. So let's copy the class name and use before pseudo element, set content to empty. Then we need height to be 0.2 rem. Then change the background color, use green color, set position to absolute. Then we need top position to be 50%. And in order to center the line, let's use transform translate y minus 50%. All right. After that, let's select skills card nth child 1. Followed by the skills card progress. We need right position to be 10%. For the first element, let's duplicate this code and select before pseudo element. The right position is going to be 2.5 rem, and also the width is going to be 33 rem. So here we have the line. Let's copy this code and now use after pseudo elements. The color is going to be 777. Also, I'm going to duplicate this code here, change before into after. Then width is going to be 4 rem. As for the right position, we need here minus 4.3 rem. All right. So now we have lines. Let's duplicate this code. Change the numbers. We need here 2. The right position is going to be 50%. Then width is going to be 31.5 rem. As for the right position, here we need minus 6.1 rem, and the width is going to be 5.8 rem. Alright, so the second card is ready. Let's duplicate this code, change the numbers. We need here 3. The right position is going to be 20%. Then I'm going to change the width. It's going to be 29.8 rem. Sorry, 5 rem. Also, I'm going to change the right position here, 8.2 rem, and also the width is going to be 7.9 rem. Okay. So the first 3 cards are ready. Now let's duplicate this code, change the numbers. It's going to be 4. The right position is going to be 30%. Then I'm going to change the width. It's going to be 25.5 rem. And also we need here right position to be 12.2 rem. As for the width, it's going to be 12 rem. All right. Next, I'm going to copy the third card because we need some similar values. Let's change the number. It's going to be 5. So as you can see, the progress is ready. Then I'm going to copy the fourth card, change the numbers, make it 6. And so now everything is ready. We have finished working on the skill section. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, so once we are done with the skill section, now it's time to move on and start to work on the next section, which is going to be a project section. So let's insert here new comments for the projects section. Then I'm going to open section tag with the class name projects. Let's go ahead and copy this code from here because we need here similar heading elements. Let's go ahead and change here my projects. Then we need here portfolio, and also change here this pan element. We need projects. Alright, next I'm going to open div tag with a class project cards. Then we need the card itself. It will include a div element, project image. Let's open image tag. Then select the image from the images folder. We need here project1 PNG. Also, I'm going to insert here another div tag with the class text. Insert here span tag. It's going to be HTML. Then we need another span tag, CSS. And the third one is going to be JavaScript. Next, I'm going to use h3 heading tag with the class project name. In this case, we'll have contact form. The heading will be followed by the paragraph with the class name project description task. Let's insert here some dummy text. And after that, we need a button. Type is going to be button. Also, we need here a class name, project btn. And let's insert here C project. Then we need a font awesome icon for the arrow. We need FA sharp, FA solid, FA arrow, right. Okay, so that's it about the card. Let's duplicate it 5 times because overall we will have 6 different project cards. Let's go ahead and change the details. We need here project2 PNG. Then change the heading. It's going to be calculator. The next project is going to be project 3. Then we'll have project 4. The heading is going to be website. Next we'll have project 5. The name is going to be menu. As for the last card, we'll have project 6. And the heading is going to be profile card. Alright, that's it about the cards. The last element that we need here is going to be button with the type button. Also we need here a class name. It's going to be btn, and let's insert here view more. Lastly, I'm going to insert here div element with the class section border. Alright, so here we have our elements. Right now this section looks ugly, so let's go ahead and take care of that. I'm going to start to write some CSS. We need here new comments for projects. Then I'm going to select project image. Let's set width to 36 RAM. The height is going to be 20 RAM. Next we need to select image itself. Let's set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 100%. So now images got smaller, and now we have much better result. Let's select section element. Define width, it's going to be 100%. Then the height is going to be 100% as well. Next I'm going to set position to relative. Also we need here a flexbox. Let's change the direction, it's going to be column. Also we need to align items in the center using align item center. So the cards are placed in the center. Also we have here border and the section background heading. Alright, next let's go ahead and select section border. Let's set height to 140 RAM. Change the position, is going to be absolute. Then the top position is going to be 50%. Right position will be 15 RAM. And also we need to center the border using transform, translate Y with the value minus 50%. Also I'm going to use margin 0. Okay, so as you can see, we have here section border which is placed on the right side of the section. Let's go ahead and select project card, set its width to 40 RAM. The height is going to be 55 RAM. Then we need to change the background color. Use here 1D222A. Then I'm going to select project cards, the wrapper development, set width to 140 RAM. Also we need here flexbox. Then use justify content center in order to center the elements. And also we need to wrap the flex items and create margin at the top side. Also we need some space at the bottom using padding bottom 10 RAM. Alright, so the cards are placed nicely in the center of the section. Next, we need to create some space between the cards. Use margin and set it to 2 RAM. Also, we need padding 2 RAM. And then I'm going to use border radius with value 1 RAM. Use flexbox. We need here to change the direction. It's going to be column. And also I'm going to use justify content space between. Alright, so as you can see, the background heading covers the cards. So let's fix that problem using cIndex property. Let's set it to 100. So now the problem is fixed. Next, I'm going to take care of the images. We need object fit to be cover and also let's use border radius with value 1 rem, change the cursor, make it pointer. All right, so the cards look better. Let's go ahead and take care of the hover effect. Once we hover over the images, they should widen. So let's use transform scale 1.3 and then use transition for smooth effect. So as you can see, we have here a hover effect, but we need to fix one problem. The images are overlapping the cards, so we need overflow with value hidden. Okay, so now we have much better effect. Let's use here border radius with value 1 rem. So now the hover effect looks even better. After that, I'm going to take care of the text. The technologies. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 1.6 rem. Then we need font weight to be 300. Also transform text into uppercase. Change the color, make it green. So here we have the technologies. Let's create some space. Make it 0.1 rem. All right. Next, I'm going to select text wrapper. Let's set margin top to -3 rem in order to place the span elements up. Next, I'm going to select project name. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 3 rem. Change the font weight, make it 300, and change the color. We need here white color. Next, we need margin top to be -2 rem. We need to move the name up. Next, I'm going to select project description. Let's change the font. Family, it's going to be caveat cursive. Also change the font size, make it 2.2 rem. Change the color, I'm going to use here CCC. So the description looks nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the button. Project BTN. Set width to 20 rem. Then the height is going to be 4 rem. Change the background color. It's going to be transparent. Next, we need font size to be 1.8 rem. Let's align text to the left side. Change the color, make it white, and also we need border to be none. As for the cursor, it's going to be pointer. Okay. Next, I'm going to select font awesome icon. The arrow. Let's change the color, make it green, and also we need margin on the left side. Let's set it to 1 rem. Okay, so the button looks nice. Let's create little hover effect. Select eye elements on hover and change the margin on the left side. Let's set it to 2 rem and also use transition for a smooth effect. We need margin left with the duration 0.3 seconds. Okay, so now we have here nice little effect. Next, I'm going to select button, which is placed at the bottom. Let's set margin to 5 rem at the top and zeros on the rest of the sides. So now everything Looks good, and with the section we are done. So let's move on. Alright, so once we are done with the skill section, now it's time to move on and start to create our next section, which is going to be a contact section. Let's go ahead and insert here new comments for the contact section. Then I'm going to open section tag with the class name contact. Next, I'm going to grab some headings from the previous section because we'll have here a similar heading elements. So let's paste those elements here. And also we need to change text values. We need here contact me. Then the next heading is going to be contact. Then we'll have let's have some talk, which will be placed inside this span element. Alright, after that I'm going to open div tag with the class section border. We will have the same border in this section as well. After section border, I'm going to open div tag with the class contact content, in which I'm going to insert another div element, contact left. On the left side we will have address. Let's put here font awesome icon, which will be FA solid, FA location dot. Next I'm going to insert here div tag with the class name contact info, in which we'll have span element, address, followed by another span, New York, USA. Next I'm going to insert here another div element with the class name freelance, in which I'm going to put font awesome icon with the classes FA regular, FA user. Then we need div tag with the class contact info, in which I'm going to put two span elements like the previous case. We need here freelance. As for the second span element, it's going to be available right now. Alright, let's go ahead and copy this code twice and change the class name. It's going to be email. Next we need to change the class name for the font awesome icon. It's going to be envelope. Also change the span elements, email, and some dummy email, johnsmith@webdev.com. Okay, next I'm going to put here phone. Also change the font awesome icon. It's going to be FA solid, FA phone. Then change the span elements. We'll have here phone, and I'm going to put here some dummy phone numbers from 1 to 9. Okay, after that I'm going to open another div element. It's going to be the right side. Let's open form tag, get rid of action attribute. In the form element I'm going to insert div tag with the class input groups. Then we will have input group. Let's open label element. I'm going to put here your full name and the font awesome icon, which will be FA solid, FA asterisk. Next, I'm going to insert here input tag with the type text. Alright, let's go ahead and duplicate input group, change the for attribute, it's going to be email. Also we need here your email address. Change the type. Next, I'm going to copy this code. Change the for attribute, it's going to be subject. Also change here text, your subject. And we need here type attribute to be text. Alright, let's insert here again input group. Change the label, it's going to be message. Change here text, it's going to be your message. And instead of input tag, I'm going to use here text area. After that, I'm going to open button elements. The type is going to be button. Also, we will have here class contact btn. And let's insert here send message. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. All the elements are created, and now we have to write some CSS. Let's go ahead and insert here new comments for the contact section. First of all, I'm going to select section elements. Let's set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 100 viewport height. And the position is going to be relative. Next, I'm going to use flexbox. Let's change the direction. It's going to be column. And also, I'm going to align items in the center. Okay, so as you can see, the items are placed in the center. Next, I'm going to select section border. Let's define this position as absolute. Set left position to 20 rem. As for the top position, it's going to be 30%. So as you can see, the section border is placed on the left side of the section. Next, I'm going to select contact content. I'm going to define width, it's going to be 120 rem. Then the position is going to be absolute. Top position is going to be 50%. Left position 50% as well. And then for perfect centering, I'm going to use transform, translate, minus 50%, and again minus 50%. Next, I'm going to set margin top to 7 rem. Okay, after that, I'm going to use flexbox. Let's use justify content space between, and then use align items center. Okay, so as you can see, both sides are placed nicely. I mean left and right sides. Next, I'm going to take care of the left side, select div element in the contact left, set display to flex, then use align items center, and we need margin. It's going to be 3 rem and 0. Okay. After that, I'm going to select font awesome icons on the left side. Let's set width to 5 rem. Then the height is going to be 5 rem as well. Next, I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 1D to 2A. Then set border to 0.2 rem, solid, and the color is going to be BBB. So here we have the icons. Next, I'm going to make those boxes rounded using border radius 50%. And also, I'm going to place the items in the center using flexbox. We need justify content center and align items center. So as you can see, the icons are placed perfectly in the center. Next, I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Then I'm going to change the color. It's going to be EE. Also, create some space on the right side. It's going to be 9 rem. So now as you can see, the icons look nice.
let's go ahead and select icon followed by the after pseudo element. The content is going to be empty. Then we'll have width 4 rem. The height is going to be 0.2 rem. We are creating now the lines. Next we'll have background color BPP, and the position is going to be absolute. Also we need here position to be relative for the parent element. After that, let's define top position is going to be 50%, and also we need to center the line using transform, translate y with the value minus 50%. Also, let's define the right position is going to be minus 4 rem. So as you can see, we have here lines on the right side of the icons. Next, let's go ahead and select contact info, set width to 20 rem. Then we need to use flexbox. Change the direction, it's going to be column. So we have here the info. The text is aligned in the center. Next, I'm going to select span elements. Change the width, it's going to be 100%. After that, I'm going to select the first span element using nth child selector. Let's specify here 1. Change the font family, it's going to be caveat cursive. Then we have to increase the font size. Let's set it to 3 rem. Change the font weight, I'm going to set it to bold. The color is going to be white. And also I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 0.5 rem. So, as you can see, span element, the first span element looks good. Let's go ahead and select the second one. Change here the number, it's going to be 2. In this case, the font size is going to be 1.6 rem. Font weight is going to be 300. As for the color, I'm going to make it 777. So now both span elements look pretty nice. Let's go ahead and select the right side. The contact right. Set width to 60 rem. The height is going to be 60 rem as well. Then use again flexbox, followed by justify content, center, and align items, center. Alright, after that, let's go ahead and select input groups, use again display flex. Next I'm going to select the input group itself, use again display flex. Change the direction, make it column. So step by step the input elements getting nicer. Next we need input group label. Change the font size, it's going to be 1.6 rem. Then we need font weight 300. And also create some space between the letters, use letter spacing. Next we need to transform text into uppercase. And also change the color, make it white. After that, let's set margin to 0, 0, 1.5 rem, and 2 rem. So as you can see, the label look good. Next we need input group label I element. The font awesome icon, the asterisk. Let's set font size to 1.2 rem. And change the color, use green color. Alright, after that I'm going to select input group, input, followed by the text area. We need some similar CSS styles. Let's set height to 6 rem. Also we need margin to be 0, 3 rem, 5 rem, and 0. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 1D222A. Set border to 0.2 rem solid and 777. So now the inputs look nice. Next we need border radius in order to make the corners rounded. Set it to 3 rem. Change font size. It's going to be 1.6 rem. Then the font weight will be 300 and change the color and make it white. Next we need some space inside the inputs. Set padding to 1 rem, 1 rem, then again 1 rem and 2 rem on the left side. After that, I'm going to select input itself, set width to 35 rem, and then I'm going to select text area. I'm going to change its height. Let's make it 12 rem. Also we need here margin bottom 2 rem, and I'm going to disable resizing function. Let's set resize to none. Okay, so finally I'm going to customize the button at the bottom. So let's select it. Set width to calc 100% minus 3 rem. Then the height is going to be 5 rem. Let's change the background color. Use green color. Also we need border 0.2 rem solid, and the color is going to be BBB. Next we need to make the corners rounded using border radius. The value is going to be 3 rem. Change the color, make it white. And also we need here to transform text to uppercase. Next let's change the font size. It's going to be 1.6 rem. And also we need here font weight to be 300. Create some space using letter spacing 0.2 rem, and we need to change the cursor. Let's make it pointer. Alright, so that's it. The content section looks pretty nice. Let's move on to the next section. Alright, so after content section, now I have to move on and start to create the last part of the website, which is going to be a footer. Footer is going to be a simple one. Let's go ahead and insert here the comments. Then I'm going to open a footer tag with the class footer. Let's insert here div tag with the class icons. I'm going to grab those social media icons from here. Let's go ahead and paste them inside the icons tag. Then I'm going to open div tag with the class copyright. Let's insert here paragraph with a copyright text. We need here a copyright sign, which is HTML5 entity. Then it will be followed by the text web. And then we need span tag with the value def. Also, I'm going to pass here all rights reserved 2023. Okay, next let's open div tag with the class author and place here paragraph made by span element and code and create. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup for the footer. Let's go ahead and start to write some CSS. Insert here footer, end of footer. I'm in the comments. Then I'm going to select footer element. Let's set width to 100%. The height is going to be 10 rem. Also, I'm going to set border at the top with values 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be 444. Also, I'm going to use display flags with justify content space evenly And also I'm going to use align items center in order to center the flex items. Okay, after that, let's go ahead and select icons, followed by the I element. We need here font size to be 2 rem. Then the color is going to be white. Also, I'm going to use margin right 2 rem, and then use some shadow effect using text shadow 0.5 rem, 1 rem, and as the color I'm going to use RGBA, black color with lower opacity. And also change cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so that's it about the social media icons. Next, I'm going to take care of the copyright text. And also I'm going to select author. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Change color, make it white. So, as you can see, the text became white and bigger. Let's use copyright span. Set font family to caveat cursive. Also, I'm going to set font size to 2.5 rem. Change font weight, it's going to be bold. And also change the color, I'm going to use green color. Next, set margin right to 1 rem. Alright, so we have here a logo. Let's go ahead and select author, span. Actually, I'm going to copy this code from here. So that's it. The footer looks really nice, and actually all the sections are finished. So as you can see, we have here a little problem. The navigation is displaying behind the card, so let's fix that problem using the index 150. Okay, so that's it. Everything looks perfectly. The only thing that I have to do is to make the project responsive to different screen sizes, so let's move on. Alright, so we have finished creating and customizing our sections of the project, and now we have to make it responsive to different screen sizes. Let's go ahead and inspect the page and switch to the responsive mode. We need to find our first breakpoint on which we have to make some changes. So I think that the first breakpoint is going to be 1700 pixels. Let's go ahead and insert here new comments for the responsive mode. And then use CSS media query. I'm going to specify here max width as 1700 pixels. So the first thing that I have to do is to change the font size of the HTML element. Let's make it 57%. So the elements became relatively smaller. Next, I'm going to select navigation and change the right position. It's going to be -70 rem. Also, I'm going to select section border for the skill section. Let's change left position, make it 10 rem. Then I'm going to select contact, section border. Let's change left position, make it 10 rem. So let's check the project. Actually, we need to add here S because the code didn't work. Okay, so next we need to find another breakpoint, and I think it should be 1500 pixels. So let's go ahead and create new CSS media query and specify here the max width, which is going to be 1500 pixels. Again, I'm going to change the font size of the HTML element. Let's set it to 52%. Next, I'm going to customize the name. Let's change the font size, make it 7 rem. Also change the width. It's going to be 40 rem. Okay, next I'm going to select about and change the width. Let's make it 45 rem. After that, I'm going to select developer image wrapper. Let's set width to 40 rem. Also define the height, make it 40 rem as well. Next, we have to take care of the dev work. Let's change width. It's going to be 20 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 7 rem. Then the padding is going to be 0 and 1 rem on the left and right sides. Next, we need to change the positions for dev work. Select span element, nth child 1. Change the font size, make it 2 rem, and the width is going to be 35%. Okay, so now I'm going to select dev experience and change the bottom position. It's going to be 22 rem. As for the right position, I'm going to set it to 25 rem. Next, I'm going to take care of the dev projects. Change the bottom position, it's going to be 14 rem. As for the right position, I'm going to make it -4 rem. Alright. Next, I'm going to take care of the background heading. Let's select section, BG heading, change the font size, it's going to be 23 rem. Next, let's take care of the skills section. I'm going to select skills and change the height. It's going to be 100%. Also, let's set padding to 10 rem and 0, then 20 rem and 0. Then I'm going to select cards wrapper, change the width, make it 100 rem. Alright, now the cards look pretty nice. Next, let's select section border for the skill section, and I'm going to change the height. It's going to be 85 rem. Now I think the border looks pretty nice. Next, let's move on and take care of the project section. Let's select projects cards. I'm in the wrapper. Set width to 100 rem. So now everything looks nice. We need to take care of the content section. Let's select content and set width to 110 rem. Okay, so everything looks nice, and let's move on to the next breakpoint. So the next breakpoint is going to be, I think, 1200 pixels. So let's go ahead and create new CSS media query. Set max width to 1200 pixels. Change the font size of the HTML element. I'm going to set it to 45%. Next, I'm going to take care of the project section. So let's select projects, followed by the section border. Change the right position, it's going to be 10 rem. Now it looks good. Next, we have to take care of the contact section. Select contact content, set width to 100 rem. Also, we need to change justify content, make it space evenly. Then we have to select contact right. Let's use margin right, make it minus 15 rem. Also, we have to customize input groups. Let's change the direction, make it column. Then we need to select input groups, followed by the inputs. Change the width. Let's make it 60 rem. Okay, so now contact section looks good. And actually we can go ahead and find next breakpoint, which is going to be 900 pixels. So let's go ahead and create new CSS media query, set max width to 900 pixels. We need to change the font size of the HTML element. It's going to be 39%. Then I'm going to select section border and hide it at all for all the sections. Next, I'm going to select section background heading, change the font size, it's going to be 20 rem. Next, I'm going to take care of the contact section. So let's go ahead and select contact content and change the width. It's going to be 100 rem. Also, I'm going to select contact right. Let's set margin right to minus 5 rem. So the contact section looks good. And actually, we can go ahead and find next breakpoint. Which is going to be 700 pixels. So let's create new CSS media query, change max width, it's going to be 700 pixels. Select HTML and change the font size. Now it's going to be 35%. Next, I'm going to select section background heading and change the font size. Let's set it to 17 rem. Then I'm going to select developer image and hide it. After that, let's go ahead and select skills, cards. I'm in the wrapper, set width to 60 rem. Then I'm going to duplicate this code, change skills into projects. And after that, we have to take care of the contact section. So let's go ahead and select contact left and hide it. And also I'm going to select contact content and set its width to 70 rem. Okay, so on the breakpoint, I think we are done. Now it's time to find the last breakpoint. Let's go ahead and create new CSS media query. Then I'm going to specify the max width as 500 pixels. Let's take care of the navigation. I want to extend it on the page, so let's set width to 100%. And also change the right position, it's going to be minus 100 rem. Then we need justify content center to put the items in the center. Okay, after that I'm going to select banner. Let's set its width to 70%. Then we need to select section heading and use text align center in order to align the headings in the center of the sections. Next thing that we have to do is to take care of the contact section. So let's go ahead and select contact content, set width to 55 rem. Also we need to select input element, let's set width to 50 rem. Okay, so I think everything looks pretty nice. We can add here one more thing. Let's select skills cards and set width to 55 rem as well. After that, I'm going to select icons of the footer and make them hide. Okay, so I think finally we are done and everything looks pretty nice. The project is responsive. So I think you enjoyed this project. Now we can move on and start to create the next one. Alright, so let's go ahead and start to create our new project. I have a folder here. Let's go ahead and open it in VS Code. And then we need to create our working files for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We need index.html, then style.css, and the next one is going to be script.js. Then open index.html file and create basic HTML document. First of all, I'm going to change the title. It's going to be architecture. Then we need to link our files. The first one is going to be CSS file, and then I'm going to open script tag and specify in the source attribute the path of the JavaScript file. Okay, let's open project to the browser and then place the editor and the browser side by side, like so. Alright, I'm going to grab a couple of different links. The first one is going to be Font Awesome CDN because we're going to use some Font Awesome icons throughout the project. Let's copy the link. Then I'm going to open link tag in the head element and paste here the CDN. Next, I'm going to visit Google Fonts website because we're going to use some Google Fonts. Let's go ahead and search for font called Able. I'm going to select the style. Then the next font is going to be Alpha Slab 1. Let's select the style. Then I'm going to copy the link and paste it in the head element. Alright, so we are ready to start to write the code. First of all, I'm going to create HTML markup. Let's insert here comments for container. Then I'm going to open div tag with a class name container, in which I'm going to insert comments for the navbar. Then open HTML5 nav element with the class name navbar, in which I'm going to insert a div tag with classes brand navbar. Then I'm going to open another div tag with the class logo1. Let's change here the class names. We need logo2 and logo3. Next, we need here span element, in which I'm going to insert text architecture. Okay, so that's it about the logo. Next, we need to create a search bar. Let's insert here input element with the type text and with a placeholder attribute. What are you looking for? And also we need here a font awesome icon, which will be search icon. We need classes FA solid, FA magnifying glass. Okay, so that's it about the first part of the navigation. Now we need to create a hamburger menu. Let's insert here menu icon, in which we will have 3 lines, line 1, line 2 and line 3. Next we need div tag, which will be a navigation. I'm going to insert here a couple of different links. The first one is going to be home. Then we will have about. The next one is going to be projects. Then we will have blog. The next one will be customers. And for the last item, I'm going to put here contact. Okay, so actually that's it about the HTML markup. Now I'm going to start to write some CSS. First of all, let's insert here comments for the default styles. Next, I'm going to select every element using an asterisk, and I'm going to set margin and padding, both of them to 0. And then we have to set box sizing to border box. Also, I'm going to change the font family. Let's use here Able sans serif. Also, I'm going to get rid of text decoration. It will be none, and also I'm going to set outline to none as well. Okay, so the default styles are applied to the elements. Next, I'm going to change the font size of the HTML element. It's going to be 62.5% because we're going to use rem as the measurement unit. Okay, let's go ahead and start to customize the container. Insert here the comments, then select container. First of all, I'm going to set width, it's going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100 viewport height. Next, let's change the background color. It's going to be 20202. It's like a dark gray color. Then I'm going to place here comments for the navbar. Let's go ahead and set width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 10 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here the same color which we used for the container. Then I'm going to define the position. It's going to be fixed. Top position will be 0. Left position will be 0 as well. And after that, I'm going to select logo 1. Let's set width to 6 RAM. Then the height is going to be 6 RAM as well. Let's set border to 0.4 RAM, solid. And the color is going to be DBA81B. It's like a yellow color. Let's duplicate this code and change the class name. We need here logo 2. Let's change width and height. I'm going to set them to 5 RAM. Get rid of border and change the background color. Use here dark gray color. Alright, so right now logo 2 is not visible because we have here the same color. Let's set position to absolute. Actually, I'm going to select brands and set position to absolute as well. Then we need top position to be 50%. The left position is going to be 8 RAM. And also we need to center the element using transform, translate y minus 50%. Okay. Let's go back to the logo 2, set top position to 1 RAM. Then the left position is going to be 1 RAM as well. So now the element is visible. Next, I'm going to select logo 3. I'm in the third part of the logo. Let's set width to 5 RAM. Then the height will be 5 RAM as well. Change the border. It's going to be 0.4 RAM, solid, with a yellow color. Next, I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be dark gray. And now we have to take care of the position. It's going to be absolute. The top position will be 2 RAM. Left position will be 2 RAM as well. So now the logo looks better. Let's set here display flags. Then I'm going to select span element in the brand. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 3 RAM. Next, I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to white. Also, we need some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.3 RAM. So we have here this span element. Next, I'm going to create some space. Let's set margin to 1.5 RAM, then 0, 0, and 3 RAM on the left side. After that, I'm going to select search bar. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need the position to be 50%. Right position is going to be 15 RAM. And also we need to center the element vertically using transform, translate y minus 50%. Okay, so the search bar is aligned on the right side of the navbar. Let's select input element, define width as 45 RAM, then the height is going to be 4 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the background color. I'm going to use here 3E41. It's a gray color, but the lighter one. Then we need border, none. And I'm going to use padding to create some space. Let's set it to 2 RAM, 2 RAM, then 2 RAM again, and 4 RAM on the left side. Also change the font size, it's going to be 1.6 rem. Then I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's set it to white. Change border radius, make it 0.5 rem. So now the input element looks much nicer. Next, I'm going to select the placeholder attribute. Let's set color to CCC. And now I have to take care of the font awesome icon. I'm in the search icon. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need the position to be 50%. The left position is going to be 1.5 rem. Also we need to center the element vertically using transform translate y minus 50%. Change the font size, it's going to be 1.6 rem. And also I'm going to set color to CCC. Alright, so let's go ahead and start to work on the hamburger menu. I'm going to select the menu icon. First of all, I'm going to display the menu icon. So let's set width to 4 rem. Also we need height to be 2.5 rem. Then the background color is going to be CCC. Actually, we need this background color for some temporary reasons. Next, I'm going to set the position to absolute. Top position is going to be 50%. Then we need here right position, which will be 8 rem. And also we need to center the icon using transform translate y minus 50%. Next, I'm going to change the cursor. Let's make it pointer. So we have here the menu icon. Actually, let's get rid of this temporary background color and then select the line. The width is going to be 4 rem. Then we need height, which will be 0.2 rem. Next, I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be CCC. So right now the lines are not visible. Let's check the HTML file. Actually, we need here to add separate class line. So now the lines should be visible. Still, we have here some problem. Oh yeah, we need here div tag and not the line tag. Sorry for that mistake. Now you can see here the lines. Let's go ahead and align them separately. For that, I'm going to use Flexbox. We need display flex. Then we have to change the direction. It's going to be column. And we need to create some space between the lines using justify content space between. So now we have here the menu icon with 3 different lines. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the navigation itself. Let's set the width. It's going to be 100%. Then we have to define the height, which is going to be 100 viewport height. Next, I'm going to change the background color. In this case, I'm going to use OB14. It's like dark blue color. Next, I'm going to set the position. It's going to be absolute. And the top and left positions, both of them, should be 0. Next, I'm going to take care of the navigation items. They should be placed in the center. So for that, let's use Flexbox. in order to center the items, at first we need to flex direction column, and then justify content center and also align items center. So here we have the items aligned in the center vertically. Next, let's select navigation items, the link element, set the font family to alpha slab 1 cursive, then increase the font size. It's going to be 5 rem. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to white. Next, I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.3 rem. Also, we need here margin at the bottom. Let's set it to 1 rem. So, as you can see, the navigation items look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to select before pseudo element. Let's set content to empty. Then I'm going to define width. It's going to be 15 rem. Then the height is going to be 0.5 rem. Change the background color. I'm going to use yellow color. Also, we need here to set the position to absolute. So position is going to be 50%. The left position should be minus 17 rem. And also we need here transform, translate y minus 50% in order to center the element vertically. Right now the before pseudo element is not visible because we need to set position to relative for the parent element, in this case the link element. So as you can see, we have here now the lines on the left side of the items. We need the same thing on the right side. For that, I'm going to use after pseudo element. We just need to change the position. We need here right position. So now we have lines on both sides. Those lines will be used for the hover effect. So first of all, we need to hide them using transform scale. It should be 0, so the lines are hidden. Next, I'm going to select navigation, then link, followed by hover, and also we need here before pseudo element. So on hover, we need to increase the scale and set it to its default value, which is 1. Let's use transition for smooth effect. So as you can see, once we hover over the item, then the line will appear. We need to display the line from the right side, so for that we have to change the origin of the transformation. By default it's set to center, and now we need right, so now the line appears from the right side. Okay, we need the same thing for the after pseudo element as well. So let's copy this code, change here before into after, and also we need here transform origin and transition. Transform origin is going to be left in this case. As for the transition, we need the same. So if we hover over the navigation items, then we'll have this nice and cool effect. Alright. So the next thing that we have to do is to display the menu icon, because it's hidden right now. So let's use the index property. Now we see here the menu icon. And now it's time to write some JavaScript to make the navigation work. I'm going to create variable, let's call it menu icon, select it using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name, which is going to be menu icon. Let's duplicate this code. We need the second variable, which is going to be navbar. Select it. Here class name navbar. Next, I'm going to add event listener to the menu icon with a click event. And also we need to put here an arrow function, which is going to be a callback function. So I'm going to add to navbar a class name with toggle method. This class name will be, let's say, change. After that, we have to hide the navigation. Let's set top position to -100 viewport height. And then we need to select navigation with a change class name. And we have to set top position back to 0. Let's use transition effect. We need here top, and the duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. So if we click the menu icon, then nothing will happen. So let's inspect the page. We don't have here any errors. Let's check the HTML5. Oh, we have to add here .js because the name of the file wasn't indicated correctly. So now the navigation works fine, and we have here nice effect. Next, I'm going to hide the navigation items using opacity 0 and the visibility hidden. Next, I'm going to select class change with navigation link. Let's set opacity to 0 and the visibility to visible. Also, I'm going to select first navigation item with a class change. Let's set transition to all 0.3 second, and then we need a delay time 0.3 second. We need to display the navigation item separately with a different delay time, which will create a really nice effect. So let's change the delay time. We need 0.4 second, then 0.5 second for the third item. Then the next one is going to be 0.6 seconds. Then for the fifth item, we need 0.7 seconds. And for the last item, it's going to be 0.8 seconds. So let's check the results. And as you can see, we have here a really nice and cool effect. Alright, so now we need to take care of the menu icon. I'm in the lines. Let's select change with line 1. Let's set width to 55%. And also we need here transform, rotate Z direction minus 15 degrees. And also we have to move the line 1 using translate minus 0.2 rem and 0.8 rem. Let's duplicate this code. Use here line 3. In this case, we need to get rid of minus sign from the rotate function. And also we need here minus 0.8 rem. Also let's use transition for smooth effect. Let's check the result. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool effect. The menu icon transforms into an arrow. Alright, so once we are done with the navigation, now it's time to move on and start to create next section of our project. Let's go ahead and insert here comments for landing. We're going to create a header of the website. Let's open section tag with the class landing. I'm going to insert here div tag with the class landing image, in which let's place image element. I'm going to select image from the images folder. It's going to be landing BG. Alright, next we need banner, in which I'm going to insert h1 heading element with the class name banner heading. The text is going to be inside the span element, dream, house. Next, I'm going to insert here div tag with the class name banner content, in which we will have paragraph with some dummy text. And besides that, I'm going to insert here button read more. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup. Let's go ahead and start to customize this section. I'm going to insert here comments, landing, end of landing. Then let's go ahead and select landing image and set width to 92%. Next we need height. It's going to be 70 viewport height. Then we need to select the image itself. Let's define width as 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100% as well. And also we need here object fit to be cover. Alright, so we have here the image. Next, I'm going to select the section element and define its width. It's going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 90 viewport height. Next, I'm going to set the position for the image wrapper to absolute. And also we need here position relative for the section element, which is a parent element. Next, let's define top position. It's going to be 11 rem. As for the left position, we need here 50%. And also we need to center the image using transform, translate X, minus 50%. Alright. Next, we need to decrease the opacity for the image. After that, let's go ahead and select banner. I'm going to set its position to absolute. And then we need here bottom position to be 15 rem. As for the left position, it's going to be 20 rem. So, as you can see, the banner is positioned down below. Next, I'm going to select heading elements. Let's set font size to 9 rem. The color is going to be white. Next, I'm going to select the span element inside the heading. Let's change the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called Alpha Slab 1 cursive. And also I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 8 rem. Then the color will be yellow. Also, I'm going to create some space between the letters. So now the heading looks pretty nice. Next, let's go ahead and select banner content. We need here flexbox. And also we need to align items in the center. Next, I'm going to select banner content followed by the paragraph. Let's set width to 45 rem. Then the font size is going to be 2 rem. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's use here white color. Create some space on the right side using margin right, 2 rem. So the paragraph looks nice. And now we have to take care of the button. let's define width. It's going to be 15 rem. Next, we need here height, which will be 5 rem. I'm going to change the background color. Let's set it to transparent. Also, we need here border to be 0.3 rem, solid, and the color is going to be white. Next, let's take care of the color. It's going to be white. And also, I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 1.6 rem. Then the font weight will be bold. And also, I'm going to change the cursor. Let's make it pointer. Alright, so we are done with the header of the website, and now it's time to move on and start to work on the next section of the project. So the next section is going to be about section. Let's insert here comments for the about section, and then as usual, let's open section tag with the class about. I'm going to place here div tag about left, in which we need h1 heading element with the text we are creative building design company. The heading element will be followed by the paragraph with some dummy text. Next, after paragraph, we need here button with the text read more. After that, I'm going to create the right side, in which we are going to have frame, and also we're going to have here image wrapper, in which I'm going to insert here image itself. Let's select image from the images folder. It's going to be about.jpg. Next, we need here div tag with the class name experience, and also we need another class section bottom. Insert here h1 heading element, 20 years, and then we need h3 heading element with the text experience working. Okay, so that's it. All the elements are created, and now we have to customize this section. Actually, I'm going to change the height of the container. It's going to be 100% and not the 100 viewport height. Now let's insert here comments for the about section. Then, first of all, I'm going to take care of the image. It's too big right now, so let's set width to 50 rem, and the height is going to be 35 rem for the wrapper of the image. Next, I'm going to select the image itself. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. For the height, it's going to be 100% as well. And also, we need to fit the image using object fit cover. Okay, so now we have much better result. And now I'm going to take care of the section element. Let's set width to 100%. The height is going to be 75 viewport height. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 313133. It's a gray color, lighter one. Then I'm going to use flexbox. Let's align items in the center. And also I'm going to use here justify content with value space around. Okay, so the left and right sides are aligned nicely. Next, I'm going to select about left h1 heading element. Let's set font size to 5 rem. Then the color is going to be white. Also, I'm going to change the width. It's going to be 50 rem. Then we need some space at the bottom. It's going to be 6 rem. Actually, we don't need this here. Okay. Next, I'm going to select paragraph. Let's set font size to 2 rem. Also, change the color. The color is going to be white. We need width to be 50 rem. And also we need margin bottom to be 5 rem. Okay, next let's go ahead and take care of the button. I'm going to set width to 18 rem. Then we need height to be 5 rem. Also, I'm going to set the background color to transparent. Then we need border 0.2 rem solid, and the color is going to be DBA81B, I mean the yellow color. Next, I'm going to set color to, again, yellow. Also, we need font size to be 1.8 rem. We need some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. And also we need cursor to be pointer. Okay, so the button looks pretty nice, and actually with the left side we are done. Let's move on and take care of the frame, which is placed in the right side. Let's set width to 50 rem. Then we need height to be 35 rem. Also, I'm going to use border, which will be 3 rem solid with the color 555. Let's set position to absolute. Next, we need top position to be 15 rem. As for the right position, I'm going to set it to 40 rem. Actually, we need position relative for the parent element. That's why we don't see here the frame. So now here it is. I'm going to set position for the image wrapper to absolute. Then top position is going to be 8 rem. The right position will be 33 rem. So now we have really nice results. Next, I'm going to take care of the section bottom. Let's set position to absolute. We need here bottom position to be 2 rem. Then the right position is going to be 33 rem. And also we need here to define height. It's going to be 12 rem. Next, we need border on the right side. Let's set it to 1 rem solid, and the color is going to be yellow. So here we have the border on the right side. Let's set text align to right, and also we need some space on the right side using padding right 2 rem. Alright, now we have to style the headings. Let's start with the H1 heading element. I'm going to set font family to alpha/1 cursive. Then the font size is going to be 6 rem. Next, I'm going to change the color. Let's use here 555. Also, we need space between letters. Let's set it to 0.5 rem. So the first heading looks really nice. Next, I'm going to select the second heading, which is H3. I'm going to set font size to 2.5 rem. Then the color is going to be white. So now, section bottom, looks really nice. We have here one tiny problem. We have to display the navigation. So for that, we have to use the index property with value 100. Okay, so that's it. Everything looks nice. Alright, so now it's time to move on and start to create our next section of this project. The next section is about projects. So I'm going to insert here new comments for the new section, projects, end of projects. And then I'm going to open section tag with a class name, projects. So inside this section, I'm going to put h1 heading element with the class name, projects heading. Let's insert here latest projects. Next, I'm going to open div tag with the class cards, in which I'm going to place card. The card will include an image. Let's select image from the images folder. Also, I'm going to open another div tag with the class name card content, in which we'll have h1 heading element with the text your dream house is here. Next, we will have here a paragraph with a dummy text. So that's it about the card. I'm going to duplicate this element a couple of times and change the images. Overall, we will have 5 different cards. Alright, so after that, I'm going to open div tag with the class designs and then section bottom. We have already used this in the last section. Let's open h1 heading tag with the text awesome. And then we need h3 heading tag with the text designs. Okay, so here we have HTML markup. Let's go ahead and start to write some CSS. I'm going to insert here new comments for the project section. Then I'm going to take care of the card. Let's set width to 32 rem. Then I'm going to set the height as 50 rem. Next, I'm going to select the image and define its width. It's going to be 100%. As for the height, it will be 100% as well. And also we need to fit the image using object fit cover. So now we have here relatively smaller images. And also we have here section bottom, awesome designs. So I'm going to put it down below. Let's select section element and set its width to 100%, and the height is going to be 100 viewport height. Also, I'm going to set position to relative. So now the section bottom element is placed down below. Next, I'm going to select projects heading. Let's define its font size as 8 rem. Then I'm going to change the color. It's going to be white. Also, I'm going to create space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. Next, I'm going to create some space using margin with the values 7 rem, 0, 10 rem, and 9 rem. So here we have the heading. After that, let's select cards, the wrapper, set width to 90%. Then we need margin auto in order to place the element in the center. Then we need flexbox. So as you can see, the cards are placed nicely horizontally. let's create some space on the right side of each card using margin right to 0.5 rem, and also we need cursor to be pointer. Okay, so we have here much nicer and better result. Next I'm going to select card content. Let's set width to 100%. Also the height is going to be 100% as well. Then we need position to be absolute. Also we need position relative for the parent element, which in this case is card. Next I'm going to set top position to 0. Left position will be 0 as well. So here we have the card content. Let's change background color. I'm going to use here RGBA color. I mean the black color with a lower opacity, 0.9. Next, I'm going to select H1 heading element in the card content. Let's set font size to 2 rem. Then the color is going to be white. Also, I'm going to set position to absolute. The top position is going to be 4 rem. As for the left position, I'm going to set it to 4 rem as well. Change width, it's going to be 15 rem. So here we have the H1 heading element. Next, we need to select paragraph of the card content. Let's define font size, it's going to be 1.6 rem. The color will be white. And also I'm going to define the position, it's going to be absolute. Then we need top position to be 13 rem. As for the left position, I'm going to use 4 rem. The width is going to be 17 rem. Alright. So the heading and the paragraph are customized. Next, I'm going to select card content with before pseudo element. Let's set content to empty. Next, I'm going to define the width. It's going to be 92%. Then we need height. It's going to be 0.1 rem. Also, we need to change the background color. I'm going to use here a yellow color. Let's set position to be absolute. We need left position to be 0. As for the top position, it's going to be 2 rem. So here we have before pseudo element. Next, we need to create another line using after pseudo element. In this case, we will have vertical line. Let's change the width. It's going to be 0.1 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 94%. Left position is going to be 2 rem. As for the top position, we need here 0. So here we have now the second vertical line. Now I'm going to create a hover effect. Once we hover over the card, we have to display the card content. Actually, let's place background color here. Then I'm going to use transition. Background color with the duration 0.6 seconds. So now, once we hover over the card, it will change the background color. Next, I'm going to hide both lines using transform, scale. The value should be 0, and then we have to use hover, followed by the before pseudo element. We need to change the scale and use here the default value 1. And also we need transition for smooth effect. So now, once we hover over the card, the line will display. Actually, we need to change the origin of the transformation because we need to display the line from the left side. So now we have much better result. And now we need the same thing for the second line, I mean the after pseudo element. Let's use here hover, change the pseudo element we need here after. And also we need transform origin to be top and transition with a transform. Alright, so now we have here nice hover effect. Next I'm going to hide the heading and the paragraph using opacity and visibility. And once we hover over the card, we have to display them back. So we need here opacity 1 and visibility visible. Let's copy this code and use it for the paragraph as well. We need to change here the selector. We need here P. And also we need transition for both elements. Besides that, we need transition with hover as well and with some delay time. Okay, now as you can see we have here much better effect. And actually I think everything works fine. We just need to change the position of the section bottom element. Let's set right position to 12 rem. Alright, so everything looks good, and with this section we are done, so let's move on. Alright, so once we are done with the project section, now it's time to move on and create our next section, which is going to be a customer section. So I'm going to place here new comments for the customer section. Then let's go ahead and open section tag with the class name customers. I'm going to insert here h1 heading element with the class customers heading. Let's insert here customers as the text value. Next I'm going to open div tag with the class name customers content, in which I'm going to place another div, and it's going to be customers card. So inside the card I'm going to insert image. Let's go ahead and select image from the images folder. It's going to be customer 1. Also we'll have here div tag with the class customers card content. Inside that div element I'm going to place h1 heading tag with the name John Smith. Then we will have h3 heading, and it's going to be co-manager associated. Next we will have a font awesome icon. It's going to be FA solid, FA quote left. Then we need here paragraph with some dummy text. Let's go ahead and duplicate customer's card. Next I'm going to insert here div tag, which is going to be client section bottom, the element from the previous sections. So we'll have here h1 heading elements with the text client, and also we need here h3 heading element with the text says. Okay, so that's it. We have here HTML markup. Actually we need to change here the image. It's going to be customer 2. So now the image is changed. We are done with the HTML markup. Let's go ahead and start to write some CSS. We need here new comments for the customers section. And then I'm going to select section element, which has a class name customers. Let's define width. It's going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 80 viewport height. And also we need to change the background color. In this case, I'm going to use 313133. Then we need some space at the top using padding top 7 rem. Next, I'm going to select customers card image in order to make them smaller. Let's set width to 20 rem. So now the images became smaller and now it's more comfortable to work. So we need here position relative for the section element. As you can see, the section bottom is placed nicely. Next, I'm going to select customer's heading. Let's define font size. It's going to be 8 rem. Then we need color. It's going to be white. Also, I'm going to create space using margin with the value 0, 0, 10 rem, and then 9 rem on the left side. Also create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. So here we have the heading of the section. Next, I'm going to select customers content. Let's define width. It's going to be 80%. Then we will have here margin auto in order to center the element. Then I'm going to use flexbox. So we need justify content, space evenly in order to create even space between the flex items. Next, let's go ahead and take care of the customers card content. The width is going to be 50 rem. Then we'll have height, which is going to be 22 rem. Next, I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 777. Also, we need here border radius 0.5 rem. Next, we'll have some shadow effect with the values 0, 1 rem, then again 1 rem, and the RGBA color, I mean black color with a lower opacity. Next, we need some space using padding with the value 2 rem. Okay, so step by step, the card looks nice. Next, I'm going to set the position for the image. It's going to be absolute. Then I'm going to select customer's card, which is a parent element for the image, and we need here position relative. After that, let's go ahead and define the position is going to be -5 rem. And also we need here right position, it's going to be 2 rem. Also, we need here border radius to be 0.5 rem. Next, we need some shadow effect with values 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem, and the color is going to be RGBA, black color with lower opacity. Alright, so the images are aligned nicely. Next, I'm going to take care of the H1 heading element of the card content. The font size is going to be 2.5 rem. Then we'll have color, it's going to be white. Also, I'm going to create some space at the bottom. Let's set it to 1 rem. So the headings look nice. The next element to customize is going to be the H3 heading element. Let's change the font size, it's going to be 1.8 rem. As for the color, I'm going to use CCC, and the margin at the bottom is going to be 3 rem. Okay. After that, I'm going to take care of the I element, the font awesome icon, the quotes. Let's set font size to 2 rem. The color is going to be white. As for the margin bottom, we need to get rid of it. Okay, so the quotes look nice. Now we have to take care of the paragraph. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Alright, so that's it. That's it about the customer section. Alright, so it's time to move on and create our next section of the project. The next section is going to be a contact section. So let's go ahead and insert here new comments for the contact section. Then I'm going to open section tag with a class name contact. Inside the section element, I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be contact content. Then we need contact left, the left side of the section. Let's open h1 heading tag and insert here. Stay tuned and get the latest updates. Next we need contact right, in which I'm going to insert input tag with the type email and with the placeholder attribute with the value enter your email address. Next we need font awesome icon, which is going to be FA solid, FA paper, plain. Okay, so that's it. The HTML markup is ready. Let's go ahead and start to write some CSS. Let's insert here new comments for contact. Next, I'm going to select contact element, the section element. Let's set width to 100%. The height is going to be 25 rem. Then we need flexbox and justify content center, and also we need align items center in order to center the content inside the section. Next, I'm going to select contact content and I'm going to specify the width. It's going to be 80%. Then we need display flex in order to place the items side by side. Then I'm going to use justify content space evenly to create even space between the flex items. Next, let's go ahead and select contact content h1 heading element. Set the font size to 3 rem. Then I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Also change the color. It's going to be CCC. So here we have the heading element. Let's go ahead and select input element. I'm going to set width to 45 rem. Then the height is going to be 4 rem. Also, I'm going to change the background color. Let's set it to transparent. Next, I'm going to create space inside the input using padding 1.5 rem and then 1.5 rem. Next, we need 2.2 rem and 0. After that, I'm going to use border and I'm going to set it to none. Then we need border bottom. It's going to be 0.1 rem solid and the color is going to be 777. So here we have the border at the bottom. Next, let's set font size to 1.8 rem. Also, we need here color to be CCC. After that, I'm going to select input element followed by the focus pseudo class. So once we focus the input element, we need to change the border, I mean the color of the border, and it's going to be yellow. Also we need here transition for a smooth effect. Alright, so once we focus the input element, then the border at the bottom change its color. Next, I'm going to select placeholder attribute, and I want to change the color. Let's make it CCC, and also use letter spacing 0.1 rem. Okay, so that's it about the input element. Now I'm going to take care of the font awesome icon. Let's set font size to 1.8 rem. Then the position is going to be absolute. I'm going to set top position to 20%. As for the right position, it's going to be 0, and also change the color, make it CCC. Next, let's change the cursor, make it pointer. So the icon is not visible because we forget here position relative for the parent element. So let's select content right and set position to relative. Okay, so that's it. Alright, so now it's time to build our last section of the project. It's going to be a footer. The footer will be a simple one. Let's insert new comments for the footer. Then I'm going to open HTML5 footer tag followed by the class name footer. Let's open div tag with the class footer content, in which I'm going to place the logo. We need here div tag with the classes brand, and then brand footer. Inside the div element we'll have 3 elements. I mean logo 1, logo 2, and logo 3, like it's in the navigation. And also we need here span element with the text architecture. Okay, next we need here the copyright text, I mean paragraph with a copyright sign, and also with the text all rights reserved, made by Code and Create. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup of the footer. Let's go ahead and style this section. Let's insert new comments for the footer. Then I'm going to select footer element. Let's define width. It's going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 7 rem. Next we need background color. It's going to be 202020. Also we need border at the top, 0.1 rem solid, and the color is going to be 3E3E41. So here we have the border at the top of the footer. Next I'm going to select brand footer, set its position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is the footer. The top position is going to be 3.5 rem. As for the left position, I'm going to set it to 20%. Okay, so here we have the logo. Let's select brand footer dot logo 1. Width is going to be 3 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 3 rem as well. Then we'll have here border, 0.2 rem, solid, and the color is going to be yellow. Next, I'm going to duplicate this code, change the class name. It's going to be logo 2. Width and height are going to be 2.5 rem. And we don't need border. Let's change the background color. It's going to be 202020. Also, we need top position to be 0.7 rem. As for the left position, it's going to be 0.7 rem as well. So the second part is ready. Let's duplicate this code and change the class name. We need here logo 3. Actually, let's copy the border from here and paste it here. Then we need to change top and left positions. Let's set both of them to 1.3 rem. So here we have the logo. Next, I'm going to select span element. Let's set font size to 2 rem. As for the margin top, it's going to be 0.5 rem. So actually, we can say that the logo and the left side of the footer is ready. Let's go ahead and take care of the copyright text. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then top position is going to be 50%. We need to center the element using transform, translate y minus 50%. As for the right position, it's going to be 20%. Next, we need to change the font size. Let's make it 1.6 rem. Also change the color. Let's set it to CCC. So that's it. The footer is ready, looks nice, and actually we can say that with the project we are done. The only thing that we have to do is to make it responsive to different screen sizes.
Alright, so let's go ahead and start to create our project. I'm going to open this folder in VS Code, and then I'm going to create our working files as usual for HTML, index.html, for CSS, and for JavaScript. Next, I'm going to open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. First of all, let's go ahead and change the title. It's going to be Interior Designer Website. Then I'm going to link CSS file. Let's specify here the name of the file, and also we need script tag. In the source attribute, we need script.js, the name of the JavaScript file. Let's open the project to the browser, and then I'm going to place the browser and the editor side by side, like so, in order to make our working process more comfortable. Alright, next we need other links like Font Awesome icons. Let's visit Font Awesome CDN.js and then grab the first link from here. I'm going to open link tag in the head element and then paste here the CDN. Besides that, I'm going to use Google Fonts, so let's go ahead and visit Google Fonts website. I'm going to search for the font called Railway. Let's select a couple of different styles from here.
Next, I'm going to search for another font called Canit. Let's select again a couple of different styles, then copy the link and paste it in the head element. Alright, so we are ready to start to write HTML markup. Let's insert here comments for the container. Then I'm going to open div tag with the class container. Next we need div tag for the rectangle. It needs two classes, rectangle and rectangle 1. Also we need here rectangle 2. Next I'm going to insert comments for the navigation. Then let's go ahead and open nav tag with the class name navbar, in which we will have another div element with the class name designer. Let's insert here image. I'm going to select image from the images folder. It's going to be designer.jpg. Next we need div tag, in which I'm going to insert span with the name and Smith. And also we need another span element with the text interior designer. Okay, after that I'm going to create the menu icon, in which I'm going to place here div tag with the class names line 1. We need 3 lines, so let's go ahead and change the class names. It's going to be line 2 and line 3. And then I'm going to create the navigation itself. Let's insert here nav left, which is going to be the image. I'm going to select image from the images folder. It's going to be nav.jpg. Next we need to create the right side of the navigation, in which I'm going to insert here div tag with the class name xbtn. It's going to be the X closing button. Let's insert here div tag with the classes xline, xline 1, and we need then xline 2. Alright, that's it about the X button. Next, we need here h1 heading element with a text and Smith. And after that, I'm going to insert div tag with the class navList, which will include navigation items. The first link is going to be home. Then I'm going to duplicate this element a couple of times. The second one is going to be about. Then we will have services. Next, I'm going to insert here portfolio. Then we'll have blog. And finally, I'm going to insert here contact. Alright, so that's it. The HTML markup is created. Next, I'm going to take care of the CSS. Let's open CSS file and insert here comments for the default styles. I'm going to select every element using an asterisk. First of all, let's set margin and padding, both of them to 0. Next, I'm going to set box sizing to border box. Also, we need here text decoration to be none. Then the outline is going to be none as well. And also, I'm going to change the font family for every element. It's going to be Railway Sans serif. Alright, besides that, I'm going to change the HTML font size, because we're going to use rem as a measurement unit. We need 1 rem to be equal to 10 rem, so the HTML element should have font size as 62.5%. Next, I'm going to create here comments for the container. Let's insert comments for the navigation. Then I'm going to select navigation. Let's set display to none. I'm going to hide it for a while. Alright, after that I'm going to select the container. Let's define its width, it's going to be 100%. Then the height is going to be 100 viewport height. I'm going to change the background color. Let's use color 121212. Next, I'm going to select rectangle. Let's define its width. It's going to be 70 rem. Also, we need here height, which is going to be 40 rem. Then I'm going to set border to 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be RGBA 255, 255, 255. It's a white color with a lower opacity, 0.1. Next, let's set position as fixed. So we have here the rectangle. We need to change its position. But right now I'm going to select rectangle 1. Let's set top position and make it 48%. The left position is going to be minus 21%. Also we need here transform, rotate with the Z direction, and the value is going to be 20 degrees. Next we need position relative for the container. So here we have the first rectangle. Next I'm going to take care of the rectangle 2. Let's set the position is going to be minus 8 rem. Then we need right position. Let's set it to minus 10 rem. And also grab transform property. The value is going to be 60 degrees. Alright, so here we have the second rectangle. Actually, I'm going to change the position for the rectangle 2. The top position is going to be 8%, and we need here right position minus 10% instead of rem. Alright, so next let's select designer, image, and set its width to 6 rem. The height is going to be 6 rem as well, and also we need here object fit in order to fit the image. Also, I'm going to change the border radius. It's going to be 50%. So here we have the image of the designer. Next, let's go ahead and select navbar, set position to absolute. Then top position is going to be 0. The left position is going to be 0 as well. And we need to set the width as 100%. Then the height is going to be 10 rem. Then I'm going to go ahead and select designer. Let's set position to absolute. Then the top position is going to be 2 rem. For the left position, I'm going to set it to 30 rem. Then we need here flexbox in order to align the elements. Let's use align items center. Okay, so here we have the image and the span elements. Let's select div elements inside the designer. So I'm going to use again flexbox. Then we need here to change the direction. It's going to be column. Also, I'm going to align the text in the center. Next, we need some space on the left side. Let's set it to 2 rem. So here we have the span elements. And now actually we can customize each of these span elements. Let's go ahead and select designer div span. I mean the first span element using nth child selector. So the font size is going to be 1.8 rem. Then we need here font weight. It's going to be bold. Let's set text transform into uppercase and change the color. It's going to be white. Next we need some space between the letters using letter spacing 0.2 rem. So here we have the name of the designer, the first span element. Let's go ahead and duplicate this code, change the nth child selector. We need here 2. I'm going to change the font size. Let's set it to 1.4 rem. And also change the color. It's going to be 999. Let's check the result. So we have here the second span element. After that, I'm going to take care of the menu icon, which will be placed on the right side. Let's set position to absolute. Then the top position is going to be 3 rem. We need the right position, which is going to be 30 rem. And also set width. Let's make it 5 rem. Then the height is going to be 3 rem. And also we need here temporary background color. Let's use CCC. Okay, so here we have the menu icon placed on the right side of the navigation. Let's go ahead and select line. Let's set its width to 100%. The height is going to be 0.2 rem. Also, we need here background color to be white. Let's get rid of this temporary background color from the menu icon. So here we have the lines. Now we need to align them. And for that, I'm going to use Flexbox. We need display flex. Then we need to change the direction. It's going to be column. And also, we need some space between the lines using justify content space evenly. Okay, so here we have the menu icon, which now looks really nice. Let's change the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so next I'm going to select menu icon with hover. Let's set transform to scale Y 1.4. Also we need here transition for smooth effect. Once we hover over the menu icon, then the scale will increase and we will have here nice and cool effect. Okay, let's get rid of display none from the navigation because we are going to make it work. First of all, I'm going to take care of the navigation left. Let's set width to 30%. Then we need height to be 100%. Let's go ahead and select nav left image because right now the image is too bigger. Let's set width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100% as well. And again, we need here object feed with the value cover. So here we have the image which is placed on the left side of the navigation. Let's set width for the navigation. It's going to be 100%. Then the height is going to be 100 viewport height. Also, we need here background color, the dark black color. Then I'm going to set position to fixed. The top position is going to be 0 and the left position will be 0 as well. Alright, so that's it. Image looks nice. Let's use display flex. So here we have the navigation list. Next, I'm going to decrease slightly opacity. Let's set 0.5 for the image. After that, I'm going to select the right side. Let's set width to 70%. Then the height is going to be 100%. After that, I'm going to take care of the X closing button. Let's set its width to 4 rem. Then the height is going to be 4 rem as well. Also, we need here background color. I mean the temporary background color. Then I'm going to set position to fixed. The top position is going to be 5 rem. As for the right position, I'm going to set it to 5 rem as well. Also, let's change the cursor, make it pointer. So here we have the X closing button. Let's get rid of this temporary background color and take care of the lines we need to create X sign. So let's set width to 4 rem. The height is going to be 0.2 rem. Then the background color will be white. So here we have the lines, and now we need to transform them and make it X. So I'm going to select the first line. Let's use transform, rotate, Z direction, and as the value I'm going to place here minus 45 degrees. So the first line is rotated. Let's duplicate this code, use here X line 2, and get rid of minus sign from here. Also we need here translate function to move the element by minus 0.2 rem and then minus 0.1 rem. So now we have here an X button. Next I'm going to take care of the H1 heading elements on the right side of the navigation. Let's set font family. It's going to be Canit sans serif. Then we need here font size. It's going to be 5 rem. I'm going to change the font weight. Let's set it to 300. I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Also change the color. I'm going to set it to white. So here we have the H1 heading element, which is the name of the designer. Next, let's set position to absolute. I'm going to set top position to 20%. As for the left position, it's going to be 50%. So here we have the heading aligned nicely. Next, let's take care of the navigation list. I'm going to use display flex. Then I'm going to change the direction because we need to align items vertically. Next, let's set position to absolute. The top position is going to be 30%. As for the left position, I'm going to set it to 50%, like the heading. So here we have the navigation items. Let's go ahead and select nav list A elements. The links. I'm going to change font family. It's going to be Canit sans serif. Next, let's define the font size. I'm going to set it to 4 rem. Also, we need here color to be CCC. Then we need margin 0.5 rem. Then 0. So now the navigation items look better. Next, let's go ahead and select the first link with the nth child selector. I'm going to change the color. Let's use red color. CO37 for all. Okay, so here we have the first item, which is red. Next, I'm going to use a hover effect. I'm going to change the color on hover and use again this red color. And also we need here transition for the smooth effect. Okay, so now once we hover over the navigation items, then they will change the color and become red. Next, I'm going to use some JavaScript. Let's create a variable which is going to be menu icon. Let's go ahead and select menu icon using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name, which is going to be menu icon. Let's duplicate this variable twice. We need here X button. Let's select it. And also I'm going to use here navigation. Let's specify here the proper class name, navigation. Now I'm going to add an event listener to the menu icon with a click event and with a callback function. So we need to add class to to the navigation once we click the button. This class is going to be navigate. Let's copy this code. Now we need here X button. Once we click the X button, we need to remove the class from the navigation. Next, let's use that newly created class navigate, but first of all, we need to hide the navigation using opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Next, we need navigation followed by the navigate. And we have to display back the navigation using opacity 1 and visibility visible. And also we need here transition all 0.3 seconds. So now once we click the menu icon, the navigation will display, and once we click the X button, then it will hide. Alright, so once we are done with the navigation, now it's time to move on and start to create next part of the project. The next part is going to be an animated banner. So I'm going to insert here new comments for landing. Next, I'm going to open a section tag with a class name landing, in which I'm going to open div tag with the class banner. So this element will include another div tag with two classes, heading slide and heading slide 1. Overall we'll have two slides. Let's insert here h3 heading element with the text hello I am. Then we will have h1 heading element with the text and Smith. Let's duplicate this element, change the class name, and also we need to change the text. So here we have from London, and also we need here an interior designer. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. Let's move on and start to write some CSS. I'm going to insert here comments for landing. Then I'm going to select landing, the section element. Let's set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 100 viewport height. Next, I'm going to select banner. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is a section element. Then let's set top position to 35%. Left position is going to be 50%, and we need to center the banner using transform translate X with -50%. Alright, next we need here to define the width. It's going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 40 rem. Also, we need here text align center. So as you can see, the banner is placed in the center. Let's go ahead and select heading slide h3 heading element. I'm going to set font size to 2 rem. Then the text transform will be uppercase. Also, I'm going to change the color. It's going to be 999. Then we need some space between the letters using letter spacing 0.3 rem. Also, I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom. It's going to be 2 rem. So here we have headings. Let's duplicate this code, change the selector. We need here h1 heading element. So the font size is going to be 6 rem. Also, I'm going to use font weight. It's going to be bold. Then change the color. Let's make it white. Also, we need here letter spacing to be 0.5 rem and get rid of margin. Okay, so that's it. The headings look Pretty nice. Next, we need to select heading slide. Let's set position to absolute. The width is going to be 100%. So now the headings are placed on top of each other. I'm going to use transform, translate z minus 8rem, and also set opacity to 0 and visibility hidden. So now the headings are hidden. Next, I'm going to create CSS keyframes. The name of the animation is going to be animate heading. So at 0%, we need those 3 lines of code. Then at 8%, I'm going to change the value of translate function. It's going to be 0, and also we need to display the heading. The next step is going to be 48%. We need the same code here. Next, we need 56%, and we need this code from here, from the first step. The next step is going to be 100%. It's going to be the last step. We need here the same code. Now we need to apply these rules to the element. We need here animation property, then the name of the animation. Next we need duration and infinite, and also linear. Let's duplicate this code, change the class name. Actually, we need here a space. For the second slide, we need a delay time 4 seconds. So, as you can see, we have here really nice and cool animation. Alright, so now it's time to move on and start to create the next section of the project. So the next section is going to be an about section. Let's go ahead and insert here new comments for an about section. Then I'm going to open section tag with the class about, in which I'm going to open div tag with the class about left. It's going to be the left side where we will have image. Let's go ahead and select image from the images folder. It's going to be about.jpg. Next, we need the right side, in which we will have h1 heading element about. Next, we will have h3 heading element hi and Smith. Next, we need here div tag with the class info, in which I'm going to open paragraph with a dummy text. Next, we will have here div tag with the class social media, in which I'm going to insert font awesome icons. The first one is going to be FA brands, FA Twitter. Let's duplicate it twice and change the class names. The second one is going to be Facebook F, and the third one is going to be Instagram. Okay, so here we have the HTML markup. Next, we need to create a couple of other elements. We need here h4 heading element with the text contact me here. Next, I'm going to open span tag, in which I'm going to insert email. Then it's going to be the link, in which I'm going to pass Smith at design.com, some dummy email address. Let's duplicate this code, change here, email into phone, and insert here some dummy phone number. Alright, so actually with the HTML markup we are done. Let's go ahead and start to write CSS. Insert here new comments for our new section, I mean the about section. Then I'm going to select section element and set its width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100 viewport height. Next, I'm going to use Flexbox. Then we need justify content center, and also I'm going to create some space at the top using padding top 10 rem. So as you can see, the left and right sides are placed side by side. Next, we need here to change the height of the container. It's going to be 100%. So now we have here the dark background in the about section as well. Next, I'm going to select the left side. Let's set width to 40%. Let's duplicate this code and define the width for the right side as well. It's going to be 60%. Next, I'm going to select the image which is placed in the left part. Let's set width to 33 rem. Change height, it's going to be 55 rem. Then we need to fit the image using object fit cover. And also set the position, make it absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is about left. Let's define to position, it's going to be minus 10 rem. Then we need right position, let's set it to 0. Okay, so here we have the image. Next, let's take care of the H1 heading element on the right side. Let's set font family to Canid sans serif. Then we need here font size, it's going to be 20 rem. Also, I'm going to use font weight, let's make it bold. Then I'm going to transform text into uppercase. After that, I'm going to create some space between the letters. Also change the color, it's going to be 222. And then I'm going to change the position, it's going to be absolute. We need position relative for the parent element, for the about right div element. Next, I'm going to set top position as minus 20 rem. As for the left position, it's going to be 15 rem. Okay, so the heading looks good and is aligned nicely. Next, we need H3 heading element on the right side. So the font family is going to be Canid sans serif. Next, I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 4 rem. Next, I'm going to set the font weight to 300. Also, we need color to be white. Then I'm going to change the position. Let's set it to absolute. Then we need top position to be minus 7 rem. Then we need left position. It's going to be 25 rem. So here we have the second heading aligned on top of the first heading, and it looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to select info. Let's set position to absolute. Set top position to 5 rem. Then we need left position. It's going to be 25 rem. After that, I'm going to select paragraph inside the info. Let's set font family to Canid sans serif. Then I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 1.8 rem. Next, I'm going to set the width. Let's make it 45 rem. The color of the paragraph is going to be 777. Also, we need to change the line height. Let's set it to 1.8, and we need some space at the bottom using margin bottom. Let's make it 5 rem. So here we have the paragraph. Next, let's go ahead and take care of the social media. I'm going to set display to flex. Then we need space at the bottom using margin bottom 5 rem. And now we can customize the font awesome icon. So let's select social media followed by the I element. Let's set width to 6 rem, and the height is going to be 6 rem as well. We need border radius to be 50%, and also we need background color. Let's use 202020. So here we have the circles. I'm going to use display flex. Then in order to center the icon, we need justify content center and align items center. And also I'm going to increase the font size. Let's make it 2.5 rem. So now the icons are placed in the center of the circles. Next, I'm going to use some space on the right side using margin right 2 rem. And also the color is going to be a red one, which we used in the previous lectures. And also change the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so the font awesome icons look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the info H4 elements. Let's set font size to 1.8 rem. Then use color, make it white. After that, I'm going to select span elements. Inside the info, let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Change the font weight, it's going to be bold. Then we need color to be 777. Also, I'm going to use display block and then margin 2 rem and 0. Okay. Finally, we need to select link elements. Let's change the font family. It's going to be Canid sans serif. And then we need to change the color. Let's use red color. Alright, so actually this section is customized. It looks pretty nice. And now we have to create fade effect. First of all, we need to hide the image. Let's use opacity 0 and then visibility hidden. And also we need to move the image down using transform, translate Y, 20 rem. Let's use this code for the right side of the about section as well. Okay, so now the content is hidden and we need to write some JavaScript. I'm going to add event listener to the window object using scroll event and with a callback function. Next, we need to create variable which will be about. Let's select the element using query selector method. And now we need to use if-else statement. The condition is going to be window.pageY_offset is greater than or equal to 200. Actually, this property shows us the distance that we scroll down. Next, we need to add class change to the about if this condition is true. In the else statement, we need the same condition but with remove element. So we need to remove the change class from the about. Let's check in the console pageY_offset property. I'm going to show you what it actually gives us once we scroll down the page. So let's inspect the page. and switch to the console. So once we scroll down, then we will get some values. Again, it shows us the distance that we scroll down in pixels. Okay, so now we need to select change, followed by about left image, and we have to use those 3 lines of code. We need to display back the image, and also we need to move it up. Let's use the same code for the right side. Get rid of image selector. We need here transition with some delay time, and we need transition here as well. So now, as you can see, we have here really nice fade effect. Alright, so that's it. Actually, the menu icon does not work here, so we need to fix that problem. Let's use the index property and set it to 100. So now, as you can see, the problem is fixed. Alright, so now it's time to move on and create the next section of our project. The next section is about services. Let's insert here new comments for a new section. Then I'm going to open section tag with the class services. Inside the section element, I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be services header. In that element, I'm going to open h3 heading tag with the text what I do. Next, we need h1 heading element with the text my services. After that, I'm going to open div tag with the class services list. Inside that element, I'm going to open another div tag with the class list item, in which I'm going to open font awesome icon with the classes fa solid, fa layer, group. Next, we need here span element, in which I'm going to insert space planning. Next, we need another span element with the text furniture layout. Next, we need another span, which is going to be surface selection. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate list item twice, and then we have to change class names and the text as well. So the second icon is going to be fa pen nib. We need here a lighting design. Then the next one is going to be interior detailing. Next, we will have installation. As for the third list item, we need here the font awesome icon, fa house. Then inside this span element, I'm going to insert color selection. Then the next one is going to be window treatments. Then we'll have constructor documentations. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. Here we have the HTML elements. Next, I'm going to start to write the CSS. First of all, as usual, I'm going to insert here new comments for a new section, services, end of services. Next, I'm going to open section elements. Let's define width. It's going to be 100%. Then we need height, which is going to be 70 viewport height. Then I'm going to use flexbox. Let's change the direction. It's going to be column, and also I'm going to align the items in the center. Alright, so here we have the HTML elements. Next, I'm going to select services header, followed by the H3 heading element. I'm going to set font size to 2 rem. Then we need to transform text into uppercase. Also, I'm going to change the color. It's going to be 777. Then I'm going to use letter spacing, 0.3 rem. Also, I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom with the value 2 rem. So here we have the first heading. Let's duplicate this code and change the heading. It's going to be H1. We need here font size to be 5 rem. Then I'm going to get rid of text transform property. The color is going to be white. Also, we need here margin bottom 12 rem. So here we have the second heading. Actually, I'm going to place the headings in the center using text align center. So now we have better result. After that, I'm going to take care of the services list. Let's set width to 70%. Then I'm going to use flexbox, followed by the justify content property with the value spaced evenly. Now we have even space between the items. Next, I'm going to select list item. Let's set width to 30 rem. Next, we need flexbox. I'm going to change the direction. Let's make it column because we need to align items vertically. Let's use align items, center. So the list items are aligned nicely. Next, let's go ahead and select list item I element. I mean the font awesome icon. I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 4 rem. Then the color is going to be red. Also, I'm going to use margin bottom with value of 3 rem. We need some space at the bottom. So the icons look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the span element. Let's set the font family to Canid sans serif. Next, I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Change the color. I'm going to use white color. And also we need margin 0.7 rem on top and bottom and 0 on the left and right sides. Okay, so actually everything looks nice. We have to hide the header because we're going to use the same fade effect like we did in the previous section. Let's move the header down using transform translate Y, 5 rem. We need the same for the services list as well. I mean the list items. So now the whole content is hidden. Let's go ahead and write some JavaScript. I'm going to duplicate this variable, change name, it's going to be services. Next we need again if-else statement. Now the number of pixels will be changed by about.offset top. Once the about section is finished, then plus 200 pixels, we need to display the effect. Now I'm going to select change followed by the services header, and we need here opacity 1, then visibility visible, and transform translate y with 0. Let's use transition. Then I'm going to copy this code and paste it here. We need list item instead of services header. Let's select here list item with nth child selector and use transition for the first item with a delay time 0.5 seconds. Let's duplicate this code twice, change the nth child selector, and also we need different delay time for the second and for the third list items. Okay, if we reload the page and scroll down, then we'll get this nice and cool fade effect. Alright, so once we are done with the services section, now it's time to move on and create next section, which is going to be a portfolio. So I'm going to insert here new comments for the new section. Then let's go ahead and, as usual, open section tag with the class portfolio. I'm going to insert here div tag, which is going to be portfolio header. Let's open h3 heading tag with the text portfolio. Next we need h1 heading element, which is going to be check out my work. After that, I'm going to open div tag with the class works. It will be wrapper. Then we need work itself, which will consist of two parts. We'll have image. Let's select image from the images folder. It's going to be work 1. Then we will have work info, in which I'm going to insert h3 heading element. It's going to be interior design. Then we need h1 heading element, which is going to be giving your home a new style. Then we will have paragraph with some dummy text. And then we need link, which is going to be view project. Alright, so that's it about the work. I'm going to duplicate this element a couple of times. We'll have 4 works. For the second work, I'm going to change the places for the image and for the work info. And also I'm going to change the image name. Then we'll have here image work 3, then work 4, and for the fourth work I'm going to do the same. Let's change the places for the image and the work info. Alright, so actually with the HTML markup for this section we are done. Let's move on and take care of the CSS. I'm going to insert here new comments for the portfolio. Then I'm going to select section tag. Let's set width to 100%, and the height is going to be 100% as well. And also we need padding 20 rem and 0, then 5 rem and 0 again. Next I'm going to copy this entire code from the previous section, and I'm going to change the class names. Let's insert here, portfolio. Also, we need here margin at the bottom, 20 rem. So as you can see, we have here these section headings, and they look pretty nice. Alright, next I'm going to take care of the works, which is the wrapper. Let's set width to 80%. Then we need margin auto to center the element. So the div element is centered. Next I'm going to select work itself. Let's use flexbox. We need here justify content, space evenly. We need even space between the flex items. Then I'm going to set margin to 15 rem and 0. So as you can see, the elements are aligned nicely. Next, let's select image. I'm going to define width. It's going to be 40%. Then we need here height. It's going to be 30 rem. Also, I'm going to use object feed with the value cover. Next, I'm going to decrease slightly opacity. Let's set it to 0.8. So the images look nice. Next, I'm going to select work info. Let's set width to 40%. After that, I'm going to select H3 heading element inside the work info. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Then we need here color. It's going to be 777. Also, I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Then use letter spacing to create some space between the letters. So the first heading element looks nice. Next, I'm going to duplicate this code, change the selector. We need here H1 heading element. We need to change the font family. It's going to be Canid sans serif. Then I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 4 rem. Also, I'm going to use here font weight with the value bold. Then change the color. It's going to be white. Also, I'm going to get rid of text transform property. As for the letter spacing, it's going to be 0.2 rem. Besides that, we need here margin 3 rem and 0. Alright. Next, I'm going to select work info, followed by the paragraph. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Then the color is going to be 777. Also, I'm going to set line height to 1.6 and then use margin bottom with the value 2 rem. Okay. So the paragraph looks nice. Next, I'm going to select link element. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Then change font weight. It's going to be bold. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's use red color. And then use space between the letters. So now the link element looks nice. Next, I'm going to hide the portfolio header using opacity and visibility. And also we need to move down the element. We're going to use the same fade effect that we used in the previous sections. Let's grab this code and use it for the work as well. We need here 10 rem for the work instead of 5 rem. Next, I'm going to write some JavaScript. Let's select new variable, which is going to be portfolio. And then I'm going to use if-else statement. We need to change here the name of the section. In this case, we need services. And here we need portfolio, because portfolio comes after the services section. Now we need to select elements using class change. At first we need here portfolio header. Let's grab this code and set opacity to 1. Then we need visibility visible. As for the translate y function, it's going to be 0. And also we need here transition for smooth effect. I'm going to grab this code and use it for the work. Let's change the class name. It's going to be work. Then we need to use transition, but we will use different transitions for the different work items. For the first item, we need transition with a delay time 0.5 seconds. Let's duplicate this code. For the second item, we need delay time 1 second. Then for the third item, we need 2 seconds. As for the fourth item, it's going to be 3 seconds. Alright, so if we reload the page, then we will get here these nice and cool effects. Alright, so once we are done with the portfolio section, now we have to move on and start to work on the next section, which is going to be a data, I mean the animated data counters. Let's open section tag with a class name data. Then I'm going to open a div tag, which is going to be data header. Let's insert here h3 heading element, which is going to be achievements. And also I'm going to insert here h1 heading element with the text, let's share my achievements. Alright, so that's it about the header of the section. Next I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be data list, in which we will have data items. Let's insert here span element and right here clients. Next we will have another span element with the class name num, I mean the number, and also we need here data val, which is going to be an attribute. I'm going to pass here some random number. By default I'm going to insert here 0. Okay, so let's duplicate data item twice. Let's change here the content. It's going to be projects done, and the data value is going to be 652, and we need here cups of coffee, and the data value is going to be 1000. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup. Here we have all the elements that we have just created. I'm going to start to write the CSS. Let's insert here comments for data. Then I'm going to select section element and set width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100% as well. Then we need padding 20 rem and 0. Next, I'm going to select data header. Let's use here text align center. After that, I'm going to select data header h3 heading element. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Then we need text transform. It's going to be uppercase. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to 777. Then we need some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.3 rem. And also I'm going to set margin bottom to 2 rem. So the first heading is customized. Next, I'm going to select h1 heading element. Let's change the font size, set it to 5 rem. Then we need color to be white. Also, we need letter spacing with 0.3 rem, and then margin at the bottom, which is going to be 12 rem. Okay, and that's it about the headings of the section. Next, I'm going to customize the data list. Let's set width to 60%. The height is going to be 90 rem. Then we need margin auto to center the element. After that, I'm going to take care of the data items. Let's set the position to absolute, and also we need here position relative for the parent element, which is a data list. Next, let's use flexbox. We need to change the direction. It's going to be column. So here we have the data items. Next, I'm going to select the first data item. Let's set the position to 0. As for the left position, it's going to be 0 as well. Let's duplicate this code twice. Change the numbers here. We need the position to be 50% for the second item. As for the left position, it's going to be 50% as well. And also I'm going to use here transform translate in order to center the element perfectly. As the values, I'm going to pass here minus 50% and again minus 50%. As for the third item, we need here bottom position to be 0 and right position is going to be 0 as well. Actually, I don't see here the third item. Let's check the code. Yeah, we need to change the number. Okay, so now all the elements, all the items are aligned. Next, let's style those items. Select data item, span element, but the first one. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. We need here text transform, uppercase. Also, we need some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. Next, we need color, which is going to be 777. So here we have the first span elements inside the data item. Let's duplicate this code, change the number. We need here nth child 2. Then the font family is going to be Canid sans serif. Then we need font size to be 20 rem. Get rid of text transform. Also, we don't need letter spacing. As for the color, I'm going to use red color. And besides that, I'm going to use line height. Let's set it to 1. Okay, so as you can see, the data items are customized. They look pretty nice, and now we have to write some JavaScript. I'm going to select a couple of different variables. First one is going to be start, which will be false by default. Then I'm going to select data, the section element. Besides that, we need to select numbers using query selector all method. And as the class name, I'm going to pass here num. After that, I'm going to create a function start count. Let's insert here parameter element. Then we need to create variable, which is going to be max, and actually it will be the value from the data val attribute, which we placed here in the HTML file. Next, I'm going to create a variable called count, and I'm going to use setInterval method. Now we have to increase the content of the element by 1 using increment operator, I mean the ++. Then we need if statement in which we have to check if content of the element is equal to max, which is the value from the attribute. If it's true, then we have to clear the interval. As the interval, I'm going to place here 5 milliseconds. Also, we need if statement here in order to define the scroll event. I mean, if window.scrollY is greater than or equal to data offset top minus 300 pixels, then again we need if statement in which we have to pass boolean value, start with not operator, and then we have to loop through the numbers using for each array helper. We have to call the function start count using num parameter, and then we have to set start boolean value to true. Alright, we have to fix that little problem here. We need text content. So as you can see, the counters work fine. Now if I reload the page and scroll down and reach to the data section, then the numbers will count immediately. So here it is. Alright, so now it's time to move on and start to create the last part of the project, which is going to be a footer. The footer is going to be kind of simple one. Let's insert new comments for the footer. Then I'm going to open HTML5 footer tag, in which we need div tag with the class name footer social media. I'm going to insert here font awesome icons. I mean the social media font awesome icons. Let's grab this code from here and paste it down here inside the div element. Next, I'm going to open h1 heading element with the text contact me. Also, we need here a link, which is going to be nsmith@design.com, some dummy email address. After that, I'm going to open a paragraph with class copyright, in which we need some copyright text. Copyright followed by the copyright sign. Then we need 2023, all rights reserved. Standard copyright text. And also I'm going to insert here made by code and create, which will be placed in the span element. Okay, so that's it. All the elements are created for the footer. Now we have to go ahead and style them using CSS. Let's insert here comments for the footer. Then I'm going to select footer tag. Let's set width to 100%. Then we need height, which is going to be 50 viewport height. Also, I'm going to use flexbox. Let's change the direction, make it column. And also, I'm going to use justify content center in order to center the items horizontally and vertically using align item center. Okay, so here we have the elements aligned nicely. Next, I'm going to select social media, the wrapper. Let's use again Flexbox. Then we need margin at the bottom to be 3 rem. Next, I'm going to customize the icons, the eye elements. Let's set width to 5 rem. Then we need height to be 5 rem. We're going to create the circles. So I'm going to change the background color. Let's use 262626. Also make the element rounded using border radius 50%. Okay. Next, I'm going to use Flexbox in order to center the icons inside the circles using justify content center and align items center. Also, let's create some space using margin 0 and 1 rem on the left and right sides. Next, I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Also change the color. Use here 777. Alright, so here we have the social media icons. They look nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the H1 heading element. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 4 rem. Then I'm going to use color white. Also create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 2.2 rem. Then we need margin at the bottom, 2 rem. So the heading looks pretty nice. Then we have to take care of the link element. Let's set font size to 2 rem. Also change the color. Use here DDD. Then we need margin at the bottom. Let's make it 10 rem. So here we have the link element. And finally, we have to take care of the paragraph. So let's select it using copyright. Change the font size. It's going to be 1.6 rem. Then we need color to be CCC. Next, I'm going to select span element, which is placed inside the paragraph. Let's change the font family. It's going to be Candid sans serif. And then I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Also, we need here color to be red. Okay, so that's it about the footer. It looks pretty nice. And actually, with the project, we are done. Alright, so it's time to start to build the project. I'm going to open folder in VS Code, and then I'm going to create our working files for HTML, for CSS, and also for JavaScript. Then let's go ahead and open index.html file and create basic HTML document. First of all, let's go ahead and change the title. It's going to be Coffee House. Then I'm going to link files. Let's open script tag and specify the name of the file in the source attribute. Then I'm going to open the project to the browser. Next, let's grab some links. Link for font awesome icons, because we're going to use those icons throughout the project. Let's open link tag and paste the CDN in the hrefs attribute. Let's place the editor and the browser side by side. Like so. Next, I'm going to visit the Google Fonts website because we're going to use some Google Fonts in the project. Let's go ahead and search for Google font called Great Vibes. Let's select this tile. Next, I'm going to search for another Google font, which is Poppins. Select a couple of different styles. Then copy the link and paste it in the head element. Okay, after that I'm going to grab the link for swiper.js because we're going to use this plugin throughout the project. So let's grab this link, paste it in the head element, and besides that we need to grab the JavaScript link and we have to paste it above the script.js tag. Alright. So we are ready to start. Let's insert comments for the container. Next, I'm going to open div tag with the class container. Then we need comments for the navigation. Let's open nav tag with a class name navbar. I'm going to insert here div tag, which is going to be logo. Inside the logo, I'm going to open I tag with the classes fa solid, fa mag, saucer. And besides that, we need logo text, the div element, in which I have span tag with the text coffee and then another span house. Okay, so that's it about the logo. Next I'm going to create the navigation list. Let's insert here link element, which is going to be home. Let's duplicate link a couple of times, then change the text. The second one is going to be menu, then we'll have blog, about, also we have here shop, and then contact. Besides that, I'm going to insert another link in which we'll have a fontless icon with the classes fa solid, fa cart shopping. Actually, the icon is not visible, so we have to fix that. There's a problem. Alright, so now everything works fine. Next, I'm going to take care of the landing, the header of the website. Let's insert new comments and then open section element with the class name landing. We need here a div element, which is going to be banner, in which I'm going to open h3 heading element with the class main heading. The text is going to be welcome. And also we need another heading, which is going to be h1 with the text amazing, taste, and beautiful place. Okay, next we need paragraph with some dummy text. And also I'm going to insert here buttons with the class name banner btn, and also we need here banner btn1. Let's insert here order now. Also I'm going to specify the type, which is going to be button, and we need here the second one with the class name banner btn2. As for the text, it's going to be view menu. Alright, after that I'm going to take care of the slideshow. We need here div tag with the class swiper, in which I'm going to insert swiper wrapper. And also we need here second class name, my swiper. Inside the swiper wrapper, I'm going to open div element, which is going to be swiper slide. And then I'm going to place here image. Let's select the image from the images folder. It's going to be image 1. Then I'm going to duplicate slide twice and change the names of the image. We need image 2 and image 3. Next, I'm going to take care of the pagination. I'm in the controllers. After the swiper, we need landing contact. Let's insert here div tag with the class details, in which I'm going to open I tag with the classes FA solid, FA phone. Then we need here div, in which I'm going to insert span element with some dummy phone number. Next we need another span, in which I'm going to insert some dummy text. Alright. Let's duplicate these div elements. Change the font awesome icon. The second one is going to be FA location dot. Also, let's get rid of those numbers from here and insert some dummy address. As for the second span element, I'm going to insert again some fake dummy location. After that, let's change the third icon. It's going to be FA clock. Let's get rid of the numbers and insert here text open Monday, Friday. As for the second span element, it's going to be the text. Please join us. We are available. (8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Alright, actually, that's it about the HTML markup. I'm going to start to write the CSS. Let's insert here comments for default styles. Then I'm going to select every element using an asterisk, and as usual I'm going to set margin and padding, both of them, to 0. Next I'm going to set box sizing to border box. Then we need to get rid of default text decoration, also the outline. And then I'm going to set the font family for every element to Poppins sans serif. And besides that, we need to change the font size of the HTML element, because we're going to use rem as the measurement unit. Let's set font size to 62.5%. Okay, so those default styles are applied to the elements. Next, I'm going to insert comments for the container. Then let's select div element for the class container. Define the width, it's going to be 100%. And the height will be 100% as well. Also, I'm going to insert here comments for the landing, because right now I'm going to hide the banner at all using display none. Alright. Next, I'm going to insert the comments for the navigation. Let's go ahead and select navbar, set its width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 10 rem. Next, we need here the position, it's going to be fixed. then the top position will be 0. As for the left position, it's going to be 0 as well. Right now the navbar is not visible. Let's fix that using the index property with the value 100. So we have here the navigation. Next, let's use Flexbox. We need justify content space evenly and also align items center in order to center the items vertically. Next, I'm going to create border at the bottom with the values 0.1 rem solid, and the color is going to be RGBA, white color with a lower opacity. So here we have the border, and also the items are aligned nicely. Next, I'm going to select logo. Let's use display flex. Then we need to align items in the center, and also let's change the cursor, make it pointer. Alright, after that I'm going to take care of the eye element, I mean the icon. Let's set font size to 4 rem. Also I'm going to use here WebKit text stroke. Let's set it to 0.1 rem, and the color is going to be white. Then I'm going to set the color to transparent, and also we need margin on the right side. Let's set it to 1 rem. So we have here the icon with text stroke. Then I'm going to select logo text and use Flexbox. Let's change the direction. We need to place the items in the column, and also we need to align text in the center. So we have here both span elements. Next, I'm going to select the first span element using nth child selector. Let's set font size to 2 rem. So we need here to transform text into uppercase. Then let's create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. And also change the color. I'm going to use white color. So as you can see, the first span element looks pretty nice. Let's duplicate this code, change the nth child number, it's going to be 2. Change the font size, I'm going to set it to 1.4 rem, and also let's change the color, make it EEE. Besides that, we need margin at the top. Let's set it to minus 0.7 rem. Okay, so the logo looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the navigation. Let's select the link element. Set font size to 1.4 rem. Then we need text transform to be uppercase. Also, let's set color to EEE. And we need margin on the right side. It's going to be 3 rem. Alright, after that, I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. Next, I'm going to select a element with hover. On hover, I'm going to change the color. It's going to be C4 9 B6 3. Also use transition for smooth effect. So once we hover over the navigation items, then the color will be changed. I'm going to select the first navigation item because I want to set its color by default to the color that we used here. Next, I'm going to take care of the last item of the list, I mean the shopping cart. Let's set its font size, make it 1.8 rem. So the icon became bigger. And then I'm going to use after pseudo elements. Let's set content to 1. Also, I'm going to change the width. It's going to be 2.5 rem. Then the height will be 2.5 rem as well. I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here color FFC107. It's going to be in yellow color. Then I'm going to set position to absolute, and we need position relative for the parent element. So we have here after pseudo element. Let's change the position. The top position is going to be minus 1.5 rem. Then we will have left position, which is going to be 1 rem. Also, I'm going to make the element rounded. And then I have to take care of the content. Let's set display to flex. Then use justify content center and align items center. Also, I'm going to change the color to make it 222. And finally, I'm going to change the font size. Let's set it to 1.2 rem. Alright, so that's it about the navigation. Next, we have to take care of the landing. Alright, so once we are done with the navigation, now it's time to move on and take care of the landing. Actually, let's get rid of this code from here and select landing. I'm going to set width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 95 viewport height. Next, I'm going to select banner. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element. Next, I'm going to set top position to 20%. The left position is going to be 50%. And in order to center the element horizontally, we need transform translate x with minus 50%. So right now the banner is not visible. Let's fix that using the index property with the value 100. So here we have the banner. Let's set text in the center using text align center, and then I'm going to select main heading. Let's set font family to Great Vibes cursive. Then I'm going to set font size to 4 rem. Font weight is going to be 300, and I'm going to change the color. Let's use here this color. Okay, next let's select banner H1 heading element, set font size to 6 rem, then font weight is going to be 400. Also, I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Then change the color, it's going to be white. So here we have the heading, the second heading. Next, I'm going to create some space using margin with the values 2 rem and 0. And also I'm going to change the line height, it's going to be 1.5. And create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. Alright. Next, I'm going to select the paragraph of the banner. Let's set font size to 1.5 rem. Then the font weight is going to be 300. Also, I'm going to change the color. It's going to be white. Then set width to 60 rem. Also, I'm going to use margin with values 0 and auto, then 2 rem and auto as well. So here we have the paragraph, and now we have to create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. Alright, after that I'm going to take care of the buttons. Let's select both buttons. Set width to 12 rem. Then the height is going to be 5.5 rem. Also, I'm going to set cursor to pointer. Then margin is going to be 0.1 rem. And we need font size to be 1.4 rem. So the buttons look better. Next, I'm going to select the first button. Change the background color. Use here that golden color. Then we need border to be none. Change the color of the text. Make it 222. So the first button looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to duplicate this code. Change the class name and customize the second button. I'm going to make the background color transparent. Then the border is going to be 0.1 rem solid and use here the color white. As for the color of the text, I'm going to make it white as well. Alright. So both buttons look pretty nice. Let's select first button with hover. I'm going to change background color. Let's make it transparent. And also change the color of the text. Make it golden. Next, I'm going to set border to 0.1 rem solid, and the color is going to be C49B63. Let's copy this code. Change the class name. So the background color is going to be golden. Then the color of the text is going to be 222. And also I'm going to use the transition property to make the effect smoother. So if we hover over the buttons, then we'll get this nice and cool effect. Okay. After that, I'm going to take care of the slideshow. Let's select swiper. Set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 85%. Also, I'm going to select swiper slide, followed by the image. Let's set width to 100%. The height is going to be 100%. And also we need to fit the image using object fit cover. So we have here the image with new width and height. Now it's time to write some JavaScript. Let's create a variable. It's going to be swiper. I'm going to use some default ready code for the slideshow. We need to create here object new swiper. Let's insert here class name swiper. Then we need here another object with the property autoplay, which will include object as value. We need here property delay with 4000 milliseconds. Next, we need another property disable on interaction. It's going to be false. And then I'm going to create here new property with value fade, effect fade. Then we need loop, which is going to be true. Also, I'm going to insert here pagination. We need here an object element is going to be swiper. The class name swiper pagination. Next, we need property called clickable, which is going to be true. So now, as you can see, the slideshow works fine and the pagination works fine as well. Alright, next I'm going to customize the circles down below, I mean the pagination controllers. We need to select span.swiper pagination bullet. Let's set width to 2 rem. Then the height is going to be 2 rem as well. We need opacity to be 1. Next, I'm going to set margin on the right side to 1.5 rem. We need here important to apply this code. Then background color is going to be AAA. Also, we need here position to be relative. So now the controllers look better. Next, I'm going to copy the class name and add here after to the element. Let's set content to empty. Then we need width to be 2.5 rem. The height is going to be 2.5 rem as well. Then we need border radius to be 50% because we need the circles. Let's set position to absolute. Top position is going to be 50%. Left position is going to be 50% as well. And then, in order to center the element perfectly, we need transform, translate with values minus 50% and again minus 50%. Then the background color is going to be transparent, and we need here border 0.2 rem, solid, and the color is going to be AAA. So now the bullets, I mean the controllers, look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to copy the class name. Let's paste it here. Actually, we need to paste it twice. Then get rid of span element from the selector and add here active. So once the bullet is active, we need to change the background color. Let's set it to white. Also, I'm going to duplicate this code and add here after to the element. So once the bullet is active, we have to change the border for the after to the element. I mean the color of the border is going to be white as well. So now as you can see, everything works fine, and with this swiper slideshow we are done. Next, I'm going to select landing contact, set position to absolute. Then the position is going to be 85%. Left position is going to be 0. Also, I'm going to set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 15, viewport height. Change the background color. I'm going to use here black color. So here we have the bottom side of the landing. I mean the landing contact. Let's use flexbox. We need here justify content with value space evenly. We need even space between the flex items, and also we have to align items in the center vertically. Next, let's change the color, make it white. So here we have the details. Actually, we are missing here the font awesome icon. Let's check the code. We need here location. So now the icon is visible. Next, I'm going to select details. Let's use again Flexbox. So now the icon and the text elements are placed side by side. Then I'm going to select the eye elements. Let's set font size to 2 rem. Then the color is going to be golden. Also, I'm going to create some space on the right side. Let's set margin right to 2 rem. So as you can see, the icons look nice. Next, I'm going to select div elements inside the details. Let's set display to flex. Then we need to change the direction. Let's make it column. And now we have to customize the text elements. Let's go ahead and select the first span element using nth child selector. I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 1.6 rem. Then we need to change the color. Let's make it white. And also I'm going to use margin bottom. Let's set it to 0.5 rem. So the first span elements look nice. Let's go ahead and duplicate this code. Change the nth child selector. It's going to be 2. And we have to change the font size. Let's set it to 1.4 rem. Also change the color, make it BBB, and get rid of margin bottom. Let's set width to 30 rem. Alright, so that's it about the landing. Everything looks great. Let's move on. Alright, so let's move on and start to create the next section of our project, which is going to be an about section. I'm going to insert here new comments for the about section. And then let's open section tag with a class name about. I'm going to insert here div tag, in which we'll have font awesome icon with the class names FA solid, FA mobile. Next, we need here h1 heading element with the text easy to order. Then the next element is going to be a paragraph with dummy text. Let's go ahead and duplicate div element twice and then change the class name. We need here FA truck. The h1 heading element is going to be fastest delivery. As for the third item, we need here FA mug hot. As for the h1 element, I'm going to insert here quality coffee. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup. Now it's time to move on and start to write some CSS. I'm going to insert here new comments for the about section. Then I'm going to select section element with the class about. Let's set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 60 viewport height. Let's change the background color. I'm going to use here color golden. Then we need to use flexbox. Let's align items in the center. And also use justify content center. So as you can see, we have here elements aligned nicely. Next, I'm going to select div element inside the about section element. Width is going to be 30 rem. Then I'm going to set the height, which is going to be 35 rem. Also, I'm going to create some space using margin with the values 0, 3 rem, and then align text in the center. Next, I'm going to use again flexbox. Change the direction, it's going to be column. Also, we need to align items in the center and justify content space evenly. So now we have much better results, and we have to style the elements. Let's start with the font awesome icon. Let's set its width to 9 rem. Then the height is going to be 10 rem. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 4 rem. Also, I'm going to use here WebKit text stroke with the values 0.2 rem, and the color is going to be 2A2727. And besides that, we have to define the color and make it transparent. Alright, so the font awesome icons look nice. Next, let's use border, 0.1 rem, solid, and the color 282727. Then I'm going to center the font awesome icons using Flexbox. We need to justify content center and align items center as well. Okay, so that's it about the font awesome icons. Next, I'm going to select H1 heading element. Let's set font size to 2 rem. Then I'm going to set the font weight to 400. Transform text into uppercase. Then change the color. I'm going to use here the same color. Okay, so the headings look nice, and now we have to customize the paragraph. Let's set the font size. It's going to be 1.5 rem. Then we need here font weight, which is going to be 300. Change the color, make it 282727. So that's it. The about section looks nice, and now we can move on. Alright, so with the about section we are done, and now we have to move on and start to create the next section, which is going to be the menu. I'm going to insert here new comments for the new section, and then as usual I'm going to open section tag with the class menu. Then inside this section element I'm going to insert div tag, which is going to be menu left, the left side of the section. We need here h3 heading element with the class main heading. Let's insert here this cover. Then we need h1 heading element, which is going to be our menu. Next, I'm going to insert here the paragraph with a dummy text. And also we need here a button. It will have class menu btn. Also we need here the type attribute, which is going to be button. As for the text, I'm going to insert here view full menu. Alright, after the div element I'm going to create another one, which is going to be menu right. We need here menu right images. Let's open div tag, which is going to be menu image wrapper. This element will include 4 different images. Let's select the first one from the images folder. It's going to be image 4. Then I'm going to duplicate this code 3 times and change the names of the images. We need image 5, image 6, and then image 7. Okay, so actually that's it about the HTML markup. Now I have to move on and start to write the CSS. Let's insert here new comments for the menu. Then I'm going to select the section element and set its width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 70 viewport height. Next, I'm going to select menu image wrapper in order to make the image smaller. Let's set width to 25 rem, and the height is going to be 25 rem. Next, I'm going to select the images and set width to 100% and the height 100%. Also, we need object fit to be cover. So now, as you can see, we have relatively smaller images. Let's set the background for the menu. I'm going to use linear gradient function. with RGBA color, I mean the black color with 0.9 opacity, and again we need RGBA black color 0.8, I mean the opacity. Next I'm going to set the image as the background. We need to select here image 8, and also we need the position to be center and also no repeat. Next I'm going to set the background size to cover, so we have here the image as the background of the section. Next I'm going to use Flexbox. We need to align items in the center, so we have here the items, I mean the images, placed in the center. Next, let's go ahead and select the left side, set width to 50%, and also I'm going to select menu right and set its width to 50% as well. Alright, after that I'm going to select menu right images, set its width to 60 rem, and then I'm going to use Flexbox. We need to use flex wrap with the value wrap in order to wrap the images and align them like so. Let's create some space between the images using margin. Let's set it to 2 rem. Also we need cursor pointer for the image itself. Okay, after that I'm going to take care of the left side. We need text align center, and also I'm going to set margin on the right side to 3 rem. Also we need margin left for the menu right with value 3 rem as well. Okay, actually text align should be right and not the center here. Next I'm going to select menu left followed by the main heading. Let's set font size to 6 rem, so the heading looks pretty nice. Next I'm going to select menu left followed by the H1 heading element. Let's set font size to 6 rem. Also we need font weight to be 300. Then I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Next I'm going to change the color of the heading. It's going to be white. Also I'm going to set margin top to -4 rem. So we have here the H1 heading element. Next I'm going to select the paragraph and customize it. First of all, let's change the font size. It's going to be 1.4 rem. Next I'm going to change the color of the paragraph. Let's set it to 777. This is a light gray color. Next we need the width to be 50 rem, and also I'm going to set margin to 2 rem and 0, then 4 rem and 0. Okay, so the paragraph looks good. The only thing that we need here is line height with the value 1.2. Okay. After that, I'm going to take care of the next element, which is going to be menu button. Let's set width to 15 rem, and the height is going to be 5.5 rem. We need background color, which is going to be transparent. Then I'm going to set border to 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be golden. Also we need color of the text to be golden as well. Then change the font size. It's going to be 1.3 rem. I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Then set the cursor to pointer. Okay, so the button and actually the left side of the section looks pretty nice. Next I'm going to use a hover effect. Let's change the background color. I'm going to set it to golden, And also I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's set it to 222, and then use transition for the smooth effect. So we have here nice hover effect. Now we have to take care of the right side. I'm going to create hover effect for the images as well. So let's select menu image wrapper with hover, and then followed by the image selector. We need transform scale with the value 1.3. Also we need transition. Once we hover, then the images should widen. Let's use overflow hidden to hide the parts of the images. Now we have here really nice effect, and actually with the menu section we are done. So let's move on. Alright, so once we are done with the menu section, now it's time to move on and create the next section, which is going to be the data. Let's insert new comments for the new section. In the section we will have animated data counters. Let's open section tag with the class data. Then we need to insert here div tag, which will include icon wrapper. Let's open itag with the class names fa solid, fa mug hot. Next we need here span element with the class name icon bg. Then we will have another span element with the class num, in which we need an attribute called data val. Let's insert here some numbers, let's say 350. As for the default value, I'm going to pass here 0. Then we'll have another span with the class info, in which I'm going to insert coffee branches. Let's duplicate div element 3 times and then change the numbers, and also we need to change the content of the info. Let's insert here number of awards. Then in the next element we will have 2540. As for this span element, it's going to be happy customers. For the last item, I'm going to insert here, let's say 750. As for this span element, it's going to be stuff. Alright, so actually that's it about the HTML markup. Let's go ahead and start to customize this section. I'm going to insert here new comments for the data. Then I'm going to select section element and set width to 100%. The height is going to be 50 viewport height. Then we need background to be linear gradient. I'm going to use here RGBA value. I'm in the black color with opacity 0.4, and also we need here another RGBA value, again black color with the opacity 0.3. Next we need to select image as the background. It's going to be image 7. Then we have to specify the position, it's going to be center, and also we need no repeat, and we have to define background size as cover. Okay, so here we have the background image. Next, let's use Flexbox. I'm going to use justify content center and align items center in order to center the content. So here we have the flex items. Next, I'm going to select div elements inside the data section. Width is going to be 25 rem, the height will be 30 rem. Next, I'm going to use again Flexbox let's change the direction. It's going to be column. And also we need to align items in the center. Then I'm going to use justify content with the values space evenly. We need to create even space between the flex items. Next, I'm going to select icon wrapper and set its width as 8 rem. Then the height is going to be 8 rem as well. Next, we need cursor to be pointer. And now we have to select icon background. I'm going to use display block, and then let's set width to 100%. We need height to be 100% as well. Then I'm going to use border. It's going to be 0.1 rem solid, and the color will be golden. So we have here icon background. Next, we need to select eye element. Let's set the position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is icon wrapper. Next, I'm going to set top position to 50%. Then we need left position to be 50% as well. And in order to center the element perfectly, we need transform translate with the values minus 50% and again minus 50%. So now the icons are perfectly centered inside the boxes. Next, I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 3 rem. Also, we need here again a WebKit text stroke with the values 0.2 rem and the golden color. And also we need to set the color as transparent. Okay, so now we have nice coffee icons. Let's go ahead and select icon wrapper with the hover, followed by the icon background. On hover, I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be golden. And also we need to rotate the element according to the Z direction. And the value is going to be 135 degrees. Also, we need transition for smooth effect. And it's going to be for the background. So once we hover over the boxes, they will rotate nicely. We need to display the icons. Let's use the index with the value 100. Actually, the icons are not still visible. Actually, the problem is that we have here the same color for the text stroke. So once we hover over the icon wrapper, we have to change the color of the eye element as well. So let's grab this code and change the color. It's going to be 2A to 7 to 7. Also we need here transition for the icon as well. So now the problem should fix. Okay, that's it. Everything works fine, and we have here pretty nice and cool effect. Okay, next we need to select num and set its font size to 3 rem. Then I'm going to change the color. It's going to be golden. So we have here the numbers. Right now we have zeros by default. Then I'm going to select info. It's going to be, the font size is going to be 1.8 rem. Then the color will be 999. So we have here the span elements, and now we have to write some JavaScript. Let's create variable menu. I'm going to select it using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name. Next we need the variable nums, and we have to select the numbers using query selector all method. Next we need the variable called start, which will be false by default. It's going to be the Boolean value. And now we have to create a function start count. Let's insert here parameter element. Now we have to create variable max, which is going to be the value from the data set. I mean the value from the data val attribute which we used here in the HTML element. We need to grab those numbers and store them in the max variable. Next we need count, which is going to be the set interval function. So we need to define the text content, and actually we have to increase it by 1 using increment operator, and then we need if statement in which we have to define the following: the text content. If the text content equals max, then we should clear the interval, and we have to pass here the count variable. As for the interval, it's going to be 2000 divided by the nums. Next we have to add event listener to the window object with this scroll event, and we have to pass here the callback function. We need to start count once we scroll down, so we need here if statement in which we have to define the following: window.scrollY is greater than or equal to menu.offset top. Once we reach the menu section, we have to start the count. Then we need if statement in which we have to pass not start, which is the boolean value, and then we have to loop through the numbers. So now we have to call the start count function, and we have to pass here the parameter num. Next we have to set the boolean value start as true. Okay, so once we scroll down, then the counters will start. Alright, so now we have to take care of the navbar. We need to make it sticky once we scroll down. So we need to use this scroll event here. Let's create new variable. It's going to be navbar. I'm going to select it using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name, navbar. Then we need navbar.classList, and we have to add to the navbar class sticky using toggle method. Also we need to pass here window.scrollY is greater than 0. Next we need to select class sticky followed by the navbar, and we have to change the height. It's going to be 8 rem, and also we need to change the background color. I'm going to set it to black, and also we need here transition all 0.5 seconds. So once we scroll down, then we will get this nice and cool effect. Actually, we need to fix a tiny problem. The navbar ended up behind the landing, so we need the index with the higher value. Okay, so now the problem is fixed, and with this section we are done. So in the previous lecture we have created a data section, I mean the animated data counters, and now we have to move on and start to work on the next section, which is going to be a testimonial section. Let's insert here new comments, customers. I will call this section customers. Then I'm going to open section tag with the class customers, in which we need a div element, which is going to be customers banner. Inside the div element, I'm going to open h3 heading tag with the class main heading, and with the text, testimony. Next we need h1 heading element, and it's going to be customers say. Next we need paragraph with a dummy text. After that, I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be clients, and then we need another div, which will be client itself. Let's insert here paragraph with a dummy text. Next we need div element, which is going to be wrapper of the image. Let's select image, client 1, and then we need span element for the name of the client. Okay, I'm going to duplicate client a couple of times, and then let's go ahead and change the images, and also we need to change the text, dummy text. Change the name, it's going to be Nick Brown. Next we need client 3, and the name is going to be David Jones. Next I'm going to change the text, also the image name, and the name of the client. And finally we need client 5. The name is going to be Mary Brown. Alright, so that's it. The HTML markup is ready. Let's go ahead and start to write some CSS. Let's insert new comments for the customers. Then I'm going to select section element. Let's set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 70 viewport height. Then we need background with linear gradient function, in which I'm going to insert RGBA value. It's going to be a black color with opacity 0.9. Next we need again RGBA value with a black color and with opacity 0.8. Next I'm going to select the image from the images folder. It's going to be image 8. Let's define the position. It's going to be center, and also we need no repeat. Next I'm going to set the background size property to cover. Okay, so here we have the background image. Next we have to take care of the images because they are too bigger. Let's set width to 5 rem. The height is going to be 5 rem as well. Next we need object fit to be cover. Also make them rounded using border radius 50%. So now we have here smaller images. Then I'm going to select customer's banner, set its position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is a section. Let's set the position, it's going to be 10%, and the left position should be 50%, and we need to center the element horizontally using transform, translate x with the value minus 50%. Also we need here text align center. So here we have the banner, which right now is not quite visible. Let's go ahead and select main heading. I'm going to set font size to 6 rem. Then we need customer's banner followed by the H1 heading element. Let's set font size to 6 rem as well, and also we need font weight to be 300. we need to transform text into uppercase and also change the color. It's going to be white. Okay, so now the heading is visible and it looks pretty nice. Next, let's set margin top to -4 rem. Okay, so both headings look pretty nice. I'm going to set position to relative for the main heading, and then we need the index with a higher value. Okay, so now we have better results. Next, I'm going to take care of the paragraph inside the customer's banner. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Then the color is going to be 777. Also, we need margin top to be 4 rem. Next, we need to set the line height to 1.2. So here we have the paragraph. Next, I'm going to take care of the clients. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need bottom position to be 0, and also we need display flags with align items flags, and we have to place the items at the bottom of the section. Next, I'm going to select client. Let's set width to 25%. Then we need height to be 25 rem. Next, I'm going to set the background color to golden. Also, I'm going to create some space using padding. Let's set it to 2 rem. Then change the color, make it white. Okay, so here we have the clients. Actually, I think something's wrong here. Let's check the HTML file. So here we have the first client. We need to move it and place it here as the first client in the list. So now everything looks fine. Next, let's go ahead and select client. With nth child selector, we need second client. Let's set height to 31 rem. Then I'm going to duplicate this code, change the number, it's going to be 4. Let's set the height to 21 rem. So now we have different heights for the clients. Next, I'm going to select even items. Let's set opacity to 0.9. So now we have better result. I'm going to grab this code and paste it down here. And I'm going to add here margin on the right side. Let's set it to 2 rem in order to create some space between the image and the name. Next, I'm going to select client paragraph. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Then margin at the bottom is going to be 2 rem. So the paragraphs look nice. Next, I'm going to select client div and set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is a client. Let's set bottom position to 2 rem. Also, we need flexbox. We need to align items in the center vertically. So now the images and the names are aligned nicely. Now we have to take care of the name. Let's select span element. Set font size to 1.4 rem. And also we need text transform to be uppercase. Okay, so that's it. This section looks pretty nice. Alright, so once we're done with the customer section, now we have to move on and create the last part of the project. We have to create the contact section followed by the footer. So let's insert new comments for the contact. And then I'm going to insert section element with the class name contact. I'm going to insert here div tag, which is going to be contact left, the left side of the section. Then we need contact right, in which I'm going to insert form element. Inside the form element, we'll have h1 heading tag, book a table. Then we'll have input group, in which I'm going to insert input element with the type text and with a placeholder attribute, which is going to be first name. Next we need similar input element with last name. Let's duplicate input group, change the type of the input element, it's going to be email, and we need here email address. Next we need here phone. Then I'm going to duplicate again input group. Let's get rid of the first input element and place here text area with placeholder attribute, which is going to be message. Also, I'm going to get rid of the second input element and place here button with the type button. Then we need class attribute contact btn, and I'm going to place here appointment. Alright, so that's it about the HTML markup. I'm going to start right to CSS. Let's insert comments for the contact section. I'm going to select section element and define width. It's going to be 100%. The height is going to be 60 viewport height. Next, we need background color. It's going to be black. Also, I'm going to use flexbox. We need to align elements using flexbox. Next, I'm going to select the left side and set its width to 50%. Then the height is going to be 100%. And I'm going to change background. Let's use linear gradient function with RGBA value. It's going to be black color with opacity 0.5. Next, we need the similar color, and the opacity is going to be 0.4. Also, we need to select image from the images folder as the background. The image is going to be image 1. Then again we need center, the position, and no repeat. And also we need here background size to be cover. So we have here the image on the left side of the contact section as the background. Next, I'm going to select contact right. Let's set its width to 50%. The height is going to be 100%. Next, I'm going to use again flexbox. Use justify content, center, and also we need align items to be center as well. So as you can see, the content is placed in the center of the right side of the contact section. Next, I'm going to select contact right, h1 heading element. Let's increase the font size. It's going to be 4 rem. Then I'm going to set font weight to 300 and change the color. It's going to be white. Next, I'm going to create space using margin with the values 0, 0, 3 rem and 2 rem. So here we have the heading. After that, I'm going to select input group. Let's use again Flexbox. Next, I'm going to select input group followed by the input element. And also we need here a text area. We need some similar styles for both elements. Let's set width to 30 rem, then the height is going to be 5 rem. I'm going to set padding to 1 rem, 1 rem, then 2 rem and 0. Also, I'm going to create some space using margin, 2 rem. Background color will be transparent. I'm going to get rid of border and then use border at the bottom with the values 0.1 rem, solid, and the color is going to be RGBA 255, 255, 255, and the opacity 0.1. Sorry, 0.3. Actually, we have some problem here. Yeah, we need 0.1 rem. So now the border looks nice. Next, I'm going to change the color. It's going to be white. Okay, after that, I'm going to select text area separately. We need to disable resizing function. Also, I'm going to set height to 5 rem. We need to get rid of the scroll bar. For that, I'm going to use text area, then WebKit, scroll bar, and we need here display none. So as you can see, the scroll bar is hidden. Okay, next I'm going to take care of the placeholder attribute for the inputs and for the text area as well. Let's set color to white. Alright, so now the inputs look pretty nice. Let's go ahead and take care of the button. Select it and first of all set its width. It's going to be 30 rem. Next we need height, which is going to be 6 rem. I'm going to change the background color. Let's use golden. Next, I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's set it to 2A to 7 to 7. Also, we need margin, 1 rem, 2 rem. Next, we need border to be none. Also, I'm going to set cursor to pointer. So the button looks pretty nice, and actually we can move on and start to work on the footer. Let's insert new comments, then use HTML5 footer tag in which I'm going to place paragraph for the copyright text. I'm going to use copyright sign and then all rights reserved 2023 made by Code and Create. Okay, let's go ahead and style the footer. We need new comments for the footer. Then I'm going to select footer element and set width to 100%. The height is going to be 10 rem. Also we need background color to be 262626. Next we need Flexbox. We need to center the elements using justify content center and align items center. So as you can see, the content is centered perfectly. Let's go ahead and select paragraph. Change the font size. It's going to be 1.6 rem. And the color is going to be
999. Alright, so that's it about the footer and the contact section. Both of them looks nice.